Okay, so good morning, everyone. So it is a true privilege to open this IBRO Day here in the IFIBINE Auditorium and to welcome all of you joining us here in person and also via our live stream. So this event is bring our local neuroscience community closer to the international scientific landscape. So this meeting was an initiative from IBRO officers, so as soon as they proposed this to us, to the SUN, of course that we accepted without hesitation. So today we have the honor of hosting two very important representatives of the International Brain Research Organization. So please join me in welcoming Shubha Toll. She's the president of IBRO. She's a professor of the Tata Tata Institute for Fundamental Research in India. And also, please welcome David Bellin. He's the IBRO treasurer, and he is a professor in the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. So David is there. And as many of you probably know, historically IBRO has served as a fundamental pillar for the advancement of neuroscience worldwide, and for many of us has been very important in the development of our careers. Also, IBRO programs have been very important for the SUN, for making possible our meetings, for supporting our students and early career researchers. So on behalf of the SUN, I would like to thank IBRO for their support during many years, and also of course I would like to thank both of you, Shubha and David, for traveling to Buenos Aires and taking the time to interact in person with our students and with our community. A central priority of both IBRO and also SUN is to promote equity and diversity. So both organizations work very hard to promote early career researchers, to promote gender balance, and also to ensure genuine federal representation on the events. So we are very happy that here we have speakers from different parts of the country working on different topics within the neuroscience field. So I think that they will give us, Shubha and David, a brief but representative a scenario of what's going on with neuroscience in Argentina. I also want to remark that the overwhelming response that we have when we published the idea of this event, of the IBRO Day, which is remarkably under these very difficult circumstances that we are living in science in Argentina. So that demonstrates once again the resilience and the commitment of our neuroscience community. So we envision this event as a shared space where to promote early career path, to discuss about the future of neuroscience, also about the possibilities of collaborations, and also to continue working for a more equal and diverse community. So finally, I strongly encourage all of you to take full benefit of the networking activities, to ask questions, to talk to Shubha and David, and also to our local colleagues. And with that, I just welcome to the IBRO Day, and let us have a very inspiring and productive day. And well, without further addition, so I leave you with David.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. I would like to let you know that Joe Huelvas, who's the General Secretary of IBRO, is also in Latin America. But because we could not visit all the countries, what we've done is, right now, Joe is in Peru, doing the same thing as we do here, trying to maximize the opportunities that we have to learn from you. So I'm going to go very briefly over this slide pack, because the nature of the exercise today for us is mostly to hear from you and to have a conversation. But Before everything, I would like to say it's a great pleasure to be here. It's my first time in Argentina. And I've had many friends and colleagues. Some of you may know Emiliano Merlo, for instance, who was in Cambridge at the time I was living, and he's become a very good friend. And I know so much about how good neuroscientists in Argentina are, and I'm so pleased to be here. So thank you so much. So as you know, we've been very well introduced. So IBRO is here to provide equitable and inclusive access to global neuroscience worldwide. And all those of us who are involved with IBRO, either the officers or all members of regional committees who do all the hard work on the ground, all have the same passion of trying to make sure that the next generation starts off with better circumstances than we did. So our mission is to coordinate research, training in all areas related to the nervous system, to promote worldwide collaboration and exchange of scientific knowledge, to provide tools and opportunities for career development to a global community of scientists, and to support and engage in the dissemination of brain research. There are things I hope we will be discussing later on that we do not yet do, and we hope we'll be able to do in the future, but that will be dependent on your needs. So what we do is we support schools and training. We give grants. We help dissemination of research through both our journals, Neuroscience, that is celebrating its 15th anniversary this year, and IBRO Neuroscience Reports, which is the open access sister journal to neuroscience. We run the World Congress, which, yes, SFN may be the biggest gathering in terms of attendance, but we would like to claim it's the biggest international gathering of scientists because it really represents neuroscience worldwide. And we do a lot of outreach and DEI. The World Congress is coming up next year. It will be in Cape Town. It will be the first time an IBRO Congress takes place in Africa. And I know how difficult it will be for many neuroscientists in Latin America to attend. But they, oh, I don't need it, but I guess people. So it's better without? Oh, that's why you should have told me. I'm sorry. The online audience need it. Sorry, but I'll try to speak like this then. No? It's okay? I continue without? Okay. So I'll keep it here, and if it comes back up. So it's the first time in Africa, and I was just saying that we are very much aware that there are massive constraints on the opportunities to travel, but there will be a lot of travel grants. Each regional committee has been asked to dedicate money to support early career scientists and to support travel grants to attend this meeting. So please look up on the website, follow the news, because there will be many opportunities and a lot of travel grants so that as many of you as possible can attend. We've had just the symposium submission window closed recently, and we've had 50% more applications than we were expecting. So we believe it's going to be a great success, and the science will be amazing. With regards to funding opportunities, I've just mentioned travel grants. So we support career development. That, I would say, is in the DNA of IBRO. So you have IBRO-supported training, exchange fellowships, neuroscience training grants, parenthood grants, Rising Star Awards, travel grants, I've just mentioned them, collaborative research grants, and neuroscience capacity accelerator for mental health. And with regards to event organization, we support individuals, but we also support societies through events, the Seeding Neuroscience grants, speaker support, equitable meeting awards, school support, and the IBRO Dana Foundation brain and awareness weeks grants. And actually, these activities take place here in Latin America, among the rest of the world. So in 2025, we've given 293 grants to people in Latin America. We've supported 3 schools and 110 students actually attended these schools. So far in 2026, we've given 36 grants with 44 schools and 113 students. We really hope that we'll be able in the future to increase these numbers, but that will require some work worldwide with the community. And that work is to promote the IBRO journals, because all of the activities that IBRO supports are currently supported by the income we get from our journals. So every year, IBRO gives, in average, $2.8 million towards its activities, and 75% of that income comes from the journals. So we need the community to help us help the community, and we need more submissions and more publications in our journals. By the way, Neuroscience is a hybrid journal. You do not need to pay to publish in Neuroscience. Okay? And IBRO Neuroscience Report does geographical pricing. So, but you do not need to pay in open access in order to be able to supporting IBRO. Our journals cover all areas of neuroscience. They are really relying on a editorial board that is committed to fair and inclusive publishing. And as I just said, the proceedings support more than 70% of IBRO's initiatives. So that's super important. And perhaps we'll have some opportunities today to discuss why should we publish our work in a society journal? Is it true that we need a paper in a vanity journal? You know, these Science, Nature, Cell papers for a career? There may well be opportunities to discuss this, but I can guarantee you that it is no longer true. And the best way for us to support each other is to publish in our own society journals. So we work in collaboration with the Wellcome Trusts, the Society for Neuroscience, the World Women in Neuroscience Network, the ALBA Network, the Dana Foundation, the Federation of European Neuroscience Societies, the European Brain Council, International Brain Bee, and American Psychological Association. And we thrive to try to diversify these collaborations because that promotes resilience financially, and it opens opportunities for new programs and new activities. So please follow our news. The IBRO website is, I think, is pretty good. And you can follow the IBRO highlights. You just need to subscribe to the monthly newsletter. It tells you what opportunities are available now, what is coming up, how to apply. It gives you support to actually understand what's available at each stage of your career at any time. And of course, we are quite active on social media, trying to support each meeting, each congress, and disseminate the richness of the activities that our communities are engaged in all the time. So thank you very much for your attention, and I would be more than happy to take any questions and start having conversation. So perhaps I can try to break the ice. Is there anything you think that IBRO doesn't do and should do? Yeah, and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, please.
I have a comment regarding the timing of when do you open the grants for schools, international schools that students attend? Either it's Woods Hole or other schools. Usually, a person cannot apply to a school if he or she were not accepted. And when they know that they were accepted, the grant application is closed. And that has been true for many years already. And I think it will be very, very beneficial if that timing is a little bit better adjusted.
That's a very good point. Thank you very much for this. Well, this is something that we will discuss with each regional committees and see how best to align these rounds with this timing. That's a very good point. Thank you.
It's a big issue because it is not an easy deadline
Well, I can tell you, so one thing that IBRO doesn't do. IBRO does not offer postdoctoral fellowships. And one of our dreams is that at some point we'll be able to support the next generation leaders, which is, some of you are in that room already, throughout their career. From their first travel grants, their first exchange fellowship, and then a postdoc fellowship. We could offer postdoc fellowships, but that would be at the expense of other activities we run right now with the amount of money we get. And a postdoc fellowship, if we were to standardize it across the globe, costs, for a 3-year fellowship, it's a $200,000 amount of money. That is not feasible right now financially for us. But what we are doing right now is we work very hard to diversify our income stream, expand our portfolio, to try to increase the revenues we get in order eventually to do that. We have learned through our experience and exchanges with your colleagues in Brazil and Uruguay that something that may well benefit Latin America, and I would very much like to hear your view on this, could be to facilitate access to consumables and resources, which is, right now, perhaps here you can't buy much, unfortunately, but when the situation will have changed, we have, I believe we've understood that the cost of shipment to bring anything to Latin America makes the purchase of antibody twice as expensive as it is in Europe, for instance. Or 3 times. I have to confess, I had no idea it was the case. And we were thinking that perhaps a system whereby IBRO could enable warehouses in a region that could offer bulk purchasing, and then, distribution within the region may well be a very efficient way to support ongoing research and the local community. But what do you think? Do you think it shouldn't be the priority and the priority should be something else? What is your view?
Does somebody, I think that would be amazing, honestly. Because really the price, everything costs around 2 or 3 times. And it's not only the shipping, it's really the companies, I don't know why they made the price very high. Probably because they have to pay a lot of taxes.
Yeah.
But anyway, so sometimes it's not only the taxes.
To add on what Antonia was saying is that also the companies don't want to deal because of the sorry. Yeah. No, there are a lot of middlemen. So the big companies in Europe or the US, they don't want to just handle all the paperwork just to send one antibody to one institute in Buenos Aires. So what they do is to have a representative in Argentina, and that guy doesn't do any work. They tell you, okay, in 2 months you will have your antibody. They just turn around and request the antibody to the central company. So killing that middleman will save a lot of money to us.
So just to try to be operationalizing the program here, and I do not mean to put anyone on the spot, but if we were to discuss with LARC, your regional committee, to come up with a white paper as to what is needed and what would the best approach be to try to address this problem, is it something you believe we should ask our peers to work on? Because that's a lot of work to think about it. But we officers would be supportive and engaged in such an activity. I was very shocked when I heard that the countries that have the least funding are the countries who have to pay the most. This is just absolutely insane. And that is a way for us to support the community. We have some ideas as to how best to achieve this, but I think it should come organically from the region. And there may be ways in which IBRO can negotiate with the companies, or there may be ways in which IBRO engages with companies who would really build and maintain warehouses, in Latin America and engage in local distribution. But this is something we have become aware of, and I won't let that go.
Great. I didn't even know that IBRO could even do that, but that's great. Yeah.
bring things into Europe, or are you thinking to, let's say, in terms of shipping reagents, how porous are your local borders? Okay, we have no idea, but we cannot solve the problem individually for countries. So where this would be something that the LARC would have to discuss, where best to concentrate our initiatives so that the community benefits.
And clearly, one rule in economics is economy of scale. So I think these discussions have to be taken across all Latin American countries, and I do not think initially that having one warehouse per country would be the right model, because we can't do economy of scale, and there may not be enough demand. But for the region, IBRO can really do. We can try to think doing something about it. And yes, IBRO doesn't do that, but we are here to discuss with you what it is IBRO should be doing in 20 years from now. Not talking about what we've been doing so far. Well, we are very proud of what has been done so far, and I think we work and the communities are happy with it. But we're here to hear if there is anything else. And as Shubha said, it's our job to think about the money. It's our job to decide what is feasible, what is not. You all have access to the IBRO accounts. IBRO has a portfolio of $43 million, but I won't be spending that money because we have responsibility towards our generation, but towards the future generations as well. And we must make sure that our society and organization is future-proof financially. And that occurs in a particular geopolitical context that is not easy for IBRO either, because the revenues for journals across societies go down. So we face different challenges, which is making sure that we maintain already the level of support we do now with a predicted profound decrease in income from the journals. So since we are thinking about the next 20 years, we really want to make sure that we have enshrined in the principles we have what is best for the communities. So any idea, anything, it doesn't matter if we don't do it now. Anything IBRO could do to help, we need to hear from you.
And you could tell us now, you could email us, but of course we would not be bypassing LARC. Okay,
no.
The Latin American Region Committee would be the place where everything
Yes.
gets discussed. You can reach out and bounce ideas, of course, right? But we will, with complete respect and authority, convey this to LARC. Speaking of which, the nominations window for the regional committee is still open, I believe. It got extended.
Yes, it may have closed yesterday.
Oh, okay. But okay, if you're LARC.
Regarding your question about borders, and I'm just talking
Yeah.
about my experience, our borders with Brazil or Chile, in terms of importing something, are as high as importing from China or France or everything. And the reality is whenever we can bring something in our luggage when we travel or when friends travel, that's what we do. And even if a big institution wants to donate us their old equipment or something that they are renovating or whatever, it's a massive amount of work to try to get that equipment here. So. And so Brazil would be, maybe it would be cheaper in terms of shipping, but customs or the administrative work, and we don't have here offices that deal with that. So we researchers have to deal with all the paperwork that we ignore because we import things. So very few times in a year that we are not even used to the process, and the process changes and the rules change. So in my experience, we have dealt with the issue of getting things here, bringing them here mostly illegally in our luggage. That's the reality. And the other thing is, just to put you in context, is I'm head of a small lab, and we are running our lab with a budget that is around $2,000 per year. So when I was thinking of submitting a journal and we maybe be waived of paying open access, we cannot pay publishing fees of any kind. So we have, when we are submitting our work, we have to think of a journal where we have a fair chance of getting a full waiver. Otherwise, we have to, so we are not thinking of science, or we are trying to say why they don't, our scientific system does not take bioRxiv as a legal publishing system, because we need to publish to get our funding, but we cannot pay the funding, the fees for publishing our papers.
So even Journal of Neuroscience would be difficult, right?
It's out of reach, completely out of reach.
No, so I mean, you're literally describing my life. I set up lab in India.
Well, so I just want to be clear of what's our situation.
Since this is my first time in Latin America, I have some experience of Asia, and I've set up my lab in India for now 26 years. But every time I go to SFN, I used to order things at the vendor's display, and I mean the things I have taken back to India, things like cryostat knives.
So if I may just follow up on this. Thank you very much. This is super important for us to know. And there are things IBRO will not be able to do, which is to force countries to change, However, what you just told us with regards to the limitations of a centralized warehouse, for instance, it may well work at some point. Could be that IBRO offers material grants, material exchange grants, whereby your lab is teamed up with mine, and we receive support from IBRO for me to cover the cost of FedEx shipping to your lab. So yes, but we could. So then IBRO could actually, there could be a scheme whereby different teams team up, and it is all to ensure that I would buy, in UK an antibody at the price it's sold in UK, and IBRO pays for the shipment to you. And you would have a consumable budget from IBRO that would enable you. It would not be much, but each lab could be doing this. And if already you can purchase twice as much for the same amount of money, that's not much, but it's already a good step in the right direction. Ideally, this is something that has to be discussed with LARC, and I guess Fallon as well, how local communities can join forces and discuss with governments to discuss MTAs. With MTAs, you should have easier opportunities to exchange materials. So, and this is something, if there is a need, if there is a perceived need and a good business case to make, IBRO will be more than happy to invest time, our time, and I'm committing LARC here as well somehow. LARC's time, our time and money, in order to find ways in which, in the short term and the long term, we can really make a change.
Okay, just related with what Violeta was telling, maybe a good idea would be to implement some kind of micro grants for paying publication fees. If once you have a paper accepted and you need to cover a fee that we don't have.
We can make the wish list very, very large. At the end of the day, it's a zero-sum game.
No, I mean, I think that would be a practical idea of applying just for the money you need to make a publish.
There's getting the reagents, there's doing the research, there's hiring the postdocs.
But we can do one step at a time. So that was the one thing that we were clearly we will come back home with is
but
it is not sorry.
Sorry, IBRO is reviewing its initiatives. So these are all very valuable inputs. Sorry, I interrupted.
And it's not acceptable that the countries that have the least funding should pay the most. That's it. So we'll see what we can do to help.
Hi. Is it on? I have a comment about eligible expenses. So I had an income grant that just finished, and I thought it was something that happened to me, but then talking with people from Africa, from Asia, because we have similar systems on how we get students to the labs. We cannot do direct hirings from our funding. So especially when you're early career, it's really difficult to populate your lab with staff and then be able to succeed in short span grants. So it would be really nice to have eligible expenses to pay for lab assistants, because it was really limiting in our case. And then talking with people from Pakistan.
Discussing whether we support career development or whether we support research development. I know it's the same, but we don't have postdoc fellowships for that very reason. And there are reasons why, since we offer exchange and student support and internships, we can't necessarily support the salary for a technician on a grant, because it is akin to a postdoc somehow. I know what you mean, it's not the same, but from a physical standpoint, it is similar. However, it is super important to know that if you do not have that, you can't even contemplate reaching the next stage of your career. So this is very important feedback, so thank you very much. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely.
To be
yes.
enticed to do science.
Yeah, absolutely.
So at least to have like part-time
Yeah.
hiring.
Yeah.
It would be
We would like to compile a list of all possible needs, okay, so that then in discussion with each regional committee, they can prioritize what matters more to their region. So the pot of money is equally divided between each region, and we do not expect the problems and solutions to be the same everywhere. So the regional committee will then be tasked with prioritizing what matters more. I mean, IBRO cannot solve all problems, but each region can prioritize and solve some.
Okay, I think we can move on. Thank you very much. And now we.
Sorry? No, so actually we went way over time, but our career talks haven't been.
No, but we've went over time for the carry talk. While we may think that we are on our own and it's hard, we are not in it alone. So I just told you earlier that I was very pleased to be here in Argentina, and actually it is my first time south of the equator, and I've never thought I would ever be visiting Latin America, because according to my upbringing and my circumstances, I shouldn't be here. So I was born in 1979 in a small country in France, and my parents didn't go to high school. They both started working age 13. There were no books at home, and I had no one around me whose parents had been to university, were doctors, all these kind of things. And believe it or not, it's still the case today. There are very few people around me whose parents did not go to university, whose parents didn't do something incredible. And when I was 8, I really wanted to be a scientist. And it was a dream, it was a dream. And when on Saturday evenings, when we went to do the groceries in Carrefour, in France, we would drive by the university, and I thought perhaps one day I'd be there. But it was something that felt inaccessible at all. And guess what? 10 years later, I entered university. Only because I was in a country that offered free education. And France paid me through my university through a social bursary. And when I started university, I was looking up to master students. And I was like, oh, perhaps one day I'll be there. And guess what? 5 years later, I started my master's. And I will continue this story just to tell some of you here who are undergraduate students, the only difference between you and me is that I've had the privilege of getting older. Right? That's it, the difference. But when I started university with the motivation to solve cancer, because when I was 13, my dad was diagnosed with a stage 3 skin cancer, and that was 1992. And at the time, the death rate was 99.5%. And he didn't die. He's the only one that year in France who didn't die. But I thought, I'm going to solve cancer. And I did a BA in cellular and molecular biology. And so in France, you've got 2 years. Then you've got a third year. So my third year, I did a bit of physiology. And then in my fourth year, I met a professor who was teaching us motivation. And I had my calling. I thought, well, that's what I want to understand. Because my gut feeling is that I disagree with Descartes, who says, cogito ergo sum. My understanding of life is, I feel, therefore I am. And I want, therefore I am. And there are a lot of psychiatric conditions that have to do with disorders of motivation. So that's what I've decided I would dedicate my life doing. But for that, I had to be able to start a PhD. And I had to secure one of these few government-funded PhDs that there are in France, and I was lucky to have one. And of the 800 undergraduate students who started with me 5 years earlier, there were only 2 of us who came from that socioeconomic background. And I studied my PhD working on drug addiction. And I was passionate about how different we are. And how, actually, labs that studied addiction at the time were all obsessed with the regression to the mean. And they were all saying, well, if I give cocaine to a rat, I'm studying addiction. Well, so in that case, I'm a very good model of addiction because I've been drinking alcohol for 30 years, quite a lot of it. I love whiskey and wine. Alcohol has changed my brain, but I don't have an addiction. So I thought I must identify individual differences and I must think about trajectories. So I set out to do that during my PhD. And I worked very hard. Actually, I had a lab in the animal facility, and I worked 16 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 weeks, and I only had 3 days outside the lab. And that was because I wanted. It was also because the head of my institute was not necessarily a good person, and they didn't want me to go to meetings. They didn't want me to share my data. And when my first PhD paper was published, the first author was my PhD advisor, the middle author was me, and the last author was the head of the institute. And I couldn't secure postdoc studentship with that, because I didn't have a first author paper. It happens that that paper was published in Science. And for 10 years afterwards, I was being told about the last name on that paper, their model, and that was my work. But before that paper was published, I had produced data that did not satisfy the head of the institute, so they fired me. And I spent 3 months in a different lab thinking my life was over. And under the disguise that I should learn to refine my skills, I started a different project until a professor called Barry Everett in Cambridge published exactly the data I had produced. So the head of my institute called me back and said, well, yeah, let's resume and let's publish. And that same Barry Everett, we happened to have published that paper back to back in Science. So for the young ones here, the beauty of it is, had this paper on mine been submitted the next day, or the day after it had been submitted, it would have never made it. It was all about luck. There's so much about luck. But Barry Everett offered me a postdoc position in his lab without an interview. He came to Bordeaux, He saw me do experiments, and the first thing he told me was, I don't want you to do that ever again in your life. I want you to have a life, and we will make things right. So I met someone who changed the way I was thinking about scientists. At the end of my PhD, I thought science is not for me, because to be successful, you've got to be an asshole. I'm sorry. That is the way I thought success was in science, because all the people around me had been like this. And then I met Barry Everett, who told me, no, you can be the greatest man ever and the greatest scientist I know. And with him, we worked on this project. And at the time I was taking my postdoc, life being what it is, my wife, whom I met in the lab in Bordeaux, started a PhD. And guess what? She asked the head of her institute if she could do a PhD halfway in Bordeaux and half in Cambridge. And the head said, oh, yeah. If you secure one of these very competitive PhD studentships, we'll arrange this. She secured it, and then he said, no, you stay here. So for 3 years, I was in Cambridge, she was in Bordeaux, and we promised one another that no matter what, at the end of our PhD, we'd be together. So in my second year of postdoc, which is very short, I applied for one of these French NIH positions in CERN. And Barry Everett was a bit supportive, but he told me, you know what? You stay with me for some time, because no one gets their position at INSERM the first time they apply, and you're only 28, there's time. Well, I got a job. And I got a job to go to a very small university in France, one in which there had never been any INSERM researcher before. And there were two reasons why I did that. First, my wife didn't want to live abroad, and that's top priority. And secondly, Barry Everett and Trevor Robbins, who was the head of psychology, at the same time offered me a lectureship in Cambridge. And I said no. Because I was 28, I was a good postdoc, but I had no idea what it was to be a PI. And I was still convinced that I could not be a good PI. So I thought, if I die somewhere in a small place in France, no one will see it. But if I take over Barry's lab, because he was retiring, I'm going to waste his legacy. And I'm not just good enough for it. And I've always spent my life thinking I'm not good enough for it. Why? Perhaps because the first time I ever left France, I was 26. The first time I took a plane was to go to Cambridge. The first time I thought I can have access to the outside world, I was 26. And I didn't speak English when I arrived. Well, I hardly speak English now, but I can tell you at the time, I didn't speak English at all. And that has been with me all the time. So I set out to establish this lab in France, thinking, no one is going to look at me, that's fine. And we ended up being very successful. So much so that people around us started being quite unhappy about it. And one day, we've published data that have offended a very influential person in France. Have you heard about the rat park in addiction? Some of you may not have heard of it, but if you put rats in a large environment all together with toys and wheels, and you give them morphine in water, they don't drink morphine. And since that experiment, there's been a wisdom in the field that an enriched environment protects against addiction. But actually, I've never seen anyone developing an addiction to drinking morphine. And actually, how much drug you take is not necessarily a criterion for addiction. So we tested the question properly. And what did we show? We showed that an enriched environment increases the vulnerability to developing compulsive cocaine-seeking and taking behavior. And when we produced this data, a week later, I received a letter from the head of the institute who accused me of misconduct. He accused me, my 15 lab members, and the one who produced this data committed suicide. And that was 10 days before my firstborn was born. I had a heart attack, recovered, asked INSERM to come and investigate us, and of course we were killed. And that's when I came back to Cambridge. And the only thing I could take with me when I came back was my laptop. So I had to start from scratch again, age 35. And it was tricky, because I had no data to demonstrate that I could start. Yet here I am. So why am I here? Because I live my dream. Because I was 8, I wanted to be a scientist, and I am a scientist. And yes, life can be hard, but I have learned so much from these bad people that I believe I'll spend the rest of my time and my days trying to be the best mentor possible. There will be a discussion this afternoon about mentorship. But you learn so much about adversity, and to some extent, when things go well, you don't necessarily figure out how they go well. I'm not here to promote adversity. I'm just here to say, I felt entitled to come and discuss with you as a white heterosexual man who works in Cambridge. You may think, who is this guy? But this guy is someone who thought they could never leave France. And I'm in Buenos Aires with you, so thank you very much.
When I first heard David's story, I was completely blown away and impressed. I mean, I think he's a fantastic role model, right? I mean, resilience over hardship is David. I actually have slides, so I will have to go up here. Maybe we can cut some of these lights. Thanks. Hello to the online audience. I want to make sure that people who couldn't travel here physically are welcome, and I hope to be able to engage with you. Although remote isn't as nice as in person, still, please engage, and when there will be questions and discussions, please do contribute. I'm here to share my career story with, I guess, with young people who may all of us have struggles in life of different kinds, and each of us knows deep inside our hearts what we want out of life. I think the best thing I can offer young people is dig deep into yourself and find out what you really want, because it's one life. And listen to all of us old gray-haired people as much as you wish. And somewhere within our stories, you might be able to find bits and pieces of your own. Yeah? So let me get a sense of who's in the audience. How many undergraduates do we have? Great, most welcome, thanks for coming. How many master's students? 0, you don't have masters. How many PhD students? Okay, thank you. How many postdocs? A smattering. How many young-ish faculty? You get to decide if you're young. Yeah. Okay. Is it better if I stand up here, because I am... people from the back, you're welcome to sit in the front. Nothing bad will happen. So, I came all the way from India. Y'all can move a few meters. There's like 1, 2, 3, easily 10 seats. No? Everyone is really terrified. Okay. In Montevideo, they sat in the front. They physically moved the chairs and came into the front. I'm not kidding. Okay, let's keep this tight. I'm here to share my story. And actually, I would like to think any of our stories really begins with how we grew up, because the environment we had at home sets up everything, right? So here are my parents. My father, we just celebrated his 90th birthday. He was a scientist, a microwave research engineer. And somehow his logical problem-solving approach is something that I gravitated towards, and I would be very excited at the idea of writing, occupations. Father, scientist; mother, occupational therapist. It made me very, very happy to write those. My mom, now no more, was the most mind-blowingly creative person I have met in my life. And my life was enriched because of all of her energies. So I had this, they themselves came from difficult circumstances. You can see from when they were born in pre-independence India. India emerged from British rule in 1947. So my parents remembered the hard times during their childhoods. My father's father, my grandfather, had spent time in jail as a freedom fighter. And my grandmother tells me that in those times, there were 5 siblings. There was not enough food in the house. And there would be one good pair of footwear, so the child that was going to school would wear that. My father was saved from his, he says how you aim and you aspire based on your social context. And at the time, his social context was such that he was aspiring to the job of a clerk. Until a conversation with a friend who came from different circumstances, he credits that friend who was there on his 90th birthday with raising his ambitions. And from him I learned, as high as you aim is as high as you ever go. Feel free to aim high. All right, you may not get there. You may get onto a different peak. But if you don't even aim high, it's already capping yourself. The courage to dream. My mother was one of 8 siblings. Her father was a doctor in the army. And as part of the British regiment, he was deployed to Burma, now Myanmar, in the Second World War. His regiment left him behind when the war ended, and everybody thought he was dead. This was 1945. He walked across the border into northeast India and made his way home 1 year later. You can imagine the financial hardship. My mom's mom was bedridden with illness, and both passed away when my mom was young. So she had this sense of having to make it on her own. They both moved to Mumbai independently, staying as paying guests. I don't know if you have this system where somebody can rent a room in your house. And they got married in 1963 when they had saved up enough money to buy a bed and a fridge and a stove. From there, they were never limited in their minds. They encouraged me and my brother to pursue whatever our talents and our ambitions. They nurtured us. They tried to fill our childhood with everything they didn't get, even though finances were hard. My mother gave up her job as an occupational therapist for 7 years when me and my brother were young. She used those 7 years to fill my life with dance and costumes, and so times were hard. She had a lovely sewing machine. We used to wear school uniforms, and she taught me to sew my own school uniform. So every summer we would have these sewing projects where we would stitch clothes. So pretty much everything in our house was beautiful because my mother made it. Okay, ready-made things were far too expensive. My mother dreamed of being a doctor herself, but she did not get a scholarship for medical school for the stupidest of reasons. One of her older sisters had got the same scholarship some years before, and the committee took a decision they can't give 2 scholarships to one family. So she essentially got screwed just by being related to my aunt. She became an occupational therapist, and she worked at a cancer hospital. And through my childhood, I saw her redefine the profession. She completely redefined what an occupational therapist can do, and she put her work into a book which I actually brought out some years back. We called it Enable because she really enabled everybody around her. She designed India's first low-cost breast prosthesis out of foam, and she filled it with tiny metal ball bearings to give it the right weight because she realized that a woman gets backache if she's not balanced. She knew no limits to what she could learn. I accompanied her to a rubber plantation where she learned to rubberize foam so that it would have the right texture. Silicone prostheses were too expensive, so she learned this. She would just look at newspaper ads for things and just decide to take on new skills. She even designed artificial legs for people who had had their leg removed or a hemipelvectomy. She designed a support structure. She didn't know mechanical engineering, but she would talk with people who had trained so. And she would go to workshops and have people design things for her. And they would be like, what is this for, madam? Because she designed a support structure where, with the simple removal of a bolt, this artificial leg could flex all the way. Because the Indian village lifestyle is to do everything on the floor, from sitting, cooking, eating. Fancy imported prostheses did not allow this level of flexion. I would follow her on this. Every child thinks their life is normal. I grew up thinking normal means whatever you need, you make. Whatever someone else needs, if you can make, you make. Okay. With this kind of a background, I dreamed of studying things that interested me because I was completely encouraged in doing this. My mother secretly hoped I would be a doctor, the thing that she thought would be most interesting and she couldn't do. My father hoped I would be an engineer because he saw my love for physics. And in India at the time, and sadly even now, if you like biology, then being a doctor is the best thing. If you like engineering, being a physicist is the best thing. If you like physics, being an engineer is the best thing. I don't know how it is locally here, but these sort of professional trainings are encouraged. And we have to choose after high school, after 12th grade. Well, I wanted to do neither. I really loved physics and math because those were the only two subjects that made sense. Life did not make sense. I did not have very many social interactions. I did not know why some people were friendly to me and some people weren't. I did not do the standard girly things, but physics and math made a lot of sense. Until Professor Sam Wog came to my 12th standard class and taught us gastrulation. This fantastic miracle of how life really begins completely transformed me. And I was like, okay, biology is this fascinating. I mean, physics, after all, I'm sorry if there are any physics people in the audience. I'm married to a theoretical physicist, and I'm like, you have only 9 particles. And you claim the whole world is made of them, and all that is fine. But everything is so deterministic, right? I really, the complicated mess that is biology thrilled me. And of course, the most complicated structure, the brain, was what I had to study. So I was mad about neuroscience from the beginning. However, Indian undergrad programs did not teach neuroscience. I actually got a BSc in life science and biochemistry, dreaming and reading and doing, reading projects on neuroscience with books that my mother had somehow sourced for me. She would source secondhand used books from sort of sidewalk shops. She would just manage to make anything happen that was needed. When time came to go to graduate school, I realized there were no graduate programs in the country for modern neuroscience. There was neurology, but I didn't have a medical background. So it's safe to say I left the country in order to study neuroscience. But all along, I dreamed that I would bring this back. I felt so grateful for whatever support I had received and for whatever social circumstances my country had made happen. I mean, India still has a mess of potholed roads, but hey, somebody made those roads. I had this feeling of wanting to contribute something new, okay? But so before, just a little glimpse from my mom's book. Occupational therapists don't ask, what is the matter with you? They ask, what is it that matters to you? And this sort of approach of my mother colored my life. Okay, so I didn't become a doctor or engineer. I applied to graduate school in the US, because I wanted to study neuroscience. I was very fortunate to get accepted to some good places. I was very aware that I did not know anything about research. Okay, I was very aware that, okay, I had honed my exam taking skills. I got good scores on GRE and all of that. But I knew that that did not, I had this sense of there's this whole interesting thing that I don't know about. And I think that is probably the biggest feature that made me a scientist. We will come to this in a couple of slides, how to get a sense of where you need to learn more. I went to graduate school completely unprepared, I had never even made phosphate buffered saline. I had never entered a lab. There wasn't a lab. This graduate program did not have any training mentorship set in place. In fact, that's the feedback my generation gave them. You just rotated and then you kind of joined a lab. All of my friends had had lab experience. They'd worked in a lab for a year or so before coming in. I wanted to do developmental neuroscience. I joined Paul Patterson's lab. And his idea of a rotation project, his expertise was in the sympathoadrenal lineage. We would dissect rat superior cervical ganglia and then culture them and get sympathoadrenal progenitors and so on. But his idea of a rotation project for me, he had just traveled to Germany where the Bonhoeffer lab had set up the retinotectal assay. I don't know if any of you know about this. It's a paper, Walter et al., 87, published in Development. He gave me this paper and said, why don't you get some eggs and reproduce this assay, and then we'll use it in our rat system. Okay, I got some fertilized eggs. I learned how to set them. I learned how to dissect chick embryos of 2 ages. I learned to dissect retina and tectum on my own from an atlas. Nobody else knew, and I thought this is what graduate school is about. You have to figure things out yourself, and so I did. It was an insane assay, okay? Not even having made buffers before, I didn't know how to weigh out 10x stocks of, protein. I actually was struggling, how do you weigh out tiny amounts of protease inhibitors? I didn't know about making 10x or 100x stocks. And I wasn't assigned to anybody to teach me these basics. I had to dissect tectum, rostral, and caudal, thirds and throughout the middle, make membrane preps purified on a sucrose gradient, then suck down those membranes, rostral labeled with red and caudal not labeled, on a little mold of, on a little filter, then take the retina live, chop it into 100 micron strips and invert it over this and have the retina grow on either rostral or caudal. It's a fantastic assay, but my goodness, okay, it took me a year to get this, my rotation project. Paul, to his credit, wrote me a note saying that he should have been a better advisor and that he should have realized how much help I needed, which is what I really appreciated, right? That, lost as I was feeling, but oh my goodness, I thought I didn't belong. I thought I wouldn't measure up. I don't know, I think all PhDs go through this. You feel that you're just not as good as anybody else, and I tell you, well, I thought I would have to crash out with a master's, and they got me in based on my GRE scores, but I didn't really know what I was doing. I thought I would be thrown out. So you're not alone. I guarantee all of us have been through this. Let me ask the faculty, have you ever felt utterly inadequate in your beginning training or so on? Maybe you could, yeah? So students, you're not alone. We all remember very, very vividly our own sort of traumas. Okay. I pulled myself out of that. It was a swim or sink situation. I partnered with a postdoc, and we were doing an immunosuppression screen where I cut 2,000 sections of rats of 2 ages, embryos of 2 ages, and I screened an antibody that labeled the developing forebrain in interesting patterns. And I compared what I was seeing with the very new Louis Poyes and John Rubinstein prosomeric model of the brain, which had confused everybody else. So my PhD viva was, me trying to explain this model and my data to my committee. So there too, I ended up doing something that was not in the core expertise of the lab. So that seems to have become sort of, I can sort of connect with, again, how I could even dare, because I guess I saw my mom doing basically that. Postdoc in University of Chicago with Elizabeth Grove, the most insightful, incisively bright person I've met. I mean, circuits to spare, okay? But like most of us who get appointed as faculty, we never get trained in how to actually mentor people. We get hired based on our publications. I was the first person in her lab. I saw the stresses she went through as a tenure-track junior faculty in Chicago. Okay, at one time, she told me her tooth fillings were coming out because she was grinding her teeth at night. And I had all kinds of stresses as a junior faculty in India, but I could say confidently I would not exchange my first 5 years for hers at all. I felt because my struggles in India meant something. I felt every time I struggled against the system, I contributed to it. And that was meaningful to me. Postdoc, though, I mean, it took me some time to get my project going. I was the first person in the lab. I had to buy all the chemicals for the chemicals room. I had to set up everything. And what didn't help was I was the only companion Liz had to vent her stresses to. So she would come with her superb British accent. And every 2 months she'd say, Shuba, I don't know how I'm going to pay for you next year. Okay, and my stuff wasn't working because it was all new. And at some point I was like, if I don't stand up for myself, I'll be dead. So I said, Liz, are you trying to fire me? You know, if so, please give me some notice and I will find a new place. And she was like, oh, no, not at all. That's not what I meant. And I'm like, how do you think it sounds to me if you tell me you don't? We are not trained in being mentors. Okay, we are totally not. It's safe to say that my students have trained me, and I have actively wanted to learn to become a mentor simply because I realized what a difference it would have been if I had received mentorship in its time. But I don't particularly blame the two, supervisors I had, because it was not, and it is not, part of our job requirement to learn to become mentors. We do it only when or if we want to. And this is something I really feel strongly about. So I'm a faculty here at the Tata Institute. I've done a term as Dean of Graduate Studies. I have actively tried to set up mentorship programs. We created the first ever guidebook. Okay, there are procedural books, but we created a guidebook called Navigating Graduate School. We asked students, how could we have supported you better at 12 stages of your journey? And we made all the answers to that into a guidebook, which is on our website. It answers questions for PhD trajectories everywhere. So you can ask me about it. I'll be happy to share it with you. But what I actually want to share is I wrote up my story. This is a Nature Cell Biology essay called Turning Points. And I was asked to encapsulate my sort of, what is something key I would like to talk about? And what I talked about is that I sought mentors from many sources. Peer mentors. You can take a photo. The article is available via the QR code. Peer mentors helped me. Other faculty next door helped me. I sought mentorship wherever I could because I knew I needed it. In my own lab, I was utterly fortunate to have had some fantastic students and postdocs, but that didn't happen right away. So remember, neuroscience was new in India. I was literally the first person studying the development of the vertebrate brain in India. We had fly development, but no vertebrate development. So I was pretty much, and these bright students, our institute is a premier institute, so we get the best students come to us. The bright ones rotated through, and one of them sat in my office and said with dead seriousness, Madam, this neuroscience is very interesting and intriguing, but madam, I can't see what scope there is for it in the future. I mean, how do you persuade a very bright 22, 23-year-old that this field has potential in the future? Right? I addressed that problem thanks to Lab Start Welcome Trust Senior Fellowship. Okay, this Welcome Trust had just extended its fellowships to India that year. So that fellowship allowed me the flexibility to fund bachelor's degree students to do their masters. No Indian grant even today funds that. In India, if you don't get PhD students, your lab is dead, because that is the workforce. Anybody with a good PhD goes abroad for postdoc. I've had the privilege of having a small handful of outstanding postdocs who needed to stay in India for personal reasons, two-body problem, largely. But mostly postdocs were not to be had. if a PhD student doesn't join you, I mean, I saw my career right away. But I had this fellowship, and my institute was supportive enough. They allowed me to create a 3-year by research master's program. So instead of doing a 2-year master's anywhere else in India, which was courses and more courses, we had just 6 months of courses, but basically 3 years of research, a sort of mini PhD. And what we would advertise, so we did open days, and we would advertise that, look, I personally believe young people should go wherever they want. Okay, I will talk about brain drain soon. Young people should do exactly what they want. If they want to go abroad for PhD, as all people of those generations did, including mine actually, fine. But hey, I went without knowing how to make PBS. Come do your masters with us. We'll train you up. Go wherever you want after that. We'll help you. And I'm very proud of my master's students. So my first 7 years, all the first author papers in my lab were first authored by master's students and one postdoc. So essentially, creative approaches to the problem made it work, and our master's program was the flagship program of our institute for 2.5 decades. So this is what I mean when I say the struggle is the contribution. You're able to build up a system if you have creative solutions to the problem. Another set of things I had to deal with was, okay, so I met my husband in graduate school. He was in the theory physics department, me in biology. I was 31 when I started my lab, and we wanted to start a family. But setting up a lab in India was so crazy, and we go through all of the procurement issues. I have been on the phone with people at the loading dock in the airport saying, or the unloading dock saying, please add more dry ice to my sample. Okay, it takes us easily 3-4 months to get a reagent in. So we learn to anticipate, and we used to place a Roche order every 6 months, and tons of stuff at one time. Just luckily I had the Wellcome Fellowship, so I had funds to do this. But many of the problems are similar. I could not grow 2 things at the same time, so we actually delayed our family. I had my first child at 35 and second at 38. This is terribly old in India, okay? I don't know how the social context is here. But in India, if you haven't popped your kids by the age of 30, there are lots of people willing to tell you. Is it true here that women get a lot of advice? People are always willing to tell women, oh, you should this, you should that. I mean, I think if a guy heard you should, the answer would just be slightly, some expletive. But people give women a lot of advice, and I've learned to ignore it over my time. So I'm not giving you all advice, okay? My advice to you is ignore advice. Listen to many, many stories, and somewhere you might find bits and pieces of your own. So I wrote up, so I'm delighted to say that my struggles in India have borne fruit, right? So these are my former mentees who have set up their labs in India, some of them abroad. I was interviewed by a newspaper early on, about brain drain. And I remember saying, it's quoted, that, my answer to brain drain is let them go. Let them go. Let them go free and clear, help them. Young people should do absolutely what they want. But if you set up an example of, just by your own life, an example of how you can have a fulfilling career in your home country, some will come back. And when they come back, they will bring the perspective of wherever they've gone to, and they will return on their own 2 feet by their own choice, and they will be much better at enriching your home country then. So let them go, but illustrate. So I gave this sentence to the Times of India in 2000, that if I publish well, my students will come back. If I publish and show that science is rewarding and fulfilling in India, my students will return. And I'm so happy to say, so all of these people have literally brought the field back. The top 4 are PhD students. Bhavana and Mallika are postdocs. Dhananjay was a master's student. He's the only one who switched to fly. Everybody, and Mallika is working on fish. Everybody else is mouse system. Okay, I have another blog I'd like to share. At one point, I thought of myself as a scientist who happened to be a woman. At the end of 4 long gestation projects that ran crazily overlapping with each other, 2 resulting in boys and 2 resulting in papers. They literally all happened madly at the same time. So in this blog, I recognize some amazing women that have been supports in my journey. The aunt who got to be a doctor, She never married, never had a family, but my mom passed away early, but my aunt came to me every time I needed her during my delivery and supported me. And this amazing nanny, I acknowledge in this blog my nanny, children's nanny, Rajkumari. She came from the local slum, a very traditional family where women didn't work, and in fact, they had to take their sari and cover their heads all the time. That they never spoke to a man unless they had that veil. She broke the tradition. She was only qualified to be a childcare person. She broke tradition and came to me to work because she didn't want her daughters to be uneducated. So, and utterly reliable. She loved my kids like her own. She would call up on Sunday to hear their voice. Okay. So I end this blog saying that, my career really stands on the shoulders of an illiterate, uneducated woman who dreamed of sending her daughters to school. So that is the sort of village that my community gave me, and that is what motivates me to contribute back. I want to move this now to scientific motivation. So what is it that we published in this? One of the most unexpected discoveries we made is we discovered the hippocampal organizer. I will be talking about this in my talk at the Phalan meeting, but basically if that's the brain, like so, the embryonic brain, okay, it has a ventricle in it. If you hemispherize it, the strip of fingernails is a signaling center, a wind-rich signaling center, because of which the hippocampus develops where it does medially. And we showed this by creating extra hems all over the cortical primordium. And we basically, the most amazing, unusual sentence one could hear in one's lab is a student looking at a brain section saying, there's something very funny in this mouse brain. It has 2 hippocampi on one side and 5 on the other. You could live a long time and never hear somebody utter these words. So we discovered the hippocampal organizer. We did the Spemann-Mangold organizer experiment in the brain. Okay, so these are the kinds of things you can stumble into, and this is a whole story in and of itself that I won't tell you right now. But I want to share a perspective on, so okay, young people want to learn techniques, new things. There's information in that. After a while, you convert that information into knowledge. Right? There's a difference between information and knowledge. What that difference is something deeply worth thinking about. How do you say in Spanish, what is information and what is knowledge? Información. Okay. Okay. And then when you get gray hair, you can take all of that knowledge and offer a perspective on what it all means. What is perspective? Perspectiva. Okay. So here's a little exercise. See where it goes. Okay. I want to offer young folks a perspective. Okay, this is all the knowledge in the universe on this screen, and it's unbounded, obviously, divided into 4 quadrants. Okay. Up there are things that you know. Okay. With Google Translate, lo que sabes, lo sabes, right? I say it right? Okay, what is it you know? First law of thermodynamics, maybe? First law of motion, yeah, algebra, whatever, right? Things that you know. Okay, there we go. Lo que sabes que no sabes. Of course there are things you don't know. In our fields, any class that you have not taken. If you know cell biology, you may not know advanced cell biology. If you know linear algebra, you may not have taken advanced linear algebra, whatever, right? And how do you fix this, right? The way you fix this is by taking a class, attending a seminar, reading a paper, and then you move it to things you know. And that's how you expand your knowledge. Okay? Here are things that you don't know you know. What is that? You want to give me an example? Things you don't know that you know. Any thoughts? No, but you know it. So has anybody not asked you a question or advice and you had no idea what to say, but eventually you end up helping them based on your experience, based on your converting old information into insight. So you didn't even know you knew it, but once you have said it, then you know it. So there is a lot of, and we sometimes don't credit ourselves with this, right? If you live a full, interesting life, you are collecting experiences that you didn't even know what they're teaching you, okay? When I was struggling through Caltech, thinking I didn't belong, when I moved to Chicago, I didn't ask a single question in seminars in Caltech. I was too scared and I was too feeling inferior. I moved to Chicago as a postdoc, and something clicks, and suddenly I begin having discussions with a seminar speaker, and some fellow postdoc tells me, Shubha, where did you learn to ask questions like a faculty member? And I'm like, oh, I learned something, I guess. There was some silent learning going on, right? So this, we don't credit ourselves with it. If you take yourself into a learning environment, you will learn more things than you even know you learned. And that's very interesting. But the most challenging and the privilege of our lives, all of us in this room, is there. Hey, lo que no sabes, no lo sabes. Things you don't know, you know. Things you don't know, you don't know. Okay, this is perhaps the most unbounded big quadrant, right? If you don't know something, how are you going to ever deal with it? How are we ever going to, right? And okay, I don't know how much students are paid here. In India, they're paid very little. Faculty are not paid very much. It's, learning for its own self and all of that. But you know what? We're getting paid for this. Tell me another profession in the world where the purpose of your life is to explore this quadrant. Okay? This is not unique to science, but it is unique to all creative enterprises. Arts, literature, music, all of us explore this. Okay, and for students, this is why you're actually this is why you're learning to do PCR. Okay? To eventually identify things that you don't know. I mean, it's difficult, right? The only way you can do it is first you have to know you don't know them. And then you can go into that quadrant. And the only way to do this is to take ourselves into spaces we don't normally go. Put yourself into uncomfortable situations. In personal life, we tend to hang out with people we vibe with, that we like. But that means it's people like us. In science, the best thing to do is to hang out with people whom you may not particularly vibe with, but they're going to challenge you. Yeah. I mean, whether or not you vibe with people, just doing something new and different. For example, why we are here today. IBRO has never ever done IBRO days in its entire history, right? But there was a lot of things in this quadrant, and we're here to somehow bring them into that quadrant. So this applies to every part of our lives. Okay, I'm going to leave you with this. We can talk about it sort of through the day. I'm going to close with going back to my inspiration, my mom, because I realized that she actually basically told me this. By her life's example, by just breaking the boundaries of her profession, what she taught me is not to let my job description limit what I do in life. Okay, she never put it into words, but this is what I realized she'd been showing me all along. And some time ago, I saw a film, a 2-minute film, which I'm going to share with you, that basically encapsulates the attitude and the spirit that my mom approached her life with, and what I like to think I learned from her. So I like to think that why I returned to India to set up science, neuroscience there, is that I felt that the struggle is the contribution. That, people complain about potholed roads, but hey, those roads are there because we now have an independent India where people made those roads. If any group of students complains, I hear them out, and I say, okay, what part of this can you do anything about? Okay, that's the sort of approach, and I'd like to just share it with you via this film. It was made for the Times of India, a Lead India campaign. translates as, I guess, Thomas. Let's move. Yes?
And I am sorry, it's the current government. This is how scientists feel today. We have like a big thing stopping us from any life.
I hear you. My heartfelt sympathies. I mean, whatever we can do to push the tree, we will. Yeah. So, in terms of timing, we have sort of just let our hearts run away with us. So, if we begin the workshop now, then I have like coffee. So here's we can certainly do the coffee break. My proposal is if we do 20 minutes of the initial part of the workshop, there's a 75-minute discussion during which people could have coffee. Is it flexible enough like that? I mean, we can do whatever you say, because the time is... But if the coffee will go away, then we should go have it now. Maybe we do the coffee? Is that okay? Hold everyone hostage, no coffee.
The one thing for the coffee break, so there is a place there where you can buy coffee or something to eat, but this is going to happen then in the discussion, right?
Yeah, so after 20 minutes.
Okay.
20 minutes. Yeah. And the online people, you can join in for these 20 minutes, and then maybe you could have an online discussion group of your own, which sure. Maybe Diego will organize. Yeah. So I will... So this is a workshop. So how did we come up with this? The IBRO team met with each local committee, and we asked, how would you like this day? What would you like? So we proposed these career trajectory talks. We proposed different workshops, and your committee selected this particular workshop and the next one that will follow after lunch. So this particular workshop I call Investing in Yourself. And it's mostly going to be you folks discussing. Okay. There we go. So this is the overall structure. I'll just talk for 15 minutes. This workshop came about as part of my observation that people in labs are very in the moment and sort of letting life and lab happen to them without necessarily recognizing that we all have agency to control our environment, to make it better, to help other people who might be just floating aimlessly. I was floating aimlessly in a lab, the only one working on chick where everybody was working on rad. And there would have, if we recognize the many things we can do to take time to invest in our own growth, this would make for a much more productive, happy, fulfilling research life for all of us. So that was the motivation for this workshop. I offered it at a Gordon conference, pretty much exactly this way, and it received a lot of good feedback, so this is why I now offer it to whoever would like to have it. We will be discussing 3 topics. In each discussion group, there really shouldn't be more than 5 people, because if there are too many people, then people who aren't as comfortable expressing themselves may not talk. So I know you have numbers and so on, but I think far more people signed up than are actually here. So what I'd like to do, so there are 3 topics. Each topic can be discussed by multiple groups of 5 people. Yeah, and then we come back here, and what each group has come up with, we discuss as a giant community. Okay? So the structure is, I'll just take maybe only 10 minutes to talk about what we will discuss. There'll be a breakout discussion, during which y'all can have coffee and discuss. And then we come back for a common discussion. So here is the first topic, okay? Building a scientific support network. There are some prompts here. Peer mentoring, how to seek it, how to give it. Defining individual parameters
sorry, typo, of success. What does success mean? Okay, does it always mean a cell paper, for example? How does one make an individual who's just joined a lab define their parameters of success? What is ambition? Okay, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Are there ways it can be good and bad? Are components of ambition external validation? Is it an internal drive? And finally, when it's important to say no. Okay, this QR code links to a Google form. So in your breakout group, whoever discusses this topic, one person, please, can be a scribe who enters into the Google form all the strategies you have come up with on this topic. Okay, and that we will share this to everybody, so please don't put very personal stuff there. It will be answers will be put on the screen in the common discussion later. Yeah? So that's one.
So 1 second. The group that you are in is in your with your name tag. You have a small number there. That's your group number.
So if you have 1 through 6, then that's what you. Words. How does lab culture promote a future career in academia versus industry? And as part of lab culture, how does lab culture fit with giving constructive feedback and accepting criticism? Basically, what strategies promote good lab culture? These are just some prompts. You can come up with 500 more prompts. Okay? So in the Google form, you all will enter strategies. But please enter, only one person should enter the result of a combined discussion. Otherwise, we will have, 70 strategies for everything. It will be impossible to discuss. So collate and synthesize and then enter the Google form. The group C, if you are number 13 to 18, would be communication. How we communicate, what we communicate. Verbal and non-verbal and institutional. Okay? So taking a seat at the table. Is this familiar, to take a seat at the table? It's a phrase used for how underrepresented groups sort of themselves remain at the back of the room, and only the dominant majority sits at the table where decisions are made. The responsibility of calling out and the option of calling in. This actually links to a blog, but maybe let's just leave it with calling out. Is it enough to be a bystander, a silent bystander? Or do you call out something that you see is not appropriate? That's also part of communication. Identifying the body language of exclusion. Okay, this is something that I've seen many times when I'm at a table. People will angle the chair and talk to one side like this, and I'm sitting behind, and I can't even see. And they're leaving me out of the conversation, right? The body language of exclusion. Have you seen it? How can you deal with it? Promoting underrepresented groups, invitations to talks, nominations, awards, and so on. So this is the communication one. So that's it. On each table is a printout of this, so you don't need to remember this. Can I have a sort of show of hands just to see, or actually, do you all just want to go to your tables? But if any table has more than 5 people, then I request the organizers to just relocate people.
The one thing is that we just divided in 13 groups, so maybe we have more than 5 persons per group, so maybe we can divide them and they should belong to the C.
Are there more than 75 people in the room? I don't think there are more than 75 people.
There are only 13 groups, not 18. There are only 13 groups, so we don't have a number 15 or 16 or 17.
Yeah, I just handled it, yeah.
Number 8, from 5 to 8 will be number 2, B, and from 9 to...
It's
yes, yeah. So we only have 13 groups, so maybe... So the best way to do it, I think, is for 1 to 4.
Sorry. I
Okay. 5 to 8, maybe. 5 to 8, and then 9 to 13.
Sorry.
Okay, that's it. 40 minutes. Okay, so maybe we can go back, I don't know. You can have coffee and then discuss in each table, and please come back at 11:30 here, okay? Yeah, maybe. I can talk with them.
Pasa que, ¿cómo los separo? Hola, hola. Ah, ¿hay algo? No. Hola. Esto es. Hola, sí, ¿me escuchan ahí en Zoom? ¿Escuchan? Sí. Entonces, lo que podemos hacer en el Zoom es lo mismo que se va a hacer acá en persona, ¿sí? Pero dividiendo entre todos los que somos. Actualmente somos 13, en realidad serían 11 porque uno es la sociedad y otro soy yo. Entonces, dividirnos esas 11 personas en 3 grupos. Uno va a ser grupo A, el otro va a ser grupo B y el otro va a ser grupo C, para hacer la misma actividad del workshop. Pero tendríamos que tener salas para eso. Sí, ahí está. Ok. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer son salas para que ustedes puedan discutir eso y después ponerlo en común. ¿Sí? ¿Se entiende la idea? No sé si... Ya preparo esta, no sé quién viene después. Sí, después viene... Perdón, me tengo que desconectar un rato, así que salgo y después vuelvo a entrar. No sé si se entendió. Gente, ¿me escucha? ¿Se entendió la idea? Lo que vamos a hacer ahora es un workshop, ¿sí? Hay 3 different topics. Y lo que van a hacer acá en persona es dividirlo. ¿Sí? Se va a dividir la gente y van a tratar cada uno de los topics y después hay una apuesta en común. La idea es tratar de hacer algo similar con ustedes que están online. ¿Sí? ¿Es eso posible? ¿Lo ven posible? ¿Lo quieren hacer? Por favor, necesito que me contesten.
Hola, buen día.
Hola, Bianca.
¿Ya?
Sí.
Sí, se entiende. Sí, sí. Perdón,
Bien.
no podía.
Perfecto. Entonces, ¿cuántas personas hay? Ahora son 10, pero son 8. Quizás podríamos hacer un grupo solo. Sí. Quizás para no tener que generar salas y dado que son solamente 8 personas, lo que pueden hacer es discutir, ¿sí? Quizás la consigna del grupo A. Tienen la consigna y hay un QR ahí, porque los resultados, lo que ustedes vayan sacando como conclusión, lo tienen que cargar en un Google Form. ¿Tienen el QR ahí disponible o quiere que se los pasamos? Está ahí en el... Sí, el QR está en la computadora. Claro, están todos ahí en una presentación de PowerPoint. Fíjate, Martín, en el A. Así lo pueden ver ellos. Y lo que tendríamos que mostrar. Pero no sé si anotaron las preguntas.
Pero no, las preguntas lo que tienen que contestar, el tema. Eso lo imprimimos, pero no sé si lo tenemos. Ah, ahí está, mira, ahí Paula, buenísimo, Paula lo capturó y ahí está el QR. Entonces, gracias Paula, con eso que vos estás compartiendo ahí, ya lo tienen, porque Paula, una chica de acá lo capturó. Ahí está. Entonces los dejo trabajando con eso, ¿sí? Pueden ustedes tomar mate o café mientras lo hacen, igual que va a pasar acá. Y en más o menos 11:30 nos volvemos a juntar acá, ¿les parece? La idea es que interactúen entre ustedes. Bueno, muchas gracias. Gracias, Paula, nos solucionaste el problema con el QR y las preguntas que hay que contestar. Muchas gracias. No es necesario hacer salas porque quedan poca gente. Sí.
Hello, please everybody assemble. Online people, thank you for joining. I don't have sharing privileges to share screen. Okay, can we start? Because you won't get lunch until we finish the discussion, so. So what we would do now is I will be a bystander because we have received fantastic input from all of you. So everybody who is group A, may I request you to come up here and you will have the mic and you will talk about, so I will show the Google form entries on the screen. We can't talk about all of them, but each cluster can talk about one main thing that their group discussed, okay? But let me share screen so the online people can also participate. Okay, there we go. And you can see the, so online people, did you all discuss A or B or C? Can you hear me? Something happened. I can't hear you. Can somebody post in the chat, did you discuss the topic A or B or C? So whichever you discussed, you should join in when you can. Okay, is this? But I thought I did sign in. I mute. Oh, I have to mute. I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh, silence. Oh, I heard sign in. Okay. Should I just leave audio? I think I have to leave audio, right? Silence is not enough. Is it enough that I have muted? I have to leave computer audio. Yeah, I think that's good now, right? Okay, sorry. So let's not delay. Who are all these people who gave these amazing comments? We have 5 groups who talked about all of this. So please come up here and you have the mic. None of you? Who wrote all this? Yeah. So who wrote all of this? Building a scientific support network. Yes, we did. So your entire group, everybody who discussed building a scientific, and if you maybe remain on the floor, people can read those comments too. Yeah, everybody, come on. It's time to show. It's time to put your face to the words. Is that all? But we have like 4 groups. The mic, yeah. Yeah. And maybe give them a mic or 2 each. Yeah. Okay. Hello. So. Hello. So this was how to build a scientific support network, yeah?
Yes.
And you can see all of the comments. I'm going to scroll a little bit. Everybody take 2 seconds to look at this and then I will scroll. All the groups had discussed this topic.
Se los dije desde hace un ratito. Vengan.
Yeah. They're welcome, yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's it. Okay. Yeah. So there is this.
1 to 4.
And the Zoom one. Yeah. So I'm going to let everybody read all these comments. They're fabulous, actually. We should write a article on ideas of if you have a local academic society magazine or something, we should write this up. Yeah. So yeah, please just look at these, and I will scroll to. There's more. I may not speak Spanish, but when I meet somebody, I will just say, el que mucho abarca, poco aprieta. Okay? And they go, and then I go, I no habla español. Okay. All right. So, what highlights? So this is available to everybody, right? What highlights came out of your conversation? If every group can bring out something that they want to, showcase, that some resolution. How did you arrive at your comments?
Okay, so in group 1, we will focus very much on the mentoring part at the beginning. So it's about peer mentoring, seeking it and giving it. That was the brief to discuss. And
Sorry, which is yours? Which?
Number 1, yeah.
The top one?
Oh, no, which one? No, yes, probably 1, right? Because we were...
The top row?
Number 1. Yeah. So yeah.
This one?
Yes, which is now the 4 line.
The 4, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we talk about maybe trying to reproduce what many institutions do around the world, about doing a matchmaking program to put together mentors and mentees. But then so that's because obviously your PI is your mentor, but sometimes you need more mentoring besides your PI. But then we moved into discussing mentoring for PIs, not only for students, right? So for us as PIs, we need a lot of mentoring when we start being PIs, and usually you are not expected to need that mentoring. And around the world now it's more accepted that young PIs need mentoring. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So how to search for that mentoring, we were discussing a lot, and yeah, something like that. Something more?
Okay, thanks. Then another group. But tell me which row you're on so I can.
I think we were 3.
3?
Yes.
Okay.
We were group 4, and we were mostly PhD students, I think. So we focused on mentoring.
Okay.
That comes from other students that are at the same level. So we focus mainly on building, creating and expanding networks of students.
Okay. So any experiences that you sort of had, successful or otherwise, with peer mentoring? Did anybody sort of say, hey, I did this and it worked?
I think we shared some experiences within our labs.
Tell us.
Within our labs, and some shared that they received mentoring from people in other labs that work with different models and were able to make some of their knowledge work in their own projects.
So actually an experimental project sort of work.
Yes. And well, we also talked about a network called Neurobirras, which is a network of neuroscience students. Neurobeers.
Neurobeer. Oh, beer. Oh. Okay. Okay.
So this network is built to share opportunities, grants, share experiences in labs, ask, hey, I want to enter this lab, what are they like, are they nice, and yeah, sometimes gather together at conferences when we can.
I particularly like this, creating workshops and tutorials, because this is a beautiful form of peer mentoring, right? If each institution has such a workshop every year, then it becomes a natural thing for students to get peer mentoring or give it. Is this something that you already have in your institutions? Because it's a great idea. The Neurobeer does it. Okay. Multi-institutional. Okay. Would it help to have it sort of as a natural part, a mandatory part of every year's student activities in some retreat or something, a structured workshop where, if you make something required, then people are not scared to go for it. No, so it's an idea that is every time I do this, some new idea comes out, right? Which is so nice. Yeah, great. So I really like that. Online folks, will we hear if they speak? Would you all like to share what you discussed? And I will, and if you can turn your video on, I will. Which was the online? Which row is yours? Online group? I can't hear them.
I can say yes.
Sorry? I'm off.
Hola. ¿Me escuchan? Line 2.
No? Faceless voices. Okay, well, go ahead, share some highlights from your discussion. Those are his. Speak. No. Okay, well, let's just read their subscription to scientific platforms, to join different institutes. So this sounds like a Neurobeer kind of. I love that idea. Create a calendar. Oh, nice. A shared calendar so people can attend sessions at each other's institutions. Join different research. Yeah. Yeah, very nice. Yeah?
Actually, everyone can be a mentor, right? For as long as you're happy to help and train. But the question we wanted to ask was whether you think that IBRO could help establish a international mentor or advisor program. I do not know how it works in Argentina, but for instance, sometimes your primary mentor is your supervisor. But sometimes it doesn't go very well with the supervisor, and it's good to have an advisor. I don't know whether it is embedded in PhD programs in Argentina, but we have been told by other students that having a IBRO network of advisors all around the world could be something that could be interesting, and that that brings a more international perspective to mentorship. I don't suggest that it is necessary, but it can be an added value, and learn from different cultures and different ways of doing things. Is it something you believe we should investigate and think about, or do you think it is absolutely irrelevant to the local ways of doing science and mentoring?
Yes, I would suggest that for all the PIs. Yeah. I think that students may contact other labs, and it's better because they are learning. But for older ones, we need to open our mind, especially when we are here, far away from the big cities or big places.
If I may, just one more second. So to get a feel for the PI community, if we were to set up or think about setting up a PI mentorship program, of course, things go both ways, right? Which is not the same thing as a collaboration framework. That is something that you would see added value in. Yeah? Okay. And students, a kind of international advisor program? Yes? Okay. Yes. Again, the idea is not to have another mentor. The idea is if something goes wrong with your supervisor, and it can happen, that you have someone whom you can trust, who knows you, who's been following your work, and who can give you advice as to how best to approach the situation. There's no unique solution to each single problem, but someone with some experience who actually may not have any conflict of interest with the supervisor can be a great advantage to support you in your career.
Just to give you some information, at least in the School of Science here in the University of Buenos Aires, PhD students have a following committee, which is not composed by their advisor. So, and they meet at least 3 times during their PhD. So they have to present what are their ideas, what have they accomplished during the previous period, and then we interview both the student privately and the mentor privately, and so we checked if everything has gone wrong or if the person feels comfortable in the lab environment and everything. So it might go wrong anyway, but at least there is some support and they can count on their committee.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hi, I wanted to say something like that we have this program, but also because I think Argentina science is small, or maybe we all know each other, they are also friends with your boss. So you cannot make much of a complaint, So I think maybe an international program will be good for that, yeah.
Did one of the online people want to say something? Andrea, maybe you had your video on? Or Bianca? No? Yeah, please, go ahead. You're muted. If you want to speak, just go ahead. No? Unmute. Okay, a remaining group here has not yet spoken. Who's row number 3, I think, right?
We are all groups 1 and 4. Yeah.
There's a group that took the trouble to give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strategies and didn't show up here. This is incredible.
I think that are us. That's ours.
Oh, this is yours.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
All
okay,
the
okay.
6.
Yeah. So tell us about a highlight. I mean, we can read your all of your ideas. I like this definition of success varies throughout the journey. What did you discuss here? I like this point where, like a first-year student, a third-year student, a finished student.
Yeah, we talk about this like maybe it's also linked to the other questions that the definition of success at the start of your PhD is really different than at your end. And I think we thought that it has to be always linked to what you are most enthusiastic about and what makes you happy, like at the end of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And like that should not be it should not only depend on external validation, like we connected the you have to like learn to establish limits and learn to establish objectives that gives you this like success.
Yeah, I like this point about being kind to yourself and to realize. I like this point very much because we are very good at beating ourselves up and feeling bad about it. And this, I assure you, does not go away. Okay, age does not solve this problem. So you have to solve it for yourself. Think about what a PI my age must have felt like when single-cell-seq exploded and bioinformatics happened. I have not coded a single thing in my life. And now I have these babies who are learning stuff and teaching me, right? And I rely on them. And the only thing they can say about me, thank goodness, is that I'm always open to new things. And I'm happy to say I don't know, but let's find out someone who does. Okay, but I mean, imagine how inadequate I feel when my lab people are analyzing data that I don't know how to. So I think since 2005, all the data in my lab has come out using techniques that I didn't myself do. Okay, in my postdoc, I did older techniques, and you have to continuously keep up, and your students rely on you for guidance, and their careers are sort of your responsibility, right? Imagine the level of inadequacy. It doesn't go away, is my point. Okay? So we have to develop coping mechanisms for it and ways of actually ameliorating and, complementing our lacunae. Okay, great. Yeah, please.
I would like to say I'm very impressed by the maturity of some of these comments.
Yeah.
It's quite impressive.
Yeah.
And what you've just highlighted here, I think, is the real key to success. Success is whether you enjoy doing it right now, right? Because no one can guarantee you where you'll be in 20 years. But if you enjoy it right now, no matter where you are in 20 years, this will never be perceived as time lost, right? You will have spent your time enjoying what it is you do. Yeah. And this is something that can be bought and can be taken away from you. So I'm very impressed with this maturity.
Excellent, really. And actually, is group 5 the 5th row here? Who wrote this? Confess. Take time to pause with pairs, share lunch. I mean, wow. And this is the El que mucho abarca poco aprieta. Who wrote this? Who wrote this gem? I have to thank them in person. You. Why are you hiding? Yeah, please tell us. And then we have to move to the next group, so the next topic. So please, grab a mic. Just share a highlight. What came out of your...
We talked about personal relations at work mostly, because our group was composed of PIs and PhD students, and I think another undergraduate students. So we talked about how we interact and how we need mentoring in all stages, and how everybody is trying to do their best at each stage. So
Nice.
we talked about sharing time to talk about. Well, we talk about a lot of things that we couldn't write, but basically that to talk about to talk with each other and see how the other person is feeling and try to work as a group to collaborate, and that's basically it. And we didn't know how to translate el que a mucha vaca poco aprieta. That means that you have to prioritize, so you don't say yes to everything, and then you cannot fulfill all those tasks.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of mean jack of all trades, master of none, but not exactly. This sounds much more practical. And yeah. So what I'm struck by actually is all these groups got the same topic. And look how many different things happened just because different individuals were at each table, right? So it's something to appreciate on a broader scale. Imagine if you discuss your science with two people from background A versus background B versus background C. Imagine how much interesting differences will come out. They all got the same copy of text. And people just went in different directions and produced a really rich. I mean, I think if there's a forum to write this up, sort of for a nationwide student-led or whatever document, I think this might prove very food for thought to communities that are not here today. Right. So, yeah, thank you. Yay. So, lab culture, we have 4 groups, 2 in small font for some reason. Yeah, this topic B, whoever wrote all this.
8.
Okay. Yeah, so let's keep this moving, otherwise you won't get lunch. So which row did you write? Who wrote this? The timetables, workloads. There's 22 things on the chat. Perfetto no hate drama. What is that? Oh, don't make drama. Oh, it's not drama. Lovely. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. No head drama. No head drama. Okay. No, I'm glad the online folks are engaging because it's nice to have you here, even though you can't be here in person. So I'm just showing everybody the chat. Okay, go ahead, your show. Who wants to go first? This row?
Hello. It's all the same group.
Sorry?
So we are all the same group, the first one.
Okay, yeah, please.
So in general, so the group was mainly PhD students, one undergrad and one researcher. So and I have the mic, so I'm going to pass it very soon. So our views were very different, depending, the questions were very open, and sometimes we saw them differently, depending on who was answering. So in the first time, the first question was about how do you know how is the lab atmosphere? And so the first answer was very general. So you mainly, I'm talking from them, that people was a bit concerned about like composition in papers, how things work. So it's something, and the relationship between like the PI, how many students, and the level of the students, that's important for mentorship, because that comes from the previous talk about who will mentor you. It's always better to have peers and not only one head. And then there's a lot of questions about timetables and workloads, so and how to balance, because it's, I think, something something we say is like you have to be responsible about your experiments, but you also have to be flexible to have a life next to the lab. And then the other question was very funny because we say when it's time to switch labs, and me as a PI and PhDs, we were very concerned about you have to quit your lab if you are not being treated well, etc. And then we have the undergrad say, well, I'm going to go as many labs as I want because I want to try new things. And another person say, okay, but I'm switching from PhD to postdoc, I want to try new things. So when depends on your level.
It's very context specific.
And then it was very interesting, the other question about industry and science, because it's very present for everybody now. And it was a long conversation about what industry means and how that sometimes doesn't depend on us, and the struggles, because I had experiences abroad and here, and it's not so the environment is very, so what are things? Okay, I'm going to switch to someone else because I talked too much.
Sure, great. Yeah.
And she's an organizer of NeuroBeers, so she's going to talk. So just to clarify, the NeuroBeers that you say is not an institution because neuroscience is spread out in a lot of different places, so it's very hard to have.
I want to know who gives the beer.
Everybody,
okay.
Because this is a democratic place. Okay, there you go.
Cool.
Yeah, no, something I wanted to say is when we talked about academia versus industry, we thought about this kind of ideal scenario where it would be like academia and industry and somehow having help and kind of interacting in a better way. And
feel like maybe in a complementary fashion to work together, not only with the academia to, for example, like a PhD or a postdoc student going after the scholarship to the industry, but to define first what actually industry means. Here, for example, in this country, we have not a lot of research and developmental work in the industry.
So does industry not come and do job fairs at your universities?
No, not at all. And
how do they get their workforce?
We actually have almost not we don't have an industry approach to research and development. More like a production facility for drugs and some other things, but quality control, yes, and but not a lot of yeah, please.
So one of the girls actually said, I haven't been out in the market for this, but she said that having a PhD is actually bad industry because people are looking for someone young.
I've heard that.
Or people with industry
I mean, they want
experience.
an army of people at lower level because with a PhD they have to pay you more.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Can we, just in the interest of time, otherwise the last group will not get, can we go to this next? I really liked this, talking to lab members about conflict resolution and authorship, because this takes courage, and this is a very good way of getting a feel of the lab culture, right? When you interview, the advisor is going to say all the nice things, and the people in the lab may not reveal, they're not going to criticize their boss, right? But if you ask very careful questions, how are authorships decided? You can get your answers. How are conflicts resolved? You can get your answers out of about lab culture that way.
Well, that was our group answer.
Very
they
nice.
leave me alone here. No other one came here. But so we were two PI, one Ellie, so she has recently started her lab, and two students that were recently defended their undergraduate thesis. So they are looking, or they are started working in a doctoral degree. So we decided to start the conversation just like asking them what they want, what they think about looking for a place. And first they say, well, we think that it's important to like the theme, like in what subject we are going to do the research. And then we started talking about like, yes, it's important, the subject, but sometimes it's not the only thing that you have to look into. And that's when
in fact, I agree. The culture where you learn is more important than what you learn.
Than what you learn, exactly. So, I mean, you know that you like neuroscience, but it's not important the specific subject in neuroscience. So then these things.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We just need highlights because people can read the content. It's very, very thoughtful. Does anybody else in your group have a view that didn't get written? Yeah. Okay, maybe we can go to the next group, unless you have something that is not written here to say.
Oh, no, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Please. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to summarize everything, just some interesting part of the discussion that's a highlight for you. Which group are you?
The one that is highlighted.
Prioritize human culture.
Yes.
That's very nice.
Yes,
what did you talk about?
We were talking mostly about different personal experiences of career development. We talked that when you switch to a new lab, you have to, one of the most important things to put hincapié is to the human culture. Also, other things are important, but human culture is also very important. And we talk a little bit about. I am reading it because I don't remember it very much, but yes, during the PhD student phase, to take advantage of different opportunities that may arrive, to take courses and congress to meet potential future mentors and groups.
How does that promote lab culture?
Sorry?
How does that promote lab culture?
Only about lab culture.
We think it's a way of meeting people, of meeting possible mentors, and meeting groups.
But the idea is you have to bring back what you learned to your lab, because
no, it's a way.
Sorry, we thought that the best thing you could do before choosing a lab is being secure that the human factor is good in the lab. And so we were talking that meeting people beforehand, and people that comes from different groups may give you a lot of information of possible interests, interesting groups to collaborate to, or do a postdoc afterwards. What we were thinking is that when you choose a lab, apart from the principal theme, if it's in your interest in, or the papers that come from that lab, it is really important to know that you are going to be happy working at that place, because otherwise it can be really tricky.
So I have a challenge question for all of you. Maybe we'll go to this is the last group remaining, right? Yeah, so why don't you have your say, then I have a challenge question. Who is row? Who is this row?
Number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we were 3 PIs, like different stages, and 1 undergrad and 1 PhD student about to defend.
Okay.
So we didn't summarize our ideas a lot because we kind of used the time to, like as a mentor group, and we started talking about things that maybe the students had questions about. How to find a lab, and so that's why we said talk to different PIs and have many, evaluate different options and talk to people. So it's like pretty much what everybody's saying.
Since you didn't write anything, I will give you my challenge question, but everybody else, right?
Okay.
Until now, all groups have treated the lab as a sort of, this is the culture, and how you get to know it before you join, and how you can take advantage of other opportunities and so on. The challenge question is, if you're in a lab where the culture has turned not so good or toxic, what are strategies to make it better?
Well, we actually talked about that.
And you didn't write it.
And actually, it was my experience.
Yeah. No, because see, a lab environment is a changing environment, right? And as a PI, I have seen my lab culture change just because of one individual who came in, who just by dint of being themselves made everything collegial. Or an individual who sort of soured things, and just, cultures can change based on the people in them, and I've seen it happen. So if you're in the lab when this is happening, my PhD lab was extremely misogynistic. Misogynistic like you wouldn't believe. It was a different era. My advisor used to collect phallic symbols, totem poles and things. There were posters in the lab. The dissection room where we used to dissect was an entire poster from the AIDS campaign in the 80s. A completely naked guy wearing nothing but a condom. And the caption went, "Dress for the occasion." And we would be dissecting in there, and then these, elderly potential funders would come in, and they would look at you as if you put the poster up there. And then once somebody put a dartboard very strategically covering up part of that poster. And my advisor got upset, who put a dartboard on that poster. Yeah.
So what we discussed was to identify those patterns and then try to get mentoring from peers on how to solve that, and also to learn how to speak for yourself and know the resources that you have to navigate that and possibly report that.
How do you make an atmosphere more collegial, right? Because making it for yourself is one thing, but to be aware that the lab is not very good to X or Y, right? And because the environment affects us all. Yeah? Mike.
Okay. Maybe food is an interesting and useful tool to do that. For example, you have a lab meeting or a meeting of different labs, and you bring some food, you share some cookies, some cake, whatever, something salty. Yeah, with that interaction and, oh yes, I have it this, I buy it from X place or from Y place, and oh nice, and how much it costs, and so on and so forth.
And helping the person.
And you break the ice and create in that way a more fluidic approach between all the members of the group.
Yeah.
And with that, there are many other strategies there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I wanted to bring out a sense of, we are each responsible for our environment.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So each doing something to make it better actually helps everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry, does Paula wish to say something? What does she say? No problem. Okay, well, thank you. We go to the group C. Ooh, these people had a lot to say. Wow, okay. Group C, come up, then you can get lunch. Congratulate publicly, correct privately. Wonderful. I'm just trying to make it so that... Oh my God, half the audience discussed this.
No.
Oh wow. Okay, who's this row? Give us one highlight from your discussions. Yeah, I like this one. Yeah. Who had this? Give us one highlight. How?
I think that this is our group.
Yeah, tell me about this. What did you discuss in terms of calling out? Has anybody called out somebody where they noticed something is not right?
We find in trouble to understand the consigna. No sé cómo se llama.
Yeah, sorry, lost in translation.
Yeah.
So to call out somebody is if you see something that is
wrong,
and
to point it
even
out,
though it's not directly affecting you, you say, "I'm sorry, I'm calling you out on it. You can't do this."
Okay. So I think we misunderstand the statement. But what we talk about that is if you see something wrong, that someone is doing something bad, we first try to talk with that person, and then we always have the option of to call out to denunciar, ¿cómo se dice? Report. So,
but what if this person is a postdoc and you're a very young student?
Sorry?
What if the person is much older, more senior than you?
Yeah, that's
what you're saying is an ideal scenario.
Right now, we have the opportunity, the PhD or the student have the opportunity to go to ethical committees or institutions that could bring them help, but not always.
No, but do they actually, to develop the courage to go to complain to an ethics committee? The more people will advise saying, let it go, let's resolve it offline.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Very rarely do
particularly we in our lab we have a problem with the director of the lab, and we used to accept his behavior as normal until one student sue him and we I don't know.
Just say it in Spanish. Somebody will translate.
Logramos, we achieved that that the CONICET, the research council, fire him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it take too much time and we particularly were really bad experience with that people, with that man. So it could be done, but it's really difficult. But I think that they have to be committees or places where a student could go and could present their complaints.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, who would like to go next?
Yes.
Which is yours?
The first one.
Okay.
I think we misunderstood the assignment too, but all the answers are about creating community between not only students but also PIs, and we think that creating communities in local places and our workplaces make easier to establish tools where people can go and report problems. We have these commissions and our ethical places to talk about it, but sometimes it's difficult because they are our PI's friends or work side by side. And we think that if we have some communities smaller, we can trust them and talk with freedom. And in that same order, we think organize workshop for young researchers and activities encourages that community, so we can be part from undergraduate students to postdoc students and then PIs.
That's actually a really good idea, right? I mean, it talks to what we talked about earlier. If there is an annual event,
yes.
So, what do you communicate when you say, don't use the common lab solutions, you make your own and keep them on the shelf and keep it for you?
Yes.
Right? What do you communicate to other people? That you don't trust them. So bringing out these kinds of things in a workshop is a very good idea.
And we also think local it's very important because we have problems that doesn't have other places in the world and other places in Latin America either.
And even if you do it as a lab retreat,
Yes.
like once a year you just go somewhere and talk about things beyond the science. Just how can we make things better? How can we, what can we improve and how?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Great. Which group next? I really like this. Congratulate publicly and correct privately. Very nicely put. I bet it sounds even better in Spanish.
Hello. So should I comment something? Or yeah. So that's our group. Our group so there were PhD students, a couple of postdocs, and then me that I am kind of associate researcher. So we were in different stages of our career. The PhD students, they were talking about getting some travel grants and the hurdles they have to get funding to go abroad. In my case, I was mostly thinking about getting a starting grant to start my lab. So we were talking a lot of the time about that.
So you were solving different problems than the assignment.
Yeah, so that was to get to know each other. And then when we talk about
Therefore,
assignments...
they communicated that this assignment was, easy.
No, but it is related to this, because then, as I was saying, we are in different stages, and then we talk about the assignments according to our different points of view. So in the case of maybe the PhD students, they were talking that, okay, if somebody has to tell you something, does it have to be your boss or maybe your peer? Does it make sense that your peer really tells you, okay, do this, do that? So we were talking about these things. And then it came out this, just this summary, congratulate publicly and correct privately. I think it's, so we know this phrase, at least here in Argentina. Maybe you also know it. It's just a summary of this calling in and calling out thing. So, so the idea is that, so
you have to be careful, because if you simply if your student is giving a talk and you say, oh wow, what a great talk, it communicates to everybody else that you don't really have standards, right? Or that you're willing to look over. But if you carefully compliment that, I can see you put a lot of work into your talk. I like your slide 5. It was very well designed. You congratulate something that really is worth congratulating. Right?
Yeah, of course.
You have to be careful in how much you congratulate, because otherwise you lose your own credibility and you make others who give critical input look bad unnecessarily. Right, then you kind of remove the idea that critical input is possible in a public forum. So you have to be careful with this.
Yeah, I mean, if you congratulate on something, it has to be meaningful, of course. But then if you need to say something bad, then maybe wait until the talk ends and then you go...
Is criticism necessarily bad? What does your group think, right? Because science, the cornerstone of science is criticism, right? But in a constructive way.
If it is constructive, it's okay.
But in the middle of a talk, do you not agree with somebody saying, oh, but this control could have been designed in this fashion?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
So,
but I mean, in our group there were a couple of bad experiences, so we decided to summarize the idea on this. Of course, that you need to criticize on something, then you just have to say it. If it is constructive, it's good. But if it is something very bad, maybe better privately. So that was our conclusion. So we talk about the audience, that if you are giving a talk, maybe do a nice introduction.
Yeah. We wouldn't have time to go through everything. People have read it. So I just wanted highlights from each group. So if there's any key points that you want to make in addition, and otherwise we'll go to the next.
So you mean strategy 1 or?
Sorry?
Sorry, what do you mean?
People have read what you have written already.
Yeah.
So if there's something you want to bring out that's not on the screen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and otherwise we go to the next group because people want to eat lunch.
Yeah, just go ahead, it's okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Is this you?
Yes. Hi. And okay, just a brief summary. We try to identify some spaces that need to be in the institutions that will help to improve communication at different levels. For example, in lab seminars or institutional seminars, weekly or monthly, but sometimes in a relaxed way that will help students, postdoc, young PI to improve the communication, and also that will help us to make a good speech later in a meeting, a congress. And another important point.
But sorry, do you not already have this? You don't already have a student seminar series?
Yes. For example, in my institution,
yeah.
Yes, we do. We have.
That's a very good, you're saying that that's a good idea.
Yeah, but we noticed that, for example, it, in a good way, it changed across time. For example, sometime a undergraduate student, when it has to present his project, was like the questions or the critics the PI, old PI in the institution make him were not in the good way.
Ah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we also identify that in the institution and organization it need to be in space, for example, ethical committee, when a person can go and talk about a situation that is not good for him, for her. And also that committee should be like independent. So
but so these already exist, right?
yeah, but I don't know, at the level of research council, yes, but I don't know if all the institutions has like an ethical committee.
This is not standard to have an ethics committee? Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, no, then this is a sort of capacity building initiative that would be very useful if your CONICET could promote it. Right? Rolling membership of people who are experienced in such matters and all of the confidentiality proceedings and so on.
Can I add something? So CONICET has the committee against violence and abuse.
Against violence, huh?
Yeah, and it's supposedly mandatory that each institution has their own representation, and if you don't have it, you should try to ask your authorities to have that in place, because it is something that it has been instituted a few years ago, and it's supposed to be helping the situation.
So you all have animal ethics committees, right?
Yeah, we do have animals, but also we have, it's a
but
newer
no
one.
human ethics committees.
Yeah. For the humans that are experimenting in the labs.
Okay. Yeah, but this is an important discussion then to have. Maybe we should have done the ethics workshop here. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, please.
No. Okay.
Any all. Group left? Everybody has spoken? Yeah. So this topic was actually a broader topic than what was possible to discuss in the short time. I encourage you all to take this back with you, because what we communicate can be also non-verbal, right? It's much easier to talk about structures and committees and talks and feedback, but the non-verbal communication is a subtle way that changes the culture of a lab and the culture of the scientific enterprise itself. Okay, non-verbal communication can include things like a PI putting people on competing projects at the same time. It slightly says the winner is the most important thing, the winner takes all, and I don't care about individual careers. So there are layers of non-verbal communication to every single sort of act. Yeah? So maybe, offline later on, people who wish to discuss this in other fora could take this forward in that every action of yours has layers of communication, right? So when you sit in a committee, it is reported in many, many studies that women get interrupted and don't complete their comments. Oftentimes, so Ben Barris, a very eminent glial biologist, now no more, began life as Barbara Barris. Do you all know this? Yeah, and has written blogs. So he's like the best experimental evidence of the same individual as a woman and as a man. And he talks about in one of his essays, he's been extensively sort of promoting the cause of women in science. He basically said one of the first things that happened with the beard and with the deepening voice was that he was allowed to complete sentences in committee meetings. Okay, and talks of another example where he gave a talk at a very top-notch institution as Ben Barris, and overheard somebody saying to somebody else, "Oh, Ben Barris gave such an excellent talk, but then his work is so much better than his sister Barbara, who spoke some years ago." So, right, so I mean, this is a perfectly controlled experiment of, so what we communicate has layers and layers and layers to it. So this is something that maybe I could leave with you all to discuss when y'all have had lunch and in your own institutions, yeah? So, okay, we can wrap this up now. Any comments from anybody about the workshop, whether it sort of gave you things to think about, or put it in, we will circulate a feedback Google form, and I would really like there to be 70 feedbacks. Yeah, please, one more Google form, but tell us how we could have done better. Okay, because we really wanted to invest this day in getting to know you all, getting to know and contributing as best as we can. I'm sorry I don't speak your language. The problem is mine. I've done as best as I can, and thank you for doing the best you can. Online folks, we're breaking for lunch, so I'll just stop sharing. Thanks for being there. Please fill out the feedback form, okay, when you get it.
So now, so for lunch, so there are boxes that you can pick up there outside, and then you can use the lunch time for interacting too. And let's come back here in 45 minutes, so probably 15 to 2, we can start with the talks, okay?
Is short talks from PhD students. This is a great opportunity for our students to present their work, to get feedback from us. And the first speaker is Agustina Bruno Viñolo. She's from the Instituto de Investigación en Biomedicina de Buenos Aires. And okay.
El pointer es este. Okay. Well, hi everyone. My name is Agustina. I work at the Neurobiology of Sleep Lab under the direction of Dr. Nara Muraro. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about one of our projects, which title is quite long and with a lot of spoilers, but said that Huntington is required for the temporal regulation of dense core vesicles transport, clock neuron physiology, and sleep behavior in Drosophila. So let me start with a brief introduction. Huntington disease is a severe neurodegenerative condition that is characterized by motor deficits and non-motor symptoms, such as problems in sleep and circadian impairments, and is the result of a CAG repeat expansion in the Huntington gene, which leads to a mutant protein that has this polyQ track in the amino terminal domain of the protein, and that generates a mutant protein that aggregates and produces cell damage in the neurons. So the field has focused a lot in the gain of function of the toxicity of the accumulation of this protein, and less in what happened to the endogenous protein when the loss of function of this endogenous Huntington. So we believe that it's a combination of the gain of function of the toxicity and the loss of function which gives the etiology of the disorder. So in our lab we use an amazing model organism that is Drosophila, that which Huntingtons encode the ortholog of the human Huntington protein. And the aim of our study is to elucidate the cell autonomous contribution of Huntington to the neural physiology. So to do that, I don't know, are you listening? Yes? Yeah. To do that, we take advantage of the beauty of the fly, where we can downregulate Huntington only in a few neurons. So we work in the lab with the lateral ventral neurons that are further divided in the large and the small ones, and they are characterized by the release of a neuropeptide called PDF. And in this work, we focus in the small LMBs that are the main pacemaker of the fly, and they are also sleep neurons. So we have a lot of behavioral and physiological results, but today I want to show you my favorite one, where we quantify the levels of PDF, that is the main the main neuropeptide, in the morning, because they are circadian neurons, so it's when they are more active. And we didn't observe difference in the amount of PDF in the morning. So we want to go further and try to see what happened with the transport, the axonal transport, and the dynamic of this neuropeptide with this loaded into dense core vesicles. So we started collaboration with Falsone's lab, and we have these flies that has a fluorescent marker for the dense core vesicles that partially colocalize with PDF, as you can observe here in this picture, and allow us to make these amazing movies that are really pretty, where we can, in this part of the axon, because allow us to graphic this chimograph, where we can identify what is anterorate, that means go from the soma to the terminal, which is retrograde, that means come from the terminal to the soma, and the one that are static during the movie. So we performed this experiment during the 6 first hour of the day and the 6 first hour of the night. And what we observed was that the density of the dense core vesicles was decreases in the Huntington knockdown. And that was translated into an less anterorate vesicles and more static ones. On the other hand, during the night, we didn't observe difference in the vesicle density, but we have the opposite effect. That means that we have more anterorates and less static ones. Also, the transport speed was affected. We have retrograde transport slower during the day and faster during the night. that told us that these daily changes that our neurons have to enfrentar, I'm sorry, I lost the word, is the daily changes is not modulate in this Huntington knockdown, but yes, in the controls. So as a conclusion, because I don't have too much time, we have an abnormal day-night dense course vesicle dynamic transport, but we also perform electrophysiology and has a reduced rate in firing rate. And of course behavioral outputs such as weaker rhythms robustness and an increases in sleep in females, both constitutive and adult specific. So if you want to know more about our work, this is currently under revision, but you can read our preprint here that has a better and shorter title. And I want to thank all the co-authors of this work, my lab, and you for listening, and of course the IBRO and Sam for allowing me to present my work today. Question?
Okay, so we have time for questions, a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. If you could come back to your PDF fluorescence quantification data, which I think was one of the first results data you showed. It's beautiful data, by the way. I was quite interested in the bimodal nature of the distribution you have. In not here, but in the middle, right in the middle. You know, this is a clear bimodal distribution. So you've got, you know, you consider your group as homogeneous, but it seems to me that you've got two groups. I know it's the same treatment group, but I was wondering whether you had explored what could explain why half your population is much higher and the other one is in line with the other groups.
Yeah, no, because I mean, this is just one, I didn't tell you, that is just one immunostaining, and it's just one example. We performed this 4 times, and we have like a lot of distribution between the animals. But we, in every repeat that we performed the experiments, we didn't observe difference in between the control and the...
Thank you very much. So just for me to understand, I apologize. Yeah. Just for me to understand then the next graph, everything you've shown, it's every single measurement across animals, but you have not, so you have not presented data per animal, you've presented data per experiment.
This is, sorry, I think I don't understand, but this is just one experiment and 1 point is one animal.
1 point is one animal?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry.
Beautiful work.
We have time for another question.
I really like that movie, and how you can distinguish, I don't know how much time, if that time is minutes or seconds or...
60 seconds, 1 minute per...
Okay, that answers my question, because I was wondering how you tell particle movement from maybe sprouting or dynamics of synapse formation, and you know that in Drosophila this is very plastic, so but maybe the time scale
we take we performed the experiment in the first 6 hours of the day, and we didn't observe difference like in the first hour and the 6th hour. We don't have too much changes. We have different, like I know what you are talking about, the plasticity and the changes in the, but we do have difference with the night. It's really a short movie. I mean, it's 1 second, 60 seconds, and then.
Another question?
Okay, I have a question. So, so Huntington is expressed panurinary, right?
Yeah, it's ubiquitous, actually.
Yeah. So, do you know, or do you have another phenotype in these mutants? Besides the sleep alterations or something?
We have the circadian. They have the robustness of the circadian rhythm is lower. We studied in these neurons in particular because they are more sensitive to the expression of the protein.
Okay.
But we want to do the opposite thing. We want to down-regulate the protein that is not do that much in the field.
All right. Okay. Thanks. Okay. So thank you, Agustina.
But answer your question with.
So our second speaker is Leonardo Cano from the Universidad Nacional de Tucumán y de IBRO. Okay.
Hello.
Leonardo, ¿te aviso a los 7?
Vale.
Sí.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. Today, I would like to share with you some part of my work during the last few years, during the PhD and my first postdoctoral fellowship with CONICET. My background is about the sports science. I have studied at the National University of Tucumán, and I am a profe de educación física. Yes. So naturally, most part of my source of inspiration comes from him, yeah, because sport performance often depends on making the right decision in the right moment, and this decision have to be made in a few milliseconds, maybe 100, 200 milliseconds. So if you see this play, we see Messi making a lot of decisions at the same time, but at some point he decided to use his non-dominant foot to put the ball just in front the Lautaro Martinez head and make like 40 million people very, very crazy at the same time. Yes. So, sports neuroscience, the major challenge of sports neuroscience, it's about how the brain works, but how these decisions are generated in these short times, and what is the processes underlying them, right? So very simple questions rise up, like if it is possible to quantify this decision-making process, okay? So because if we can measure that, we can improve, for example, sport performance, but also working on improving the methodology of physical education for health, right? So, okay, sorry, but we will not be able to answer it today, okay? But making or developing a methodology of that is a good starting point. So I would like to show you one experiment that in which we combine different instruments to measure the behavioral from athletes and controls. So for example, in this one, you have a person in front of a device that emits some lights with different shapes and color and so we record the movement, the kinematic data, and also the electrical activity of the muscle. And with this, we were able to detect the reaction time. So that is a widely used measure, but there is not a consensus about what the reaction time mean, right? Because a lot of several things that can affect that. But the most important part is that we use the EMG signal to determine and isolate the planning time, in which the EMG signal is apparently flat, but there's a lot of information inside there in the frequency domain. Okay, so we also try use this setting in different people, like these karate athletes inside a multimodal immersive environment, and also with a tennis player, like in this task of catching balls and innovating to catch, etc. So if you want to take a look on this experiment, you can see it there. But the important part is that we found that the motor planning stage of the non-dominant hand was shorter, significantly shorter than the dominant hand. Okay, so it was also present in the complex reaction task. Okay, so the remaining question is, what is the neural basis behind that? Okay, so to answer it that, we use the same approach, but to isolate the planning time, but we also use the EEG signal to compute the functional connectivity between the brain, the electric activity of the brain, and the muscle, like when the people are deciding to move the dominant hand or the non-dominant hand, right? So with that, we found that in simple reaction time, there was, when you are planning the movement of the non-dominant hand, there was a significant corticomuscular coherence between the contralateral premotor area and the muscle. Okay? This pattern was also present in the complex reaction time. But the most important thing here is that with the dominant hand was not the same. So we expect some mirrored effect or connectivity pattern, but it was not. So if you want to take a look on this paper, it's published in Neuromatch. And, okay, but still the question is, what is happening during the motor planning of the dominant hand? So we use another approach here with the, by computing the functional connectivity within the brain. So we use a graph theoretical approach to extract some features to detect basically the connection hubs. With that, we found that during the motor planning of the dominant hand, there was a functional connectivity between the left parietal and right frontal region, okay? And this connectivity was correlated with the time, okay? But the same pattern was not present during the non-dominant hand motor planning, okay? So if you want to take a look, this paper was published this week. Yeah. So, long story short, we were able to identify one stage of the motor planning that allow us to define how the brain works during different motor planning hand. Okay. If you want to study the motor planning of the non-dominant hand, you may use the corticomuscular approach. If you want to study the motor planning of the dominant hand, you may use the, you should monitor the frontoparietal network, okay? So, this is all, but here from Tucumán, Argentina, we are collaborating with several laboratories around there. I will not mention it because maybe I don't have time. Okay, but the most important thing is that I'm super proud that we have 4 ongoing project, PhD project, and I'm super proud of that because these projects are being carried out by profes de educación física also. So for example, all of these projects are related to physical exercise and electrophysiological biomarkers. So Sole Garcia is working with type 1 diabetes. Gonzalo Jerez is working with muscle strength. Francisco Escobar is studying the brain-heart interaction. And Lucia Basualdo is working with cognitive and executive functions and healthy aging. So, thank you very much for your attention. I'm really glad to be here to share my work. And thank you very much to the IBRO and the SUN.
Okay. We have time for a couple of questions.
I like this one. Question about that.
Hi, thank you. Great work. 2 questions. One is, you are working with athletes that are already probably good at what they do. Are you trying to follow how they get those in order to do a longitudinal or follow those? And the second, if that was good, the second one, because I saw your faces, are you looking into metacognitive interactions? Because when you are working with decision making, probably there are some things that you are thinking about before actually doing it.
Yes, so the second is very difficult to answer. Yes, normally we try, to answer the second, normally we tried to use neuro or psychometrics measure, trying to associate with the behavioral part, but we have no really good data about that yet. Okay, and the first one, it's super difficult to get with the high performance, high level performance athletes, because they want to just improve the performance. So if you tell them like, okay, no, this is for science, they will say, no, okay, no, I don't have time. I prefer to rest. It does. Yes. I know a little bit the history of River Plate, and they have a collaboration with the National University of Tucumán. It's another lab, but yes, we are in contact, but I don't know, maybe in the future. Yes.
Okay, I have a very rambling, wandering question because I'm not in the field, so forgive me. Okay,
me neither.
I don't work on the brain after it actually starts to do anything. Okay. I look at early development. So, my question: any complex action is a series of perhaps initiated by the dominant, but then dominant, non-dominant, dominant, non-dominant, and finally there's the ball, right? So, do you think that, say, in the example of football or a sport where there is a coming ball and there is a plan to now get to that ball, do you think the brain programs all of that and then it becomes a fixed pattern that once initiated will execute? Or do you have negating control at every step?
Okay. I have not that direct answer for that, but for sure decision making is a very complex process that is not like step 4, no? Like 1, 2, 3, I will do this, and this. You are innovating always what you will not do. And the decision-making process is often divided as 2 stages. The perceptual decision-making, that you are unraveling the what to do.
The predictive part, right?
Yes,
where the brain predicts the next step.
Exactly. Yeah. And the second part is the motor planning.
Yeah.
That is how to do it. The action when you already have a plan. So we decided to go from the end to back.
Yeah.
Because this is something that we can measure. We cannot measure what is thinking about and not
No, but you
acting.
could set up a multi-stage task, right? And ask at what point can you stop that task?
Yes, there's a lot of
because some
studies.
predictive literature that I came across suggests that like the command has already gone to the printer and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Yes, exactly. One of the projects that we have with Italy, we are studying the time prediction. So the thing is that the participants have to predict when some stimulus will appear and then learn how to perform better. And I mean, this will not respond everything, but we have something there.
Cool.
Okay,
Thanks.
so because to monitor that, to see that, we need to put in a laboratory setting that is really quite different from the real, no? And yes, sports sport neuroscience is more or less like this. No, you have something, a setup in the lab, and another thing in the field, and we are trying to mix them, but it's not easy.
Thank you.
Sorry, I can ask offline otherwise. I was fascinated by this dichotomy you had with regards to dominant and non-dominant hand and parietal frontal versus corticomuscular. What does it mean? Do you think for the non-dominant one, there is emergence of a corollary discharge that enables a better planification of the command? Why would the muscular system be engaged while the command is being implemented? Does the command require integration of that in order to refine itself before the muscles are engaged? What does it mean?
I know you. You were the reviewer number 2 of this paper.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So again, there is no one single direct answer for that. I will tell you I like the most. So it's a postulate, okay? It's about the cortical excitability of the hemisphere that you are planning to move. So for the non-dominant hand, the cortical excitability threshold is higher. So apparently it's even harder to innovate that part, you know? And it requires more time. So that is why the planning of the non-dominant hand take more times and large-scale brain network.
I understand the timing. I don't understand why that must result in engagement of the muscles. I understand the timing element of it, but why would that come with a corticomuscular synchronization? Timing doesn't explain that, does it? An increased excitability threshold of cortical engagement does not need to come with a corticomuscular synchronization, does it?
For sure, there are some corticomuscular connectivity there, for sure. But we will not be able, we didn't be able to measure that during this planning. For sure, there is a connectivity. Otherwise, the dominant hand will not move. But in this one, there is no direct. Maybe the cortex is sending several information to different muscles, and we couldn't isolate one region.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Leonardo.
Gracias.
So our next speaker is María Florencia Cutain from the Instituto de Biología Celular y Neurociencia, Profesor Eduardo de Robertis, IBC. Ah, porque está extendida. Ahora se la tengo que poner. Acá está.
Hi. Yes. Thank you. Thanks the organizer for inviting and considering our work, and for the thanks to the IBRO people for organizing this nice IBRO day. Well, I'm going to present the result from my PhD postdoc. Hi. Yes. We work studying the schizophrenia, which is a complex mental disorder that affects the way people think and behave. Oh no, sorry. Which is and it presents different symptoms: positive, negative, and cognitive ones, like hallucinations, lack of motivation, and reduced executive functions like cognitive flexibility and other memory deficits. Despite being studied from several years, the causes are already unknown, and the dopamine and glutamate neurotransmitters are things to be involved in this pathology. Well, we studied the MDR receptor, which is involved in synaptic plasticity, learning, and memory, and is associated with several neuropathological conditions. Structurally is conformed by two obligatory subunits, GLUN1, and two regulatory ones. And the main expressive subunits are GLUN2B and GLUN2A, which present a characteristic shift in their expression during development, being GLUN2A characteristic of mature synapses. And something to highlight is that this subunit, GLUN2A, rises its expression during synaptic maturation and early adulthood, and is the dominant one in the adult brain. So during the last 5 years, the evidence from high frequency techniques present that GLUN2A, which is the name of the gene that produce the GLUN2A protein, presents several mutations. Some of them characterizes in schizophrenia patients, and by comparing the different transcriptomic data from several available models from schizophrenia, they discovered that GLUN2A mutants present a similar pattern of expression to the sample from schizophrenia patients. In particularly, from 1 month old to 3 months old, this is a sample from the prefrontal cortex, and they present a similar pattern of expression of upregulated and downregulated human genes. And well, in this lab, we study this protein. We induce a knockdown in vitro in primary neuronal cultures, and observed here a reduction in the GLUN2A, GLUN2B ratio, and also a reduction in the amount of GLUN1 subunits. So we have less MDR in the synapses, and then we analyze the morphology of these neurons and observe that they present an increased branching, a significant increase in the dendritic spine, particularly the immature dendritic spines, and also an increase in the glutamate sensitivity of these neurons, which led us to propose that probably this reduction in GLUN2A subunit could be related to a dematuration process leading these neurons to be labilized to produce just all these changes. Then we move to the animal model and induce this reduction in the hippocampus and study the behavior of these animals and observe that they did not present hyperlocomotion, but present an increased rearing number and frequency, which led us to think that it promotes repetitive behaviors in these rats. In parallel, we study the object recognition and object location tasks associated with hippocampus, and observe that here we have both males and females. Both present the same memory impairment because they did not learn the object location tasks. Finally, we study the cognitive flexibility in those animals and observed by direct Barnes maze and reverse Barnes maze that both females and males did not present cognitive flexibility. and when we analyze the spatial strategies that they use during the task, we observe that here, females and males, they shift the spatial strategies between direct and reversal phase, both males and females, so maybe this could be associated with the absence of cognitive flexibility observed here. And finally, to conclude, this is our model. When we observe the gluN2A reduction, we observe an increase in branching and immature dendritic spines, an increase in glutamate sensitivity, a reduction in the gluN2A gluN2B ratio, and a reduction in the amount of MDR available. And in behavior, we observe an impaired spatial map formation, deficits in cognitive flexibility, and altered exploration patterns in these rats. Thus, all these results led us to reinforce the working hypothesis in the field that gluN2A reduction could be a schizophrenic vulnerability factor in these patients. And this is our lab and our collaborators, and this is our funding. And I want to thank IBRO especially because I was awarded with an IBRO grant short stay during my PhD to perform part of these experiments. Thank all of you for being here.
Okay. Thank you, Maria Florencia. We have time for questions.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure I got things right. So you impair NMDA function in the hippocampus.
Yes.
And you demonstrate that hippocampus-dependent mechanisms are impaired.
Yes.
And you interpret that as that function being relevant for schizophrenia.
Yes. Because there are some results from the general, the gluN2A mutants that present impairment in different regions. And the behavioral results are very confusing because you have impaired all the brain. So maybe the animal trying to compensate the lack of gluN2A with another strategies from the development.
Well, is it the lack of gluN2A or the impairment of NMDA function irrespective of how you get there?
Sorry?
Is it the lack of gluN2A specifically?
Yes.
Or the lack of NMDA function in the hippocampus irrespective of how you achieve lack of NMDA function? Because here I would be tempted to challenge you on this and say, well, if I were to do a shRNA infusion in the hippocampus that results in a decrease in the expression of functional NMDA receptors, irrespective of which subunit is affected, I'm betting I'll have the exact same results. Because the results you have are actually the actual readout of the function of the hippocampus.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, when you tested flexibility, and this is it's not a criticism, why did you not choose to test flexibility in a instrumental context that was less reliant on hippocampus function than in the context of a spatial navigation tasks that would not enable you to disentangle the hippocampus spatial navigation function from the reversal learning process?
Yes. Actually, the schizophrenia models trying to reduce in general the MDR by ablation of gluN1 subunits. And what we show and what we find is that if you reduce one of the main regulatory subunits, you can change the principal one, and so you can change the MDR available. But in both cases, you have a kind of compensatory mechanisms that we are trying to understand and to elucidate, because in the cortex seems to be different from what we observe in the hippocampus. And maybe this could affect the different behaviors in different manners. So now we want to understand what happened with the cortex and both the hippocampus.
If I may, just one last question. In your procedure, does your manipulation of GLUN2 in the hippocampus result in hyperdopaminergic states downstream in the pallidum, as as the standard model suggests, these hyperdopaminergic mechanisms downstream hippocampus function? Have you demonstrated that it recapitulates these hyperdopaminergic states?
No, we didn't measure anything related to dopamine yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria Florencia. So our next speaker is Wallen Gribaudo from the INHEVI, CONICET. Oh.
I thought I was fifth in the order. I guess Caro is missing. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Hello. Can you listen to me? Great. Okay. My name is. They form a synapse with spiral ganglion neurons where all aspects of sound are encoded. Let's take a look at this synapse in more detail. When the sound arrives, the cell is depolarized, and that triggers vesicle fusion. This glutamate binds to the AMPA receptors on the postsynaptic density, which could be this, where the receptors are clustered. That produces an excitatory postsynaptic current, or EPSC, which eventually triggers an action potential that takes the information to the brain. I hope this is all happening in your heads so you can listen to me. You may have seen a particularity here, this organelle called ribbon in the presynapse, which is thought to recruit vesicles to the active zone to ensure a higher rate of vesicle release. This is not the only particularity of the synapse. If we compare it to a typical synapse in the CNS, here we have the calcium channels with the synaptic vesicles in the presynapse and the AMPA receptors in the postsynaptic density. Here we have the inner Herschel spiral ganglion synapse. And as you may already see, there's a huge difference in the postsynaptic density area, which could mean a larger amount of receptors available to respond. So this could be about 5 to 50 times larger, depending on which synapse of the CNS you pick. And this may not be the only huge difference. There also may be a difference in the amount of vesicles released during neurotransmission. In the CNS, typically per site is one vesicle is released. In this synapse, there's some evidence to propose that multiple vesicles are being released together, as it has been shown for other ribbon synapses. This could make sense given the larger PSD area and the high amount of vesicles available for release. So this could be the mechanisms proposed for multivesicular release. There's no conclusive evidence for any of this. And of course, there's controversy on the field. Some people think that the synapse, like the CNS, the release is univesicular. Our goal here is to resolve this controversy, and I'm going to show some of the work we've been doing in the last few years. So what we used was the concept of occupancy, which simply put would be the average activation of receptors during neurotransmission divided by the maximum possible activation of receptors in a given postsynaptic density, like here. So for the synapses that this number has been measured, it's 0.4 in the CNS, 0.4 to 0.6, and we would expect in this synapse, for a scenario where multiple vesicles are released, to have a similar occupancy, but if the release is only one vesicle, because the PSD is larger, we would expect a lower occupancy. So again, to resolve this controversy, we're gonna build some evidence on the occupancy level at this synapse. How did we do that? We use patch clamp, glutamate encashing, and pharmacology. I'm gonna focus on the glutamate encashing here, which is also called photolysis of caged glutamate. This is the molecule. Here we have the glutamate, and with a light stimulus, we can break apart the molecule, releasing glutamate. This would be the experimental setup with a patch clamp pipette on the synaptic terminal to record the synaptic current or the encaging current, and a perfusing pipette feeding glutamate directly onto the cleft, ready to be released via high laser power. This gives us the possibility to bypass the presynapse with high temporal and spatial precision, and the ability to modulate the concentration of glutamate by varying stimulus intensity. Let's take a look at some results. So we're going to compare, again, encashing versus EPSCs. Here we release the glutamate with a light stimulus to activate the AMPA receptors. In here, we depolarize the hair cell to release, so it releases glutamate onto the receptors as well. Again, here are some example traces of encashing responses at different light intensities, and you can see that the amplitude of the response increases as the stimulus increases. Up to one point, of course, here we have amplitude versus laser power, and we see that the curve is reaching a saturation point, which we take as the maximum activation of this particular synapse. For the EPSCs, when we depolarize the hair cell, we can get a recording like this, where each peak corresponds to an EPSC. Here we have some of them in more detail, and we can plot an amplitude distribution of those events. In this case, we will take the average EPSC and the largest EPSC in a given recording. So if we compare this number to this number for many synapses, we get here we have the encashing, the average EPSC, and the largest EPSC. And you may already notice that even for the largest EPSC, the synapse is far from saturation. So as I said, the concept of occupancy would be the maximum possible response versus the mean response or the average response. So for this synapse, that value would be 0.15. For synapses in the CNS would be 0.4, 0.6, which means in this synapse, the occupancy is much lower, as we would expect for a scenario where only one vesicle is released. I'm gonna finish with some take-home messages. Glutamate encashing is a useful technique to study postsynaptic properties. With this, we found a lower occupancy at inner hair cell spiral ganglion neuron synapses compared to CNS synapses. And this data does not support the multivesicular release hypothesis. Thank you all for listening. Thanks to my lab group and the funding. Questions?
Okay, we have time for questions, for a couple of questions. There's one at the back.
Yeah, thanks, very good presentation. Yet I am not convinced of the conclusion, sorry. So with one technique, you just blast all the possible vesicles that can reach the postsynaptic site. And with a so do you now?
Yeah.
So with the uncaging, you just empty the presynaptic site from all of it.
No, I'm just feeding. I mean, a different molecule, an external molecule, to the synaptic cleft, and then releasing from that molecule glutamate directly into the receptors. I'm not touching the presynapse.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you're occupying. Sorry. You're occupying all the possible postsynaptic receptors.
Yeah.
Is that a good conclusion?
Yes.
And in the second one, you just release.
Yeah.
The cell releases in a natural way. Yet the occupancy doesn't. I mean, if let's say you have 1,000 receptors in the postsynaptic site, and when you release vesicles from the presynaptic side, you occupy only 10%, 100. Still, those 100 could be the product of multi-vesicle release. Couldn't?
Yeah, I agree that this is not definitive proof that it's only one vesicle. I have run some simulations with our simulations. I don't entirely trust them, so I don't expect you to either. But in the scenario for multiple vesicles, which is 4 to 5 vesicles, that's the proposal, the occupancy is around 0.6. And for one vesicle, according to my simulations, it's 0.18. So I agree this is not definitive proofs. There's more evidence that at least is convincing to me that there's no need for a multivesicular explanation of this synapse.
Thanks.
Yes.
Okay. No, it's okay.
Thank you very much. This is very naive. So, to some extent, an important property of these inner air cells is their dynamic range in terms of frequency and coding. You've got the tonotopic map
of the variety of amplitudes.
Yes, actually, with regards to, let's say, not pitch, not necessarily frequency, but magnitude of sound. Yes.
Well, yeah, that's coded by mostly the frequency of events. Most of these events, even the lower ones, are thought to evoke EPSCs.
Fair enough. So if you only need one vesicle, what's the purpose of having a ribbon synapse? What is the functional significance of having such a complicated system?
Yes. This synapse can function at a very high frequency.
Yes.
So I think it would make sense to have a low occupancy because AMPA receptors desensitize. So if you want to have one event after the other, it would be nice to have one vesicle released here, activate a low proportion of receptors, and then 2 milliseconds after that have another vesicle activating the receptors that are
I get your point,
not
but
occupied.
if we think about the stochastic nature of neurotransmitter release, it's very likely that if you have a Gaussian distribution across the postsynapse, the PSD, you will always hit the same part of the postsynapse. There's no need to have a larger synapse. There just needs to be more AMPA receptors stacked in a denser synapse. So So why is it anatomically the way it is? You could explain functionally the requirements that you are describing with a increased density of AMPA receptors locally in the postsynapse. It doesn't have to be bigger.
Well, and actually you can also adapt the unitary conductance
Yeah.
of receptors, which we are working on that value, and we thought to be the case that AMPA receptors in this synapse also have a higher unitary conductance. And I don't know much about morphology, but I don't know how possible it is to have a higher density of AMPA receptors. Maybe it is possible, maybe it's not energy efficient, maybe it's easier to have, or maybe you need a larger PSD to have mostly receptors on one side to be activated. And also, well, you would need more room for vesicles.
Yeah.
So even if you have a denser postsynaptic density, you can't fit that many vesicles in the same site. So
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Wallen. So our next speaker is Lautaro Duarte from the IFIBINE, CONICET.
Thank you. Hola. ¿Se escucha bien? Perfecto. Hi everyone, thank you for being here. So my name is Lautaro Duarte, this is not a mistake. I'm on behalf of Agustin Lara, who unfortunately couldn't came today, but I will present his work, which title is Parallel Antenna Lobe Subsystems Differentially Process Odor Balance in Honeybees. So animals normally face this type of complex environment in which they really need to detect the presence of relevant information, for example, these red flowers. And the stimuli that came out from this stimuli could be hidden by the background. So, and also this type of relevant information could be divided into two types of information, aversive or appetitive information. And the systems really needs to detect not only the presence of this type of information, but also to distinguish these two types of stimuli. And we think that this computational task is a really good answer to question to investigate. So for that, we propose that the antenna lobe, the first olfactory processing center, acts as an initial classifier that contributes to discriminate appetitive and aversive information. So just, I will make a brief introduction about the olfactory systems, in this case in honeybees. So other molecules interact with receptor proteins that are present in the antenna of the honeybees. And particularly, they are expressed in the olfactory receptor neurons that are in the antenna, and the axons of these neurons converge to the antenna lobe, the main center of the olfactory system. And all the neurons that express the same type of receptor neurons, of proteins, sorry, converge to the same region of the antenna lobe, which is called glomeruli. And so also, this image is not here, but what you can see here is that these glomeruli are really connected between each other by a really nice local network that shape the information that come in from the antenna. And so, which is really important here in honeybees is that we have two tracks of projection neurons that brings the information to higher brains areas, which are this lateral tract that collect information from the dorsal part of the antenna lobe, and the medial tract that collects information from the ventral part of the antenna lobe. And these two tracks are really important for Agustin, so just keep it in mind. And these two tracks are here in a confocal image. So the question of his project is appetitive and aversive information segregated between the two olfactory tracts? So for that, what Agustin did is he performed an appetitive and an aversive protocol in which he trained flies, following these two protocols that I will tell you now. So for the appetitive protocol, he paired an odor with sucrose many times. And for the aversive protocol, he paired an odorant with quinine, which is an aversive stimuli. So after that, he lesioned one of these two tracks, and he measured the retention of this memory. So also Agustin put a lot of effort in developing this tracking of the proboscis. So now he can track the proboscis, the position of the proboscis every time, in every moment, sorry, and he can know if the proboscis is being extension or not. So this is what he found for the after an appetitive training. What he found, and here what I am plotting is the proportion of the extension of the proboscis. So a higher number here meaning an appetitive memory, a higher appetitive memory. So as you can see, control bis has this amount of memory. If after the lesioning the medial tract, you can see that the amount of memory is the same as before. But if now we lesion the lateral tract, we can see that the expression of the memory is not there. Then after an aversive training, and in this case, a shorter time of extension of the proboscis means a higher aversive memory. As you can see here, before the lesions we have this amount. Before the lesion we have this amount of memory, and after lesioning the medial tract, we can see that the time of the proboscis extension is longer, meaning that we have a problem with the expression of the memory. But then if we lesion the lateral tract, we can see that now the time is shorter again and the memory is normal. So just to conclude, lesioning the lateral tract impairs retrieval of olfactory appetitive memory, but does not affect aversive memory retrieval, and lesioning the medial tract impairs retrieval of olfactory aversive memory, but does not affect the appetitive memory retrieval. So then Agustin has two other approaches. One is a physiological approach in which he performed calcium imaging experiments to record activity of odorants in the antennal lobe, odorants pure and mixtures. And for that, these experiments were to understand more about odor processing in both tracts, expecting different processing rules for aversive and appetitive learned odorants. He also developed this computational model that allow us to test different plasticity rules that led the segregation of appetitive and aversive information while enhancing the representation in a mixture. And then he also can correlate these results with the real data of imaging. So based on these two approaches and results, we observed that the balance-based segregation emerges in the antennal lobe thanks to experience-dependent plasticity that reshapes glomerular activity patterns through the action of the local network, as I told you before. And this is also, we know already that octopamine is related to the appetitive learning and dopamine is related to the aversive learning. And we can conclude based on these experiments that octopamine-dependent plasticity during appetitive learning enhances the representation of the reward odor in the lateral tract and suppresses the representation in the medial tract, and the opposite for the aversive one, in which we see that dopamine-dependent plasticity during aversive learning enhances the representation of the aversive condition odor in the medial tract and suppresses the aversive representation in the lateral tract. So taken together, the results, these findings support the hypothesis that the antennal lobe acts as a classifier that does not only segregate these two types of information, but also enhance their respective representations in the antennal lobe. So if we come back to our previous image, we now know that thanks to the lateral tract, animals are able to detect the presence of the aversive stimuli. And also thanks to the medial tract, we now know that they can detect the presence. Maybe I say the opposite way. I said the opposite direction. Thanks, but this is not my, sorry. Thanks to the lateral, and also yesterday we say green is good thing. So thanks to the lateral tract, they can detect the appetitive stimuli, and thanks to the medial tract, they can detect the presence of the aversive stimuli. And together, they have a complete map of the important information in the environment. So thanks to the group, and also particularly to Agustin. This is Agustin. He did everything basically. I didn't do anything. So thanks for the group.
Thank you, Lautaro. So we have time for a couple of questions.
I don't know if it's fair asking you questions.
We can try.
So in the first part of the talk, with Lesion's work, the interpretation was that there were 2 tracks involved in retrieval of different forms of memory, and that the impairments you had were ascribed to retrieval deficits. And then the second part was enhanced representation, so it was more about utilization of the encoded information. Is it retrieval? Is it encoding?
Yeah.
Or is it utilization of encoding into a utility function?
Yeah. So Agustin make the lesions after the retention, after the acquisition of the memory.
Yeah.
But for the calcium imaging experiment, we did not do like the same type of experiment. We just do the encoding of odorants in both parts of the antennal lobe, so in the dorsal part of the antennal lobe and also in the ventral part of the antennal lobe. But he didn't do the same experiment as in behavior. So we don't know exactly in which part of the is having a problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Oh, you got another one.
If there's no other question.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's perfect.
It's super. You know, I've never seen a talk on bees before. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I was wondering. So here, the stimuli are allocated to very different flowers in your example. What about a complex stimulus whereby you've got a bit of quinine and a bit of sugar?
Mm-hmm.
Is there competition between the two for the same compound stimulus? So would you show a approach avoidance conflict if you were to present the 2 stimuli at the same time?
So yeah, in the lab we are also working with opposing stimuli that has different balance, like aversive and appetitive stimuli. This is not the case. So a group of flies has like the appetitive protocol, another one the aversive one. But yeah, in the lab we also work with this opposing balance of the odorants, and we try to understand in which part of the brain they are encoded.
Would you have the same kind of they would start
exactly,
and then they retract
exactly. The aversive protocol, that's why I say it was like the time of extension of the proboscis, because for the aversive one, we present the sugar in the antenna, they expand the proboscis, and then we present the quinine, and then they ¿cómo se dice en inglés? They retract the proboscis, exactly.
That's super cool.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, our next and last speaker is Candela Medina from the Facultad de Farmacia y Bioquímica and the IFIBINE here in Buenos Aires.
Hi. Okay. Thank you. So, okay, can you hear me all right? Yeah, great. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Candela Medina. I work at Mariano Bocha's lab, which is the Laboratorio of Neuropharmacología de los Procesos de la Memoria in the University of Buenos Aires. And I'm here to share with you some results that we have on the effect on memory when you administer a widely prescribed drug as semaglutide. So semaglutide is a long-acting, high-potency agonist of the GLP-1 receptor, and as it mimics its signaling, it increases insulin release, decreases glucagon secretion and appetite and food intake, and slows gastric emptying. So because of this, it was at first it was developed to clinically treat type 2 diabetes and then obesity, but since like a few years now, it's been increasing the misuse of this drug for off-label cosmetic weight loss. So to give you like an idea of the scale we are talking about, only last year there were roughly 18 million full-year GLP-1 prescription equivalents. So this is not a niche compound. It's used worldwide. It's used by a lot of people for several years. So this raises a simple question. If this compound is reaching the brain, what else is it doing there? So except some specific situations, usually semaglutide is prescribed, prescriptions are administered by subcutaneous injections. The drug reaches the bloodstream, and the downstream neural effects are go way past beyond metabolic modulation. It can modify energy balance, reward, motivation. It has an influence on hypothalamic pituitary axis and autonomic output, and also it can have an effect on neuroinflammatory and neuroprotective pathways in the brain. On top of this, GLP-1 receptor is expressed in the hippocampus. Knockdown mice from this receptor have an impaired memory and LTP in this structure. And if you administer agonists of this receptor in the hippocampus, this kind of LTP is facilitated. So there's a plausible route between this metabolic drug and memory trace, and that was what we set out to test. So we used the inhibitory avoidance task, in which an animal, in mice in our case, mouse steps through from the lead platform to a dark compartment where it receives mild food shock. And later on the testing session, we evaluate how much time it takes for them to do this again, re-enter the dark compartment. Higher latencies mean stronger memory retentions. So on our first experiment, we took a first cohort of male mice and trained them in this task. Where is the, whoa, okay. Trained them in this task and then injected either subcutaneous saline or semaglutide. And as you can see, the latency to step through during training is rather low and does not appear to have any difference between groups. But when we tested these animals with different delays at 48 hours and 7 days after training, you can see that semaglutide has an enhancing effect on memory retention. I think two things are worth noting here. One is that this is on my, I think I have Parkinson, I'm sorry. This is present in the 2 time points that we are testing this memory, and also that, so it's not like a transient effect, it's more of a persistent one, and also the subsequent testing 24 hours after each time point, it's also sustained. So evidently, one single dose of semaglutide after training affects the retention of memory in a long-term manner. So this enhancement of memory can be due to either a modulation of the consolidation process itself of this memory, but also a modulation on the expression of that consolidated memory. So we ran a few control experiments. On your left, you have experiment 2, in which we did the same, but delayed the administration of the drug by 3 hours. Consolidation is a time-dependent process, so if a treatment affects this process, it has to do so within a time window. So, as you can see, when we inject 3 hours later, this effect is gone. And if then we wanted to evaluate if the memory expression was modulated. So we trained animals in the same way and injected them immediately before testing. And you can see also that this effect is not present. So evidently, a single dose of semaglutide post-training enhances memory retention, and this effect is time-dependent and also is specific to the formation of that memory, pointing to a possible modulation in its consolidation. So the last thing I want to show you is we finally asked if semaglutide can modulate the retention of a new memory. Can it do so on an old one? So what we did was train the animals, test them. So consolidated memories, if upon a reactivation, they can become labile again and can be updated. So we use this first testing session as a reactivation session for that trace. And immediately after that, injected either saline or semaglutide. And as you can see, in the reactivation session, which is before the treatment was administered, the groups had no significant difference between them, but this enhancement of retention was present on subsequent tests. So evidently, this enhancement can be performed also to reactivated memories. So to sum up, we observed an enhanced retention due to the administration of semaglutide, subcutaneous semaglutide, and this effect was long-lasting since it was present at 48 hours and 7 days. It was time-dependent because when the administration was delayed, it had no effect on behavior. It was memory process selective because memory expression remained unchanged, and also, evidently, as it seems, can affect also updating of old memories. So from here, we want to replicate these experiments in females. We have preliminary data that suggests that retention is likewise enhanced in this sex, and we want to elucidate if this enhancement is mediated by either central and or peripheral GLP-1 receptors. And we also want to assess whether an acute administration, because there has only been chronic experiments done, I think, whether an acute administration of semaglutide enhances retention in an animal model of Alzheimer's disease. So thank you all for your attention, and now I answer any question or suggestion that you may have.
Hi, very nice talk. I have a question. Have you tested learning in a non-aversive paradigm?
No, we haven't yet. It's a very interesting question, since it not necessarily are the same pathways involved. So, yeah, we haven't yet.
And
tried
second,
that.
for the central candidates, what were you thinking? Because in my postdoc lab, we test, someone else tested, I was involved in the experiment, inhibiting specifically in infralimbic and prelimbic cortex during tone fear conditioning, and it didn't have any effect. So just that it was like years ago, and they didn't trust it. It was never published, but just in case, it might, because
you mean, what are we thinking to test if the receptors are central or peripheral? That's what.
Because you said it.
Yeah. So our idea, unless you have a better one, which I'm open for, is that we inject semaglutide subcutaneously, and then we inject a specific antagonist of GLP-1 receptor in the hippocampus. Therefore, if we don't see any effect, it should mean that the effect is central mediated. Otherwise, it has some some part at least of peripheral modulation. Yeah, it doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier that well, so it makes sense that it's the peripheral is involved. We don't know.
Yes, thank you, Kande. Great. Do you have? Do you know if there is any evidence in humans users of the drug? If there is any effect on the memory formation, consolidation? There's no reports of that.
Not that I know of. There has been a lot of research regarding this neuroprotective role, possible neuroprotective role. So there are a lot of tests done in people with Alzheimer's disease and other neural diseases. And this includes obviously memory tests, but not on healthy individuals. So I wouldn't know actually.
Thank you. Nice talk. I was also going to ask the same thing as Esteban, like if you see some profile of enhancing of memory. Here, okay. That I saw a talk earlier this year that dopamine is being maybe some of the effect is mediated by this effect of dopamine. I don't know, maybe you can test that. But also, if are there transgenic like conditional mice for the GLP-1 receptor, this is something that would be nice to try.
So yeah, the NTS it's proven to have a role in it's the thing is as I understand it from the literature, the molecule does not cross very well the barrier, so it contacts the brain in specific fenestrated points. One of them downstream leads to the VTA. So that's I think the hypothesis now is that it reaches like a very small amount to the brain, and then downstream it activates a lot of things, because C4 activation after semaglutide injection is like way up. Yeah, I don't know that much about addiction and its processing in the brain, but I doubt that releasing dopamine in that structure only can like create an addictive.
Here. Do you know if GLP here? You know if GLP receptor. Hola.
I can get closer and we can
Hola.
chat like intimately. Okay.
Do you know if GLP receptors are expressed in glial cells?
Yes.
Yes. So, do you think that the impact on neuroinflammation could be mediated?
Yes, it has been studied on both.
Okay.
Yes.
And
So.
what about the effect on microbiota?
You mean the gut-brain axis? Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. We were just talking about maybe how do you say cut the nerve, the vagus nerve, so that we can try injecting semaglutide and see if in these animals the change persists.
Do you study glial cells?
No.
Thank you.
Can I be the pain in the... what if your results had nothing to do with memory? I'm asking you because at that dose, semaglutide activates the area postrema, and produces a very profound state of malaise. And which may have nothing to do with enhancement of memory, may be state-dependent stamping in on the memory, which would have nothing to do with the original one, especially in the context of an aversive retrieval or aversive memory retrieval. So if you were to inject lithium chloride, would you have the same effects?
Well, if I believe your hypothesis, yes. But what I think is that, well, malaise, I think it has been reported on most cases, but not all cases of semaglutide in this dose. It may be for sure a cause for, like, you mean like the in-condition stimulus is higher, so the memory is stronger. Could be that. I think that we could probably go around that by injecting locally in the hippocampus or ICV. We could.
Or you habituate your animals.
I'm sorry?
Or you habituate your animals. You play with latent inhibition. They're exposed to semaglutide somewhere else before.
Yeah, we wanted, that's true, yeah, doable for sure. We wanted to assess the acute administration of semaglutide, because I think chronic is very much investigated. Yeah.
Thank you.
The last one? I can answer with
Do
yes
you
or no.
do you have difference in weight of the animals after administration? 24, 48 hours?
24 hours later, we have a small weight loss that recuperates like immediately, which makes sense. The half-life in humans, this injection is weekly injection in humans, but in mice the metabolism is different of the drug, I mean, and the half-life is around 24 hours. So it makes sense that, yeah, we don't see a difference in the food intake, but the body weight, yeah, slight difference.
Okay, so with this we finish the first session of talks. So it has been wonderful. So as you probably know, we are extremely late. So now we have the workshop. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. So maybe we need a break now. No. Okay. Okay. So we will have the break after the workshop then. Yep. Yep. No, stay.
And we could actually work together. That workshop will be more of a conversation than an exercise where you go to different tables and you come back. And it's motivated by the idea that we've already touched upon several times during the workshop this morning as to what is it to be a good mentor, what is it to be a good mentee, and for those of us in this room who are PIs, what is it we wish we had been told before we started off? And for the young ones who believe they have not yet mentored anyone, I think you've all mentored someone at some point, but what is it you think you would be as a mentor if you and when you become a PI? So let's start with the young ones. What do you think is a good mentor? Let's say, what are the 5 qualities you would say are necessary for someone to be deemed a good mentor? Yes. Sorry? So please in the microphone so that the Zoom people can.
So I feel like a good mentor would be someone who like can answer questions like in a good manner and don't like judge. I don't know. Don't yeah. I think you understand. Okay.
Yes. So you mean someone who's not patronizing and exerting control.
Exactly, yes.
So that is a very important aspect, because actually it's not just mentors, but we've all realized that in any area of the academic world, in the UK, for instance, some people who have control over me are vets and animal technicians. And some people like exerting control for the sake of it. And we don't like it at all, irrespective of who it is we are and what it is we do. Very good point. Yes?
I would say empathy in the way
Empathy.
that they have to be
Yeah.
able to put themselves in your place to make the good decisions for you.
So that is perhaps, I'm not here to overshare stuff, but the example I know is mine. And when I started being a PI, I believe I was empathetic, and I was not. And I really thought I was doing a good job, but the way I was processing my mental style was that I tended to think that people thought the way I do. And I tended to think that everyone who came to my lab had to become a PI. And I thought that if they didn't become a PI, it was a failure on their part and mine. So while I was hoping and I was believing I was empathetic, I approached my role with a particular lens that was predicated on personal internal biases. And it's taken me a couple of years and good feedback from my mentees to realize that the role of the mentor is to accompany their mentees in their own journey, not to set their journey for themselves. And that's tricky, because you may try to do it, and you may not realize that you follow a particular recipe that does not work for everyone. So yes, that's super important. What else? Come on, there are more than 2 qualities, I'm sure.
Hi. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
This one is very.
So
Yeah.
I think resolutive. I don't know how to say that in English. I think.
Go ahead in Spanish. I'll try it.
Resolutivo.
Resolutivo. So, in the sense that they are motivated, straight to the point, they really want to find solutions, or in the sense that they are.
Yes, especially in context of less possibilities.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of limitations. You need someone that does not like go around the bushes, but just does not hesitate.
Oh,
Exactly.
so this is coming to something important as well. I hope someone else soon will give another important quality that then we can, if possible, build on what you just said. What else? What? Yeah, please.
Maybe open-mindedness.
Yes.
To accept results that may be not what one first expects.
Very good. Yeah.
I think good communication skills is also very important.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking about being able to adapt your style of mentoring to different personalities of your different mentees.
Cognitive flexibility. Absolutely. Yes, you would expect that. Yep.
I think they should not only teach you stuff, but also encourage you to challenge them and accept the criticisms too.
Uh-huh. What else? What about being kind? Or being supportive? So some of you have given qualities that speak to this, but this is something I would like to elaborate on, also based on one of the comments we had this morning. Often I've had students coming to my office. I act as a undergraduate tutor in Cambridge. I've got students who come to see me when they have problems. And I keep telling me, please send me also information when you have successes. It's nice for me to know about your successes. But most of the time they come when they have problems. And they would tell me, oh, I've got a supervisor. They are so kind and so supportive. I say, okay, so if they are kind and supportive, why are you crying in my office right now? And so they keep telling me I'm great. Okay, so why are you here crying? Because I don't know where I'm going. Ah, and there's a big difference between kindness, between being kind and being supportive. a big, big difference. Someone who cares about you is someone who's going to help you achieve your full potential. And most of the time, we get to our full potential through critical input. And the discussion we had earlier today, when we had praise in public but critique in private, I think when it is about personal attributes, of course. If it's about science, I would say not at all. We learn so much from one another by interacting and by honing our skills. And if you wait for someone to discuss with you, to reenact a conversation the next day, to say, well, this argument was not properly made. Here, you completely missed one aspect of the literature. And you know what? It is normal that you miss that aspect of literature because you're starting. But it is through this online constant critique of one another as scientists that we grow together, for as long as we know that the intention is that everyone grows together. So it is in the intent that things really matter, right? When you said, it's communication and it's giving feedback, well, giving feedback doesn't have to be in private. It is in private if it's a personal attribute or perhaps a behavior that has nothing to do with science. But I would always encourage environments where mentees challenge their PIs on a particular idea and say, well, you've shown this, but I'm not quite sure. Or in that paper that you published when you were younger, there was something wrong. And that's beautiful, right? But there's a reality, is that in a lab, everyone learns from one another, and we only learn if we are told that what we say is wrong. So kindness could be like, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but I do not open a conversation that makes it plain that the rules in the lab is when we are discussing a paper in a lab meeting, sharing ideas, there's no boss, there's no one, they are just brains, right? And we hone our critical thinking skill together. And the intent and the ground rules are, we never say anything demeaning, we never say anything insulting, but we can say, well, this argument is incorrect, this is factually incorrect, there's nothing wrong, and nothing wrong, actually bad about it. And everyone learns from it. Actually being exposed to the critique that you would manifest towards your peers gives you as much feedback as you would otherwise have if you were only receive critique on your own. Sitting in a room when you've got 5 PhD students, 2 PhD students, 2 postdocs, technicians, and everyone shares their experience of critiquing one another constructively, everyone has 10 times more feedback than they would otherwise have on a one-one feedback session. So if we think of a lab as an organ or an organism, and that organism has to grow, and we are all a part of this organism, and we are not working for someone, we're working for science, the best thing we can do to support one another is to make sure that we hone the skills. That is being supportive. And for as long as the ground rules are, this is for everyone's interest, it is also kind. I'd rather my students struggle in the lab because it's a friendly environment, then I don't tell them much, and they go present data to a meeting, and someone in the room asks them a question that kills them. I would be a hypocrite not to give them the hard time in the lab and leave them on their own, stand outside. Right? So kindness and support are things that we have to learn. But as mentees, you also realize that you are the mentor of each one of the people that are around you in the lab or in your community. And I believe, but I'm sharing with you what I think. I'm not saying it is what it should be. I believe it is our duty to do that to one another, to help us grow together. What do you think? So being kind does not necessarily mean supportive, and being supportive should be done with kindness. But it is not done to one individual, it is done to the community. And as members of the community, we must mentor each other. We must make each other accountable for what we say and how we say it. That way,
kindness would prevail. Simply because we've got to make sure that we all grow together. Yeah? Other qualities. Cognitive flexibility, someone said. Yes. And I believe the PIs in the room would tell you that perhaps one of the most difficult parts of your job when you become a PI is human resources. It is so difficult. It is so difficult because we are never trained to do it. So those of you who are in the early stages of your career, if there are opportunities to get into a management or mentoring course, seize the opportunity. I didn't have that when I was younger, a long, long time ago. But I guess I've discussed with some of my peers here, and they didn't have it either. And even right now, I would like to be refreshed on ways in which I can improve. Now, we can always improve. But we do not necessarily make sure that we open ourselves up enough to say, well, this I completely fucked up. And had I known a particular technique, had I known to adapt in a better way, I could have done a better job. PIs don't tend to discuss about their role as a PI. They tend to discuss about their science. They tend to say how great they are as a PI, but they don't often say, well, there I clearly underperformed. I've rarely exchanged with one of my peers who told me, you know what, I need your advice because there I clearly underperformed. And it happens all the time. I underperform very often. Not because I want to underperform, because I'm not always properly equipped. The more people you have in your lab, the more needs you have, styles you have, expectations you have, and sometimes it's not done to one individual. Sometimes you've got two individuals in one lab who can't stand one another. It's life. And when that happens, if you're not prepared, it's tricky. And this comes back to one of the things we discussed in the workshop this morning, a support network. And the support network is not just for early career scientists. We should have a support network for PIs. Enabling us to actually learn from one another better, not just for the sense part of what we do. Because at the end of the day, the sense part of what we do, I can guarantee you that 10 years after your retirement, no one will know about what you've done. But 40 years after your retirement, if you train your trainees well enough, their trainees will know about you. Our legacy as a scientist is not in what we do, it's in how well we train those who come with us. And together, they'll achieve much more than what we could ever do in our career. And what's the secret of that? It's not science, it's mentoring. And we have not a single opportunity to be trained to do that. So that's tricky. Being a good mentor starts, I think, by saying, well, I'm not always a good mentor. And I haven't been as good a mentor as I wish I had. I guess that's the best way to start. And learn from good mentees. Okay, we've discussed a couple of qualities of a mentor. Now, young ones, what are the qualities of a good mentee? Because it goes both ways, right? What it is to be a good mentee? What is it to be a good mentee? Motivation. So you know what? It's when I've got people who apply to a postdoc in the lab or PhD in my lab, the last question of the interview is always about their passion and their motivation in life, because I believe with the right mindset, I can teach them everything I know, which means if the job is properly done on both sides, they should systematically leave my lab being much better than I am. They come with their knowledge, their skills, and I'm committing to share with them everything I know. So they should be better than me. The one thing I can't teach is passion. I can nurture passion. I can kindle passion. I don't know how to do that. Perhaps it can be done, but I do not know how to make someone passionate about something. And that is one important quality, at least for me. So motivation, yes. What else? And by the way, is it young ones? What is it to be a good mentee? Yeah. Ha. Yes, not being afraid of asking questions. I think it may be the most important quality. If you're not afraid of asking questions, it also means that if something is wrong in the lab, you may ask questions about it because it doesn't make sense. But a good mentee is someone who plays that game with a mentor that they will learn as much as possible from the mentor. And then the question is, what is learning? Well, we had beautiful talks about learning. But learning in academia, and especially for the young ones, and I do not mean to be patronizing, and if that comes across that way, please let me know, because this is not at all what I want. But when I start every year teaching the final students in neuroscience in Cambridge, 6th of October, I tell them, don't take your laptop, because we are just about to resit the exam you sat in June last year. And you know what happened to the faces in front of me? And it's like, okay, wait a minute. We are in October. I'm just telling you that we're going to resit your second year neuroscience exam that you sat in June. And they all panic. Does it ring a bell? They all panic because we all know that in October you've already forgotten a great chunk of what you've studied towards the exam 3 months before. So then my question to them is, okay, so if we all agree that right now you could not sit the exam you sat 3 months ago based on your visual memory, what are we doing here? What am I doing here in this theater, discussing with you, if we know that 2 years after you finish the exam, you may actually remember nothing? What's higher education? I believe it is about learning cognitive skills. It is about learning to think in a way that people who do not do higher education can't. And the beauty with cognitive skills is like any skills. You have them, but you can't necessarily explain how you got there. And skills, you don't forget. And in order to learn these skills, you really need to practice. And the best way to practice is to squeeze the brain of your mentor as much as possible. Right? You should have them sweat. And squeeze the brain of your peers. If everyone actually plays that game, everyone really hones their skill faster. And some skills are difficult to master. Writing a paper is difficult. And I think it's a skill you always improve until the rest of your career. So asking questions, thirst for learning, requires accepting that there's a lot we don't know, and there's so much we don't know. So we should never shy away from asking questions. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's a very, very good point. As a matter of fact, generating ideas that are testable is more difficult, and generating original ideas is even more difficult because we don't know all that have been published before, right? And your PI can help you establish whether that's, it's a good idea, that's one thing, but it's an idea that is not pursuing because it's already been solved. It will save you a lot of time. And again, learning to formulate an idea is a very important skill. And it's true that a lot of very good ideas come from your gut. You run this experiment and there is something you feel that is not quite the way you were expecting it to be. Yeah? And perhaps for one day, for 1 week, a month, you can't really say what it is. But you've got this rumination process. And at some point, you can put a word on that idea and you elaborate on it. And that's why research is a long process. And you, of course, you need someone with whom to share these ideas and perhaps with whom to learn how to work on the implementation of that process to come from this intuition to full-fledged idea that is testable. Absolutely, yes. What else? Oh, so it doesn't take much to be a good mentee. Good. Well, I think there is no such thing as a universal good mentee or a universal good mentor, because there are people's styles that are incompatible. I can try to exert cognitive flexibility as much as I can, but I want to be a scientist, and I want to deserve my name on the papers that come from my lab, which means I am very much involved in everything. I don't consider that providing a grant, giving the equipment or the consumables is sufficient for me to have my name on my papers. So I directly mentor all my lab members. There's no postdoc supervising PhD students that supervise undergraduates. It's everyone works directly with me. And I cannot not put my hands in the data. I am very much all the time in the lab, and this is something I cannot do without. I can't be a hands-off PI. That's not who I am. And I've had students who can't stand to have a hands-on PI. And we realized straight away that it would not work. I was very honest with the way I work, with the way the lab works, and they were very honest with what works for them. And the best thing we could do is me to say, I will never be a good mentor for you, because what you need, I can't provide. And it was for them to recognize, you'll never be a good mentor for me, because the way I work is not the way you work. And there are compromises I'm not willing to make. And don't tell me there are compromises you're not willing to make either. So it's not true that everyone can be the best mentor for everyone in their lab. Which means being a good mentee starts with the first interactions. When you go to join a lab for an internship, but importantly for PhD or a postdoc, bear in mind that you interview them as much as they interview you.
Just to take this into a slightly sticky, slippery situation, okay? Young people evolve, you're right. In India, we have integrated MS PhD programs. So we admit people after a 3-year bachelor's for a 6-year sort of MS PhD, which means they're young and they don't fully have their colors and stripes yet. So they have the option of leaving the lab with a master's or staying on in the lab for PhD. And it's only 2 years into it that they discover the kind of mentee they are, or the kind of mentorship they need. And the advisor discovers, hey, I can't deal with this. I'm not going to be able to be a good mentor. Because I've actually had this conversation with the students saying you deserve a mentor who is not going to be, always on your neck expecting a written update every 2 weeks and expecting that it come on time and expecting that if some experiment doesn't happen as scheduled, I get informed. These are my requirements. If you find them excessive, that's too bad, but you deserve a mentor who will let you be the way you are, right? Very bright student, talented, good experimentalist. But I don't know if I'll kill him or he'll kill me by the end of it. So it's a slippery kind of situation, right? Where he's in the best institute in India and wants a PhD. And he's stuck with this mentor who expects updates every 2 weeks. What would you do?
Doesn't mean that they are not a good mentee, right? Or they are not a good mentor. But we'll come, if possible, we'll come back to that scenario once the interview are done. So you go for interviews, and you interview them as much as they interview you. If you don't interview them properly, you may end up in this situation. What I mean is that when we're young, we tend to think that we are given the honor of joining a lab, that it is a privilege that someone for whom we have a representation of superiority is giving us an opportunity. You have one life, and each minute of your life you spend in the lab is a minute that you can't get back. You're giving them your time. That gives you the right to ask about the lab. And ideally, you're not going to work for them. You're going to work with them. You'll be partners. A good mentor-mentee relationship is a partnership. When the mentor recognizes that without you, they're nothing, and you need them to flourish. It goes both ways. I can give you an example. If you look up my lab at the Cambridge University, you won't find the Berlin lab. There's no Berlin lab. Or Berlin, sorry. There's no Berlin lab, my name. There is the Cambridge Laboratory for Research on Impulsive and Compulsive Disorders. I am a member of my lab. And with my colleagues, we work towards advancing knowledge in this area. Because if I want to have my lab, I should be on my own, and I'll achieve nothing. Right? So it's a partnership. How to establish the best partnership? Quality control check. When you apply to a lab, I adopt that someone say, yeah, come, I'll give you a fellowship without asking for a CV, without asking for a presentation, without asking sometimes for a research project. You ask to deliver things that will enable them to assess you, right? Well, my recommendation is when you go for any position, in any institution, once you've landed this meeting with a PI, I would recommend you ask systematically to have a meeting with a lab. If you do not have the means to go there, and right now I understand that it would be very difficult here, and all this process takes place on Zoom, you request a meeting with a lab over Zoom without the PI. Because I could tell you I'm the greatest mentor in the world. Right now you see this. And perhaps right now there are people crying in my lab. What do you know about it? So I can tell you my lab any way I want. But you want to know how it feels to be in that lab. You want to get to know the people with whom you're going to work. Those on whom you're going to rely when you're ill, when you need to go out for something. It will be your peers that you'll be relying on when you'll be needing them. So you need to interview everyone. And if a PI makes it difficult for you to access their lab, I recommend this is the first criterion that doesn't smell good. It's not difficult. I can guarantee you, it takes me one email. I've got one of my PhD students who's responsible for the lab meetings in the lab, and I ask her, can you please invite this prospective applicant to the last 20 minutes of the lab meeting on that day? And it takes only that to facilitate an informal meeting with the lab without me. It just takes that. And it gives me 20 minutes off the lab meeting, and I can go back home earlier. So it is not possible for a PI to withhold access to their lab when you interview them. Think about this as the beginning of a two-way street. You interview each other. And then, well, you learn from one another. And any relationship comes with small adjustments and compromises. Don't expect the PI to actually fulfill all your wishes, and the PI should not expect you to fulfill all of theirs. Right? But a good mentee is someone who doesn't shy away from mentoring their PI. Yeah. A good mentee is also a good mentor for their PI. It is someone who should go to the PI and say, well, actually, the discussion we had in the lab yesterday and something that was said in your presence, I felt very uncomfortable about, and you said nothing, and I don't think it's okay. In the right environment, this is more than appropriate. This is what should be done. And your PI should thank you for it. And in such an environment, there may be less needs to call out because people are accountable for one another. So a good mentee is someone who's willing to train and mentor their PI. I'm not saying that the mentee is going to take the PI's chair and say, hey, do this. This is not at all what's going on. But it's a two-way street. And you've got to accept that it is your responsibility as a mentee to be proactive. And I would suggest that a good mentee is also a trainee that help their PI help them. And one of the most important ways in which you can help your PI help you is when you agree on the deadline jointly. The deadline should not be set by one or the other of the two partners. You jointly agree on the deadline. If you realize that you'll miss the deadline, say the end of an experiment, the first draft of a paper, be proactive. Tell your PI it won't happen then. Because imagine you're in a lab with 5-6 partners, and your PI is designing their timeline according to when they expect to be dedicated time to giving feedback on your manuscripts. And if they don't come at the time allocated, then it's all a mess. So a good mentee is also someone who pushes back when there's too much asked, who protects themselves. There were very good points this morning. Who protects themselves, who knows when to say no, but when they commit to a particular deadline, either they stick to it or they give notice to their mentor ahead of time for their mentor to be able to adjust their own timeline. Otherwise, it may well be the case that a manuscript that you were expecting to receive feedback on 3 weeks after the deadline, you receive that feedback a year later, but you can't blame the PI anymore because the PI has quite a few other things to do. So it is also show empathy towards your PI. As much as the PI should show empathy towards everyone in their lab. Don't you think? Okay, so for the time being, we've asked more about the young members of our gathering today. Older folks, what do you think? Anything to add? Statements to challenge? Alternative views? Qualities we haven't yet discussed?
No, maybe I have one thing to say. It's just, again, how the PhD and the graduate program works here.
Yeah.
We do. It was said earlier that we don't have a master's, and most of our students go from being undergrad to PhD students. That's why they have to do like a master, a thesis at the end of their career. And so, when they are in the second half of their undergrad biology, most of us, or some of us are biologists. They have a mentor who helps them to choose which subjects they choose at the end and gives them some kind of mentoring to choose in which lab they will do their thesis.
Mm-hmm.
So we start with a mentoring process as undergrads. So because the thesis is 1 year project. So undergrads have, at least in here, in Buenos Aires, in this school, the possibility to learn some of these issues that you have to be aware before making their election for the PhD lab, which is a much longer commitment. So I think starting earlier with the points you have to, or the factors in the equation you have to take into account when you decide what are you going to do next. Starting earlier is better. So, for example, visiting labs, talking to different PIs,
allow yourself to say, well, maybe this lab was not the right one, I can switch, I have time to switch, or maybe, I don't know, maybe the topic was very interesting, but the atmosphere was not so interesting, or the other way around. Well, I am mentor of many undergrad students. What I always try to tell them is that we need them, and their skills are very necessary, and they have a great value as prospective researchers, and they have to have this agency to decide where they are going to, but also they have to be responsible with the commitment they make.
Absolutely.
Yes, this is, and I think, I think having these first run these theses where they can, maybe it's because we don't have rotations like in other countries. Well, that was one piece of
to start
information.
early. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is a very elaborate program to approach these questions as early as possible in your training, so that they are internalized and they are part of the way you interact in the future with your future colleagues or mentors. That's super important. There's another aspect that we haven't discussed, but I hope that older folks will give their point of view, is that your mentor is not just your supervisor. Anyone can be your mentor. And as we've discussed this morning, some of the undergraduate students here may well have already mentored someone by providing support and feedback. Being a mentor is just looking after one another. And we may not get the full experience, everything you need from a mentor from a single individual, but that doesn't matter. I believe Shuba explained this morning that in her personal trajectory, she's had to look for mentors all over the place. And the thing is, when you look for a mentor, there will always someone responding to the call. You'll find someone. So it's also not being afraid of asking as a good mentee to get the mentors you need. Sometimes what you need can't be found in a single person. After all, scientists are just humans. And, well, I have to say, when I was much younger, I thought they were much better than humans. I thought scientists had to be superhumans with perfect ethics, and because we are paid by taxpayers' money to live our dream, we should be perfect. We are just humans, right? And unfortunately, because some of us, to get to a permanent position, we've had to survive in a very competitive world that exacerbates not necessarily the best traits in individuals. But we are responsible for the system in which we work. We're not the victims. So I can tell you that a good mentee for my lab, I'm not saying other people are not good people, but I want team players. Simply because the experiments we do are so demanding. They require training rats 7 days a week, sometimes for 6 months non-stop. Not a single individual can do that. So everyone works together. There's no such thing as someone's PBS bottle. Everyone works together. So if someone is not willing to do that, I can't work with them. So it's also a limitation of the nature of the research we do. So being a viscerally passionate about being a team player is super important for my lab. But perhaps other labs, it matters less. I still think the best communities are those where everyone supports one another. But that's a philosophical, ethical opinion. It doesn't mean that I am more effective at producing data than someone else. But the thing is, I never started doing science to be a paper factory. So for me, the good mentees are also people who share my philosophy. I do not want to impose my philosophy on someone who doesn't share it. And my philosophy is, science is for the greater good, it's not for my name. And science, research, is not the same thing as producing papers. That is my philosophy. And I would never have someone in my lab who disagrees with this core principle of the way we do science in my lab, because I would do a disservice to them. So a good mentee is someone who can straight away say, I disagree with your position, I disagree with this particular position, and that's exactly what's important. And you can, sorry, Shubha.
May I
Sorry.
sort of take
Yeah,
you
of course,
up on
of
it?
course.
We don't spend enough time together, so we come to these places like this and argue with each other. No, I just wanted to say that mentees don't know who they are when they start.
Yeah.
Right? And that is the biggest challenge. So what I wanted to in the lab right now, and one postdoc, each of them are at different stages of discovering themselves. So the challenge for me is to recognize first how naive and unable to multiplex and making mistakes I was when I started. Okay, so I have to remember that when I'm dealing with the very new ones. As they grow and as they discover who they are, I have to modify mentorship. So at any one time, I have to be 8 different people. Okay, that's a terrible challenge. I don't meet it all the time. Okay, depending on what the mentee is going through in their life, they may or may not be a team player that month. Because, they may be withdrawn and they may screw up and they make, oh my God, they may make bad gel running buffer and screw up everybody else's gels. I mean, because people change through their trajectory and that's their right. Young people are supposed to grow. The biggest challenge of my life is to always be aware of that. And I'm not perfect at it. I mean, I'm only human, right? So I would like for my mentees to recognize that they get to just be themselves all the time. I get to be 8 different people. Okay, and the answer to that is, well, don't take 8 students. Take, 3 students. So you see the challenge, right? Any thoughts? Have any mentees here seen their mentors in this perspective?
And mentors can get divorced. Mentors can have a sick child. A lot of things can happen as well that will change the way they perform. So another very important aspect of being a good mentee is to acknowledge what we want. Perhaps some people start in a lab wanting to do a PhD. And a year into the PhD, they realize that's not for me. But if they don't share that with their mentor is de facto now underperforming. Because the mentor will understand implicitly the expectations that are required to fulfill a PhD and will not think twice about agreeing on commitments that are those that are determined by the fact that someone wants to complete their PhD or wants to do a postdoc after a PhD. And if the mentee doesn't actually go to the mentor and say, well, I don't think I want to continue. Or you know what, I want to finish my PhD, but I don't want to do a postdoc. The way I approach the support of a student, actually one of my female students told me, David, you're just stupid. She used these words. She said, well, you work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, for £4,000 a month. I don't want that. I want to have a life. I want to do a 3-day week, and I want to earn twice as much as you do. And actually, almost anywhere in industry, I would get that. I said, good. She's now the head statistician of the House of Commons in London. She does work on 3 days weeks, and she has what she wants. But she hasn't published a paper, because in Cambridge, you don't need a paper to publish your thesis. And the expectations had completely changed. It was my job as a mentor to help her achieve what she wanted. Yeah? But I can only help her achieve what she wants and adopt the right strategy if I know what she wants. So a good mentee is someone who would regularly share with their mentor, hey, dude, actually, that's it. What we were planning for is not happening anymore. Now it's something else. And for as long as that's clear, well, that's clear. I'm not saying it's easy, because if you expect experiments to be done for a grant or for something, and your lab requires this data, as a mentor, you need to find someone else in the lab or someone else to run these experiments. But it is your job as a mentor to make sure that you support this individual in their personal trajectory to get to the next stage of their career according to what they want, not according to what you want for them. But you can only do that properly as a mentor if you know what it is needed to best support your mentee. And many people do not manage to really say what it is they need or what it is they want. Because making a choice is always leaving something behind. And for a long time, people would rather try to maintain both opportunities possible, and that leads to dissatisfaction. So it's, I think, super important as well to know what we want. Okay, I stop now. All folks. Yeah. Oh.
I'm sorry, I was saying that just to put a little bit of local context, for me as a PI, and also I guess that for students too, motivation is a problem now, to keep motivation on the students and also to keep myself motivated, because the funding is very low. It's almost zero, at least the national funding. So sometimes you have to keep motivated people when you are not that motivated, and that's extremely difficult in these days. So that is probably the more challenging aspect that at least me I am having in my own lab right now. So that's sometimes that is for instance, we always have to choose which experiments to do, right? But now, sometimes we cannot do any experiments, and the salary for the students is extremely low, so they can reach the end of the month. So that is extremely difficult in Argentina, this situation, and to be a mentor, and of course, to be a mentee too. So because both of us have to be motivated in a very adverse or challenging environment. That's extremely difficult.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing this. That's very important. Yes. Anyone wants to elaborate on this? I think this is a super important statement to make.
Just to add some more words from yours, that it's very difficult, and we are from Córdoba, and we have the same situation. It's very difficult to maintain the motivation under these circumstances, because sometimes students say, hey Sebastian, can I stay tomorrow working at home because I can save some money? And that's just one day is different for them. So it's very different and very difficult, and sometimes if you go to the lab you don't have the reactive on, I don't know, basic things that you have to work with. So yeah, sometimes very difficult to maintain that motivation.
Thank you so much. These are so important points, and they may not be unique to Argentina, but I think they may well be, and I really hope that things will change in the future. And I'm sorry, I have no solution for that. The one thing that some of my colleagues in countries where there's not as much as in Argentina, but other countries where there's less funding, is to try to keep everyone excited about science. They write grant applications. They write grant applications for the future, and they challenge one another. So they say, okay, so these are the current 3 projects in the lab that we can no longer run. Let's see when there will be money. What's the best way to design an experiment then? Or what is the ideal experiment I would design if I had fiber optometry? How can I live my dream without being able to run the experiments? And one way to do it is to dream about the ideal experiment I would do. And all of this work will not necessarily be obsolete in 3 years or 4 years from now. Some of the literature will be, but no, these ideas can be original and can be honed. And as a community, with the PI sitting with the PhD students and with the postdocs, peer reviewing each application, adding experimental designs and controls may well be a way to cope with the inability to run experiments. I'm not saying it is satisfactory, but the one thing that the worst that can happen to a human being is the loss of hope. Right? And I feel that if the situation here continues, it may happen. And perhaps the best way to not lose hope is to create mechanisms that enable us to nurture hope. And what do we do as scientists? What are we good at? Is generating ideas and implementing programs of research out of these ideas. When we write a grant application, what is it we exert? Hope. If I had no hope of getting funded, I wouldn't write a grant. And you would tell me, yes, David, this is exactly what we all experience. But my point is, if I invest time now designing the grants that I'll submit when there's funding, or if I spend time now designing grants and I've got full ownership over the idea, I can perhaps team up with someone in a wealthier country and bring them into my research. If I bring them once the proposal is fully fledged, it's mine, and I ask someone to come and collaborate on this. I am not here to give lectures as to how to solve the problem, but there are ways in which we can maintain hope. And the very fact that we write grant applications is the exercise of hope. So yes, I know you can't, you can write them and there's nothing out of it right now. But I hope for you that you hope that you'll see the end of the tunnel sooner than later. And then perhaps the students of today will have their name on the grant. It won't benefit them today, but we can still help them, or you can still help them for the future, associating them to a grant. If they've spent time in the lab working towards designing experiments, writing the grant, justifying the hypothesis, end up with expected results, risks. There may well be ways in which the most important part of what we do is not the experiments. The most important part of what we do is there. And for as long as this is not taken away from us, there should be hope. I'm sorry, it may be completely inappropriate what I'm saying, and I apologize if that is the case.
No, I agree that is a way to maintain the motivation and hope, just writing grants. But yes, probably is one of the only strategy that we have right now, because it's extremely difficult, the situation. And for sure, it's difficult here in Buenos Aires and in the small city in the interior. I am from a small city, and my university is small too, so everything is a little bit harder there. So yeah. I don't know. Sometimes it's difficult just to when you just arrive to your place, to your house, and you have sometimes to pretend to be motivated to the people, to the students, when then you go back to home and say, okay, and I am terrible now. So yeah, it's very challenging. I don't know. We are sometimes used to instability, but this 2 or 3 last year has been devastating. Yeah. Sorry. Pessimistic.
This is your life. Actually, this is to give you a platform to be able to share this. I guess you all think about it and talk about it in small groups, but there may be nothing cathartic about discussing it like this, but at least you hear one another and you are heard. Shuba and I can't do anything right now for that. But the fact that we are aware, others will be aware, and hopefully this community has to wait. There's nothing we can do right now. However, I still think that you're going through a process, for those of you who know in psychology, called learned helplessness, which is the most important gateway towards depression and other mood-related disorders. And this is the worst that can happen. And the reason why the PIs in this room experience this speaks to passion. Because you still have your salary, right? So they could be like a bit more salary. But why is it we expense that when we are taking away the opportunity in science? Is because we need all science. And that passion makes us as a community quite unique and resilient. So we understand resilience as a limit. And I hope for you that we won't be tested today.
And I do think that it's important to take this into account both ways. For the mentors or the PIs to understand the students, because sometimes or it is difficult for us to understand some behaviors or something that happens in the lab. And the other way too, right? Sometimes it's good that the students just understand what the PIs are suffering too, right? So this is, yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing this. Any other player? I don't know what time it is. So tell us
yeah, we should finish. Yeah.
Yep. So I really hope that was useful. I think at least Shuba and I have learned a lot from you, and to some extent, my agenda and Shuba's agenda was to really get to understand better on the ground what your preoccupations were, and to understand what it is IBRO could do. We can't change this government right now. We can't necessarily exert political pressure because IBRO should not be political. You would tell me science is political. Everything we discussed today is political. But if IBRO as an organization take a political stance, then we are no longer supporting everyone. You may think it's the coward way, but we believe the best way to support everyone is to maintain the status quo. However, I believe we've identified avenues such that a potential new grant for IBRO supporting shipment from Europe or US to Argentina for consumables or these kind of things. These international advisor system, feel free to let us know through LARC or directly. I'd rather through LARC. If you have other ideas and things that you are frustrated we didn't discuss today, things that worked, or whether you've realized that we come from a different world and we had nothing to do here, which I would be willing to accept. It's super important for us to know if we give our time and if we come here, we don't want to make you waste your time. So we want to do the right thing. But thank you so much for all your engagement, because without this engagement and candor and honesty, these kind of conversations can't be had. So thank you so much.
I don't know about David, but I think I grew up here. So we wanted to make, above all things, a personal connect, okay? Because it's all very well to, be IBRO global. The head office is in Brussels. He's in the UK. I'm in Mumbai. We run IBRO activities. But after all, IBRO is made up of networks of people, and we really wanted to reach out and connect with individuals. So I'm so glad all of you came today. Not only the faculty, but also the neuroscientists of tomorrow. When you all grow up and run the place, okay? And some of you will. I mean, I hope today remains with you, and I hope you always remember that making connections is really the heart of everything.
I was going to say a little bit of this on my talk, but since we're talking now. So I think it's a very important role that IBRO and other similar organizations have. And although you may not support just one country, the regional activities that you do are very important. And advocating for regions like ours is very important. So not only for you to consider, but with your partners. Like, for instance, Wellcome Foundation has changed the priorities this year, and it will no longer be supporting Latin America in their grants. And for us right now, these type of international grants are not an extra nice thing to have, but it's a lifeline. So, to consider to advocate for low-income countries, it will be a lot of help for us and other countries. So.
Thank you. So,
Sí, ¿qué hora debe?
Empezar menos cuarto.
Menos cuarto. ¿Qué hora es? Starting the last session, so if you can scan this QR, so this is a survey to get feedback from the activities of today's activities. So it's very important that you just complete this form. We need an IBRO, need this information. And yes, go ahead, please. Oh, okay. So maybe can you complete this before you leave? Yes, today. Before the end of the day, right? Okay, that's mandatory then. Who cares? Okay, so yes, please try to complete the form today or in the following hours.
We will start with the last session today. It's the Early Career Researchers Short Talks. Our first speaker is Esteban Beckwith, and he is from Instituto de Investigación en Biomedicina de Buenos Aires.
Well, I would start with the thanking everyone for being here today, for the organizers for inviting me and accepting my presentation, and also to the IBRO representatives to visit us here. I think it's very, very important. Thank you very much for all the work you do for the community. So let me start this. Okay, so that said, thank you all. This is the title of the talk, Sickness Behavior in Drosophila, but I wanted to do one step before and tell you about what we do in the lab. The main questions that drive our research is this one: which are the functions of sleep and how is sleep regulated? So these are the two main questions that we try to tackle in the lab. We are just starting. There is a lot known, but a lot that is not known. Paraphrasing, and of course a lot that we don't know about sleep regulation and function. And in particular, we have several different projects in the lab running nowadays, but the main one probably is about the bidirectional regulation between sleep and immunity. And we all know from cell experience that when we, and mostly because our moms and grannies tell us that we need to have a good night of sleep to be healthy, and also that when we get sick, we should go to sleep and recover. So we know from epidemiology that there is a link between these two systems in our body, but we don't have a mechanistic understanding of how this happens at the neuronal level, at the cellular level, and at the molecular level. And that's what we want to tackle. I want to tackle because it's very important. And why is it important? Because currently in our societies we suffer from lack of sleep and poor sleep quality. This is a bit of old data from Europe, and it's not getting any better, but if you see here, I can use the pointer instead of my finger that doesn't have a light. This is how much we sleep in our free days along our different ages. And this is how much we sleep during the work days, showing that there is a clear gap. We don't sleep as much as we would like to. And okay, it would be just comfort, but the point is that this sleep restriction has a systemic impact in immunity, but also in mental health, metabolic disorders, organ function, cancer progression, and many others. So this is an important aspect of our life that has an impact on our health. And also there is an economic impact of this sleep deficit that has been quantified for some developed countries, and I'm sure that is equally or even worse in others. So this is the framework that what we want to study and why we want to study it. And we do it, and then is how we do it. We do it in the fly. We are very fan of our research model, and all Drosophila people are very fan of Drosophila. It's something that we happens to do. And we do it because of the genetic tractability of the model, which is very well known, and the reproducibility, because it allows very high levels of, we can use a lot of animals and have good reproducibility. And in our case, because sleep is conserved between flies and other animals like us or vertebrates in general. And also because there is an innate immune system that is conserved. And this is key, and we use the fly. We are interested particularly in that because the fly allows us to disentangle the acquired immune system and the innate immune system because it only relies on the immune system. And it's a good model because of that. And also because it's conserved, basically the toll and the IMD pathways are well conserved in the fly. Actually, the toll pathway was discovered in the fly first. And so that's the reason why we use this model. And this is how we measure sleep. We develop a unique system that measures and manipulates sleep. It's a video tracking system. It's all 3D printed, do it yourself, open source science project in which we develop this system we call the etoscope. It doesn't matter the name, but it's a video tracking with high temporal and spatial resolution, much higher than what was available at the time. It performs real-time analysis and has an increased accuracy to measure behavior in general. Also, that's how we measure sleep. And then the immune system. We want to address the function of the immune system, so we need a way to activate or to measure, to study the immune system. That we do that by modeling infections in the fly. We do it with this systemic infection. We can manually inject a very precise dose of a bacteria, in this case a blue dye, just for showing how we do it. And with that we model a systemic infection. We know exactly how much inoculum we are putting in the fly. And the other system that we use is a gastrointestinal infection. So we force the flies to feed on bacteria. They don't like it, don't do it just because of fun. We need to force them a bit, so we are setting up this other model. This model allows us to have a local infection just in the gut, and study not only the gut infection in cells, but the brain, the gut axis brain, in the context of health and disease. Right. So with that, what I want to summarize what we do. We study the variation and regulation of sleep and immunity by studying how sleep supports the immune function, so how lack of sleep affects immunity, and also sickness behavior. Right? So the plethora of changes in behavior that are triggered by the immune activation. And that's not only activity, sleep, but also feeding, sexual behaviors, and many others. So what we did in the lab, when I was still a postdoc, was to go to the -80 and take as many bacteria as we could. Here what I'm showing you is the amount of activity of the fly, of a group of flies, a population of flies, for several days, in this case 4 days. Day and night in black and white, and the amount of activity in gray and black, the controls, and in colors, the bacteria infection. And what we saw very systematically, but not in all the bacteria, is that we saw an increase in activity after the infection. And the fact that not all the bacteria do it, and there is a lot to discuss about that, but we focus, or at least for this talk, I will focus in the result that we have with this non-lethal infection of Micrococcus luteus, which the flies, when they get sick, we infect them and we get them sick, they increase their activity, and that fades out when they can resolve this infection due this pathway, the toll pathway. So the bacteria is sensed by a group of molecules. Then there is a Spätzle, which is a proligand that is protease and activates the toll receptor, and then there is an intracellular pathway. And what we did first was to knock out mutant or knock down several different approaches for the ligand in the fat body, which is the main organ in the fly that orchestrates the immune response. And with that, we prevent this increase in activity. So the flies that cannot produce Spätzle from the fat body cannot mount this behavioral response. And then the second aspect that we want to say is, okay, where is this relevant? And we tackle the intracellular receptors of the pathway in the brain, so in neurons. So the panneural knockdown of both DIF or MyT8 inhibit this behavioral response also, showing that an active toll pathway in the nervous system is necessary to trigger this behavioral response. So our working model then is that at least gram-positive bacteria lead to the activation of the fat body Spätzle that somehow reaches the brain, and through the activation of the toll pathway impacts behavior. And now we want to know which neuronal centers, how is this helping animals to cope with infection, and we have a lot of open questions after this work. And just because we are in the IBRO day, I want to finish by just a snapshot of my scientific trajectory, in which IBRO supported me during my PhD for a short stay in Canada. then an IBRO travel grant to assist the first FALAN meeting during my postdoc, and then when I came back to Argentina through the IBRO Return Home Fellowship, and then when I became a father with the Parenthood Grant, so thank you again. And with that, I want to finish acknowledging the people that currently, lab members, past lab members, a lot of collaborators that are part of what I do, and then the funding sources that are currently funding the lab. And thank you all, and happy to take questions.
So when you first described the various phenotypes following infections, you focused on gram-positives because I guess you got the early onset of the behavioral adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what explains the fact that with the other ones it's a later onset after 3 to 5 days? What is it
for the gram-negative?
Yes, am I wrong? It's more 3 to 5 days when you start having this effect. Is it the temporal engagement of toll receptors is different?
For the gram-negative, you don't have basically toll engagement because gram-negative don't turn on the toll. It goes through IMD. So for example, our toll gram-positive bacteria that activates toll, if we knock down the IMD, so the other pathway, it doesn't change anything. But in some gram-negative bacteria, even if we knock down both systems at the same time, we still have the response. So there are some part of the response, depending on the bacteria, that it could be independent of the immune pathways. So that's actually the title of that they have toll-dependent and toll-independent aspect of this. So that's why we use this resource of different type of bacteria because they activate different things, and some of them are characterized, some are not, and we need to do it. But for example, with them, Bluetooth is very clear that it's very specific to the toll pathway, and that's why we focus on that for the following story. But yeah, there are dependent and independent of the immune system, and we don't know.
Another question?
You mentioned that your next step was going to be to find out which neurons were responsible. I'm just wondering, the old work of Paul Shaw, is the sleep circuit in the fly not identified yet?
Yeah, it is. Or, I mean, we have, or the community have done some advance on the identification.
Yeah.
So after Paul Shaw, 2002 work on several others. Yeah, the community has come with 3 or 4 circuits that interact with each other and drive sleep. And that's one of the ones that we are testing.
So, I mean, is it sleep that you would hypothesize, or is it activity? Because the two activity is used as a proxy for not sleep, but they may not be the same thing.
So I show you all activity, which is the most raw data that we collect, but there is an effect on sleep too, because we also quantify sleep from there, so I focus on the most raw data. My hypothesis is at some point it needs to reach those circuits. If it's the toll pathway being necessary there, we don't know. But that's my hypothesis, and that's what we are studying.
Una más? One more question? No?
There's one.
Just a little bit curious. So, and you know what happens if you infect the flies with a virus or something? So, do you know if the circuits are pretty similar or completely different?
In terms of behavior, I cannot recall any paper that does it, but there is a specific defense against virus, which is Dicer. So they actually they also use for boosting the RNA system. So there is a response to viruses too, but I cannot recall any people recording behavior from virus-infected flies. But maybe I need to check. It's something I know that I don't know.
Our next speaker is Estefanía Bello. ¿Cómo traduce. She is from IBRO, Instituto de Fisiología Bernardo Hussein.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here and for selecting me for the talk. It's my honor. I'm going to talk about social behaviors. Social behaviors are fundamental for the survival of the species, comprise a wide range of behaviors, and I'm going to focus specifically in the interactions between peers. Social cognition, oh, it's all moved in the presentation. Sorry. Social cognition is an aspect of social behaviors that allows the individuals to detect and interpret social cues from others. And it has become quite attracted in interest during the last decade because it has been shown to be a different domain from typical neurocognition, like attention and executive functions. And it's also altered in many psychiatric diseases. So these diseases also, such as schizophrenia, for example, also are presented with deficits in social motivation. So the wanting to engage with others, and it's supposed to be a different aspect from social behavior. So these two components might be influencing each other, and so perhaps if we have difficulties into understanding what the affective state of another person, like saying if it's happy, if that person is happy, it's gonna be less interesting, or I'm gonna be less engaged in trying to interact with this other person. So it could go also the other way. And so both support normal social functioning, and that allows to establish and maintain long-term relationships in life. So we are interested in understanding what mechanisms regulate these aspects of social motivation and cognition. And when we think about motivation, of course, we think about dopamine, which assigns motivational value to experiences and allows learning from them. And dopamine has been widely studied under primary rewards, basically, like food and water, in response to food and water. But it's also coding novelty, and more importantly, it's also being released in response during social behaviors. So it's also a rewarding signal for social behaviors. How can we tell? Because we know that, for example, if we focus in the activity of dopaminergic VTA neurons, we see that social encounters increases the activity of dopaminergic neurons while they're approximating another peer. And also it can bidirectionally modulate the social interaction. When we inhibit dopamine PTA neurons, we can induce social withdrawal or retraction. And if we activate them, we can induce approach and establish and engage into exploring another subject, another conspecific. And it's also been shown to be reinforcing. So animals are willing to work in order to be able to interact with others. So we know this dopamine is involved in social motivation, but is it also coding aspects of affective behavior? So part of the affective aspect of the social interaction. So in order to answer that, we adapted this well-known test that was from Jackie Crawley. It was called the 3-chamber test, to a single set arena. And we can attach different modules for the test animal to explore different stimuli that we put into those modules, like another animal or maybe objects, inanimate objects. And we allow them to freely explore these modules, and we define an interaction zone around those interaction windows. We can put up to 4, I'm not sure if this is gonna work. No. Sorry. Up to 4 modules. Well, I'm not sure where the video isn't working. Doesn't matter. But so we will use these settings to understand, to challenge test mice with different demonstrators that present different emotional states. So basically their previous experience before entering that cage is different between the two. One is the neutral demonstrator that we always put in every experiment. That's an animal that's just coming from its own home cage, so nothing happened particularly interesting before. And the other one, we manipulate their affective state by in a positive or a negative way before starting the test. So the test animal is allowed to freely explore the two of them, and the setting arena is so we define the exploration parameters across that interaction window. So in order to manipulate the activity of the VTA neurons, we use DACRI mice that we injected with an AAV virus that depends on creativity to express the inhibitory threat receptors. And so we can induce here the expression of the threat receptor specifically in the VTA neurons, and we will inject this animal either with vehicle or with CNO to during the behavioral experiments. So for the first version of the task, we used a neutral demonstrator and also a rewarded demo. This is an animal that has been previously rewarded on the previous day before entering the module. So this animal waited for 10 minutes and then they received a palatable reward, condensed milk, something that they really like. So they're used to wait for a little time before they receive this milk. This happens the day before, but on the day of the experiment, he just entered the module, but he has this previous experience. And the other one is the neutral demo. So these DACRI mice are allowed to freely explore them, and we quantify that exploration. And we observed that here is the time exploration, here is the quantified, and we see that the animals, when they are under the vehicle condition, they prefer to explore the rewarded demo for a longer time. But under the CNO effects, this discrimination is lost. So when we look at the specific individual data, we see that each animal does prefer one of the other, but there is not responding to the natural state, affective state. And this is a significant difference, and we see that. So we see preference for exploring the rewarded demo is lost upon CNO injection, which is also true when we make them discriminate between two mice that have a neutral state and a negative state, where we expose them to socially defeated demonstrators. They have been engaged in a fight right before entering the cage, because we put it in an aggressive resident cage before starting the test. So we see that the controls show preference for exploring the stressed animal, but we lose that preference upon CNO injection also. So we wanted to understand if this was specific for affective states or this was affecting general social abilities of these animals. So we tested them in a social preference context where we see if they prefer to explore an object or a conspecific, and they do show the preference for exploring the conspecific. There's no difference between them under CNO or vehicle conditions. And they are also able to remember when we introduce a third mouse in the box and see how they are able to socially recognize this animal from the one they've seen before. And that ability is intact under CNO conditions, so there's no difference between them. So basically, inactivating dopamine VTA neurons is affecting specifically the ability to discriminate affective states and not affecting like general parameters of sociability like social preference and recognition. We are now trying to understand in the lab how this dopamine role in social behavior is, how dopamine is coding in social behavior beyond being a reward signal. We're trying to understand on what pathways and how is this executed. So thank you very much for your attention. This is the School of Medicine of Buenos Aires, where our lab is somewhere here. And this is Juan Martín Ojara and Bárbara, who are the main people who contributed to this work. Thank you so much.
Well, we have time for questions.
Hi, great talk. Sorry if I misunderstood, so I want to check first and before asking the question. So the idea is that the demonstrator has like a positive or negative load before entering the box, right? But you mentioned that the positive experience was a day
on the days before.
On the day before. Yeah. That was my first question. Why do you do that with that delay? And also,
we believe we try to manipulate the animals in a positive way, and the previous papers that have been published to try to manipulate this affective state in this way is just to give them like water, like restrict them from water for like 24 hours and just return the water to them before entering the test. So it was like a water relief, and we didn't like it like exactly like a positive state. So this is more like a state of expectation. It's like, and also it's like the animal was conditioned to receive like good thing happens in that module before. So the module itself, like the whole situation, is associated with something positive. This is the idea that we have, but we were amazed to see that they can actually really well discriminate these two animals.
And did you try to change the negative, like the negative treatment on the demonstrator to something no social, like
yes,
lithium
it
chloride?
Did not work that well. I mean, and also we didn't do like very aggressive treatments like lithium injection or those stuff.
Right.
No, they were more like confine them into a small space before entering the box, or we didn't shock them or anything. So it was not that strong. I'm not sure if that's because, but that didn't work.
No, it wouldn't.
And we wanted to make it social, like to make it like a
but the thing is, you have like the positive non-social and the negative social.
True.
I would go either way, I think.
I think what you're gonna see is that the preference, like the test mouse is gonna prefer one or the other, and that's gonna depend a lot on the previous experience of the test animal. So if you, for example, have that animal in isolation, you're gonna get one result. If you have it in social conditions, it's gonna be another. So it's a complicated test. Many variables have to be taken into account. Like, yes, but true. One is social and one is non-social.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you.
Another question?
Great talk. One question, I like very much your protocol, discrimination protocol. How do you make sure that the animals are under that affective state? Because as I understand, animals are expected to receive a reward, right? So what if the animal is under a higher anxiety level because he's
absolutely could be. We are not sure if it's positive or it's negative. This is why we call it the rewarded demo, not the positive. But we try to do it with this, that the balance of the state is probably different. I mean, we have collected the brains of the demonstrator also to see like CFOS expression during this. We have not analyzed the data yet. But we monitor the activity of the rewarded demo, for example, like the latency and how much drink they drink on the previous days, and how fast they drink the whole milk that we give them on the previous days, to see that they are really engaged with their condition, like to wait for the milk. But we don't know exactly what state they are before. We are doing the test. We are not filming them to see or testing them.
Okay, thank you.
If I may follow up on this question, what would you expect if you were to chemogenetically stimulate VTA neurons in one of the two demonstrator animals, irrespective of any induction prior of any state? Is it that your experimental animal recognizes activation of the mesolimbic dopamine system behaviorally, irrespective of the valence? So that would be my first question.
I like it because I think social interaction goes both ways. right?
Yes.
So it's also interesting to know.
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely. I think it's interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. But I think you're going to engage it more in probably more than the other ones. Maybe we can do
actually,
that.
if you were to recapitulate your data by just chemogenetically stimulating the VTA neurons in one animal, then you can ascribe the preference to activation of these neurons irrespective of the valence. I think that could be interesting. There's just one piece of data you've shown that I'm not quite sure understood. When you first demonstrated the effect of chemo genetic manipulation of VTA neurons for the rewarded animal, and you said that under this chemogenetic manipulation, the pink bars, you lost the differential approach. But actually, I may have misrepresented the data, but if you were to run an ANOVA, I'm pretty sure that the vehicle, actually the both pink bars differ from the bar on the left. So
on the vehicle bar.
Yes, and I was wondering, so you've got a bit of, or you've got an increase. Yes, so here your pink bars, I would be very surprised if they did not necessarily differ from the neutral vehicle bar.
Like group differences, you mean?
Yes. So to some extent, yes, you normalize the difference, but it is not by decreasing the one on the right. It's not by decreasing preference for the rewarded. It's by increasing preference for the neutral.
Yeah.
What's your interpretation of this?
The amount of time of exploration did not differ.
Yes.
And the locomotion was also similar between them.
Okay.
So it was not affected. So when I saw those bars, I like, okay, at least they're not like both of them at the bottom. But yeah, because I was afraid of like,
But your effect is more driven by an increase in the neutral than a decrease in the rewarded.
Yes. I think if we would have targeted the full BTA, maybe the pattern would be a little different. But we mainly target like the most medial part of it, and this is why we can get these results. I mean, it's not specifically, right? We inject the VTA, so it's, you know how it is.
But you could also perhaps suggest that it represents the fact that the salience attributed to the neutral is predicated on that of the salient animal. So if there is a salience attributed to the neutral with respect to that of the other animal, then if you change that of the other, you necessarily change that one. So perhaps the fact that you've got both bars coming up here is because you're measuring twice the same thing. Is that the salience of the neutral is a factor of the salience of the other one. I'm only asking, but it is suggestive of something like this.
It could be. It could be.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Well, our next speaker is Cecilia Calero, and she is from Escuela de Gobierno, Universidad Torcuato de Itela.
Hi. Hi. No. Hi. Hi. No. Yes. Here we are. So, hi. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm going to take you in a little bit of a different journey because I don't work with mice and I don't do electrophysiology anymore. So I hope that you are a little bit awake for this. I'm going to start thanking Lausanne for choosing me and IBRO and I'm going to mention one thing. I also got a lot of rewards from IBRO and a lot of travel grants, but I wanted to point one, which was the one that you gave me when I wanted to change my path. When I moved from hardcore electrophysiology, my PhD was in GABA-C receptors redox modulation. So now when you're going to see what I do now, you really believe in those kind of changes in the path. So I truly thank you for that. So having said that, I'm going to tell you today about how we teach and how children particularly share, transform, and seek for knowledge. And to do that, I'm going to give you a little bit of a background, and I'm going to jump right into research and a little bit of something to take back home. So what we do in the Little Teachers Project is basically we base in the idea that teaching is this dynamic process when I have to change what I do and my behaviors, and you have to change what you do in your behaviors in order for this to work, right? So I thank you for nodding. So I know that something came through, right? Because some of you smile, some of you nod. So something is changing in this transmission. Particularly, we explore the complexities of teaching during development, and we focus in the cognitive and the social processes of that in children when they are doing peer interactions, and now we have also started with learning to teach yourself. What happens when you are alone? So to do that, we base in a lot of previous research that says that children are really good and prepared to receive knowledge, so we are good learners from the very, very beginning. What we are trying to put is more and more information in what happened when you are in the other side. And I'm going to try to show you and convince you that we are really good also at transmitting information, at teaching others from the very beginning. To do that, basically all of our protocols, or our early protocols, were something like this, where a child will learn something, then somebody else would appear, he or she, depending on the protocol, will do it wrong, and the child will have to teach this adult how to do it correctly, right? In real life, it looks a little bit more like this, see? So you can see one of my previous PhD students acting like he doesn't know how to do the task, and a very engaged child showing how to do this, right? So this is what we work with. These are our little mices. And what we do is I'm going to show you just some bits of the work, but basically we look into what are you doing and what are you doing with your body when you're passing this information. So gestures and ostensive cues. What happens when you teach, when you compare that, when you are just passing information, right? Something that is very clear when you work with the schools is that people keep telling you, explain me something that you know that I know, right? You're not teaching me. You're just re-explaining me something that you already know that I know. So here we show that I'm showing you total time of this interaction, but it's the same for quality. So if in terms of speech and in terms of gestures, if I put kids to teach adults, are the gray bars, right? And in white is when I ask you to explain something that you know that I know, right? So when you have to teach, the interactions change, really change. And this is something that gets better and better with time. So here we have teaching, this is justification for speech and for gestures, right? This is basically the ages that we work with, so from 3 to 8 years old. So from the very early beginning, when you put a child to teach an adult, they're going to do it very, very good. They use speech, they use gestures, they use ostension. As they get older, they do it better. They actually look into information in order to do this task. So if you know or if you don't know, they're going to change the way that they explain. They actually teach, right? Because we move from just putting somebody who knows the answer and acts like they don't know how to do it into putting somebody who actually doesn't know how to do it, an adult, and they are able to teach. We did this with dengue communication. Dengue is the disease. So if you put a child to teach an adult about dengue, the adult will learn. We can talk a little bit more. And not only that, but in the process of teaching, you learn something. All of you who are teachers in my room of professors at the university know that when you have the responsibility to teach something, you really find out if you understand the subject, right? Even when it's something that you already pass in university, right? But if I ask you now, explain me how to do these equations, some of you are going to cry, even though you approved that subject many, many years ago. So we know that there is something about learning by teaching, and we have some compelling ideas and data showing that it will have some sort of impact on memory. But what happens when you put a child to teach another child, right? And we try to rethink the roles inside a classroom. where not only there is one teacher, but potentially you have as many teachers as the students you have inside the classroom. And I'm only going to show you two results. We did these interviews to ask them what they know about the shape of the Earth, right? And to say it very, very quickly and very poorly, we find out that we have kids who have a very mature and scientific representation about the Earth, and you have your beautiful flat earthers, right? Terraplanistas. And if you put these kids to interact with these peers, something wonderful happen. If they have to be by themselves, nothing changed between the interviews, right? We interview before, you have the interaction, and after, right? If you are alone, if you don't go through this peer interaction, you don't change. You don't learn by yourself in this context. If you are the child who knew more about the Earth, so if you are here, you don't lose information when you interact with these kids, right? But if you were here, you're going to move up. You're going to learn things, and the gap that happened, that was there between these two, actually gets smaller, right? And we can talk more. They actually, this move closer to this one, right? Why it doesn't go the other way? Well, Vygotsky used to say that the knowledge is pouring from the one who knows to the one who knows less. We actually do an empirical work, and what happened is no matter the personality of these kids, how strong and how stubborn it's going to be, these kids had arguments and a construction in the way that they pass the information that has an incredible impact in this one. So when you see the videos, and I'm going to move a little bit, sorry, take 2 more seconds, these kids will say, no, you're not right, no, you're not right, no, you're not right. But when you do the second interview, they will say, I always knew that the Earth was this way, right? Because they didn't know that they didn't know, and they're starting to find out how much they don't know. I actually work in metacognition, so we also measure that. But it's not just about the things that you learn a little bit at school and a little bit in your interaction with the world. It's also when you put kids to learn a programming skill. We work in a collaboration with Lego, so it's sort of a programming like Scratch, right, with boxes. So an adult we taught a group of students, then a second group of students was introduced, or you are part of the control group, and then you test everybody, those who learn from an adult and those who learn from a peer. And I'm only going to show you a little bit of this work, but basically this is the aggregated score that they got in a test. They have 10 exercises to complete, taught by an adult, taught by a peer. Do they get the same score? Yes, they do. And let's not forget that this adult, this PhD student actually, has prepared the class, right? And even though that happened, these interactions are very strong and very valuable. So we know now that children demonstrate the ability to teach other children in very, very complex concepts. So they teach about things about the Earth, programming, reasoning skills, and I'm going to leave you with this. Teaching is, or what I would like for you to take, teaching is a very complex ability that we do in an innate kind of way. The ability to transfer information, the ability to teach each other, the ability to impact is based on a lot of cognitive abilities that we develop through life. So I just show you a little bit about language and gestures and content of knowledge and age and who is teaching who. There is a lot more that we can talk about, but this interaction is something that works from very early on. And now what we are doing is also pushing a little bit further the envelope. And what happens when you are alone and you have to teach yourself? In a world where everybody's learning to learn by themselves, is that actually happening, right? And we have some really nice results from Julieta Goldstein showing that kids from, these are 4th and 5th graders, The other ones that I show you, sorry, they are first and second graders, so they're teaching how to program, and they're 6 and 7 year olds. And what we know, and I know that I'm now showing you data on this, that they're really good at in information-seeking behaviors, right? They're really good, in terms of their own metacognition, what they know and what they know that they don't know. And we are looking into all of these, especially in the ones that are highlighted, and we can talk a little bit more after if you want. So this is a lot of work. This is the current team right now, the Little Teacher team, with some faces that probably you know from other places. So these are the PIs that are also collaborating in the projects, and these are the students, the PhD, and the research assistants. So thank you very much. Questions?
Tracy, thank you very much. Great talk. I was wondering about this, when you said that the PhD student prepared the lesson.
Yeah.
Did you tune that in some way? Does the PhD student does the best class possible, or it tunes it a bit to keep some gaps, or?
No, we try to do. Thank you, Esteban. This was not prepared, but I'm going to show you one more thing. Sorry, I don't know. Here, this was the structure. I didn't got into this, but it's what we call an adult teaching direct instruction. So it's a very a structured kind of way of passing information, right? That we know that it works. They move a little bit around, so now we are doing some things on self-regulated learning abilities, which is the main difference between a direct instruction and a self-regulated learning is that in a direct instruction, I just pass the information. In a self-regulated learning, I will ask you questions like, I don't know, why do you think that this is like what's happening? Or don't worry, you're going to get it, right? In a direct instruction, you don't do that. And kids are more self-regulated learning kind of scenarios. And I'm going to leave you like this. This is what we're doing now.
My
so
goodness.
we're very, very excited.
My question isn't technical, but I'm sure others besides me want to know, how did you decide to switch fields? What gave you the courage? It's pretty terrifying, right? To go from electrophysiology to sort of science education, learning.
It's almost like you knew that IBRO gave me a grant to go to the Society for Neuroscience, and I find out about this amazing field that was cognitive neuroscience and what I know now that we call experimental psychology. I didn't have an approach to that here in Argentina. And I actually met Liz Pelkey, which is one of my collaborators now. So it was being in the place to know that I didn't know about that, and I fall in love.
My goodness. But it took courage, no? I mean, weren't you terrified?
Yes.
Just because...
Absolutely. I don't know.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. In your latest slides, you showed relative potential contributions of metacognition and theory of mind.
Yeah.
And I was wondering whether the increased contact of knowledge with age and the ability to transmit information, that accumulation is more related to metacognition, and whether how gifted you are to transmit information has to do with theory of mind, whether these are traits or whether their respective contribution, if it is, can change with experience.
It's a beautiful question. It's some of the things that we are looking right now are related to that. We have some data showing that beyond what everybody thinks, theory of mind doesn't seem to be the key. You don't really need to know that much about the person that is in front of you. You need to think about the potential that that person will have. It's something that Piaget used to call wishful thinking. So you project and you think that the other person can go way beyond what you think that they can actually get. So we think that it's a combination that you are better in your own metacognition, so you know what you know, and you know what you don't know, and you know how to pass it. I didn't show you that, but kids actually, as they get older, they will tell you, the first thing that they tell you when they don't know, they have to teach you, when they have to teach you something, and they have done it incorrectly by themselves, the first thing that they said is, I don't know how to do it. Let's find out together. So metacognition is really, really important. But as you get better in your own theory of mind, you get worse as a teacher. Because I know how much you can give me. And probably I don't push you as much. But that's a hypothesis by now.
Thank you.
Hi, great talk, thank you. I wanted to ask you if you tried to, like when a child is teaching an adult, if the adult's like plays like hard to get in a way, if the child changes the tools he has to like.
Yeah, actually, it was the first thing that I did as a postdoc when I changed. I didn't even show you this. I didn't put it here. Sorry, it's an old paper from more than 10 years ago. Oh my God! And what we did is that we tried to. We put the best scenario, like you have an adult that doesn't know how to do it and really, really wants you to help them. You put an adult who does it incorrectly and really doesn't care about it, and they don't teach as much. So they not only sense whether you know or if you don't know, but if you are with me when I have to teach you, right? And that's really changed with age. When you are a young kid, you really need an eye contact. So if I'm not looking at you, you are not going to teach me. We couldn't do it with kids from 3 to 5. We couldn't do it. If you're not looking at them, they stop talking to you. It's like, what am I going to do this? If you don't care, I don't care either. Right? And one more thing is that if you had what we call, between quotations, a bad teacher, they will give you everything, no matter what. So they can sense whether your mistake is because of somebody else or if it's yours. Thank you.
Well, our next speaker is Evelyn Cotela, and she's from Instituto de Investigación Médica Mercedes y Martín Ferreira, de la provincia, de la ciudad de Córdoba, de la provincia de Córdoba también, pero de la ciudad de Córdoba.
Hi, can you hear me? Thanks for having me. Thanks to San for picking me for the talk and for the IBRO members to be here today. I'm going to be showing you some of the first results since I came back to Argentina after my postdoc in the US. This is a bit of a continuation of what I was doing in my postdoc lab, but with a change. I switched from rats to mice, so I'm going to be showing you a little bit about what we did to validate this model of post-traumatic stress disorder. So PTSD is a persistent maladaptive response to trauma that involves altered processing of fear memories and also increased alert state and increased avoidance of cues and situations that remember the trauma. Although a lot of us might be exposed to trauma in our life, about 90% of us might experience that, only 6% of people will develop the disorder. And interestingly, women have more chances to have the disorder than men, disaggregated by trauma type. And the way we studied this in the lab, there's many models, but one of the most popular is the single prolonged stress model, or SPS, that consists in a series of consecutive stressors that are applied one after the other during the span of about 2.5 hours. I'm going to be showing you more in detail. But after a week of incubation, animals show different traits that correlate with human symptoms. So that's why it's considered a very robust and reproducible model in rats. For instance, we have fear conditioning, extinction deficits, social avoidance, increased acoustic startle, and they all have a correlate in the symptoms. One of the pitfalls of the model is that it doesn't show effects in females, at least when it's studied during fear conditioning, which is like the golden standard for these models.
But there is also a lot of interest in applying this model in mice because they have many advantages. One of them is that we can work with transgenic mice and then try to understand specific mechanisms. But mice show to be not that reproducible in this model and not that robust. But there's this model that was adapted in the original lab that developed the model, and they added a fourth stressor. So we have restrained group swim, and then while the animals are recovering from the swim, they're exposed to predator odor. And then they have ether anesthesias in the original model, and then they show some of the results that were shown in rats. So I decided to adopt this model, and to first start to work with it, we had to validate it. But also, I wanted to study if we could expand the model and to really see if we could see effects in female animals, as I showed in rats. So the first thing was to study fear conditioning, because as I said, it's a standard way to test this. We did contextual fear conditioning, but I didn't stop by just doing extinction, but expanded to spontaneous recovery and reinstatement, because during reinstatement, I was able to see effects in female rats previously. So we replicated this in mice, and we saw that there was a modest effect in male mice on the second day, which is usually the day that more robust results are shown in rats. And we didn't see any effect in female rats. And we didn't see anything in reinstatement either. So we had this partial replication. But the interesting thing was that there was a lot of variability in the data. And when we analyzed the dispersion and the distribution of the data, we were able to see that not only the mean value, this is here analyzing on day 2, but also that the composition of the data was different. And this is consistent with what some people have proposed about PTSD models, and is that they should ideally be variable to reflect that that not all the population will develop the disorder, and we should see that resilience in the population too. So then we decided to do some statistical work on the data, and by studying all the sessions of extinction, recovery, and reinstatement, and doing unsupervised cluster analysis, we were able to see that there were, in fact, clusters in these animals. There were high freezers and low freezers. And when animals, in this case it's males and females, when they're subjected to SPS, males, as expected, they have enrichment of the high freezer cluster, but then nothing in females, right? But previously we showed in rats that female might show effects in other behavioral domains. So we decided to do this multidimensional test that included a bunch of tests that usually we use for anxiety or for cognition. But we apply them all in the same animals, and then we try to analyze them by creating these indexes that could give us more complex information about behavioral domains. So we did risk assessment, cognitive function, and coping. And although we only saw an effect on the coping domains that came from different variables from the tail suspension test, we see that in some of these domains, there's a lot of variability, especially in the SPS group. So again, we replicated this type of cluster analysis. And in this case, we asked whether if animals had markers of less negative on these cognitive domains, or less effect of the SPS model, or if they had more, on the contrary, on the purple side. And in this case, I forgot to change this. We saw that there was an enrichment in females in the vulnerable cluster when we applied this multidimensional way of testing. So right now, what we can conclude is that this mouse SPS model does not produce an uniform behavioral phenotype, and there seemed to be a domain-specific and sex-specific effect, and that this stratification might help this model to be more useful to understand mechanisms. So right now in the lab, we're going to try to validate the replicability of these phenotypes, and then also try to find predictors of vulnerability and increase vulnerability, for instance, by applying early life adversity. And this is actually a project that right now is funded by the IBRO NCAM, and we started a collaborative group that we're going to be applying different approaches from neuroimaging to RNA sequencing to study these phenotypes and really see if we can find mechanisms. And these are my funders and past funders that might not exist anymore. And as I mentioned earlier, this was a very last minute, but we added to see the progression of how the funding in Argentina has been reduced in the last 2 years here, or this is by I think this is 20 years, and we see the decrease in the last 2 years here, and these are our salaries. So we're really struggling, and these programs are really important to us. So thank you.
Is there any other question?
Can I ask you, because I always wondered if there is like a trait behavior for PTSD, because I used to work with fear conditioning, and I always put in the grant petitions like, yes, it's a model for PTSD, but we actually don't know, right? If it is which animals are developing the post-traumatic stress disorder, which are not, like the response is the same, or is it?
Yeah, well, that's actually one of the critics of the model, because if you actually test all the domains that are in the diagnosed, supposedly this model in rats has several of them, but no one always do all of them.
But I think no animal model has all domains of the. It's difficult. It doesn't validate it as an animal model necessarily to have all the domains. I think, I don't know. I'm not an expert in this, but if you can, like, I don't know, Alzheimer's disease model has some domains that are represented as, and some aren't. Like, but yeah. Well, I think what I was asking is that if you identify if you can identify by behavior or another variable, which mice are actually developing PTSD or not.
Well, I think that is something that we're going to try to validate with this approach, especially, as I said, in males, everybody does the deficit and extinction, and it just works for that. But in female, other people have seen they have social deficits and anxiety, but not anything related to fear conditioning. So, and working female with this model is not that common either. So I guess we need more work to really try to see if there's a stronger phenotype that we can use as a model.
Thank you very much. Based on the graphical representation of the fear conditioning task, I gathered you are playing with hippocampus-dependent context fear conditioning. And could we do the case that females are more sensitive to salient cue fear conditioning than males, and testing them in both contexts and BLA-dependent cue would reveal a female-specific greater sensitivity to cues than context?
Yeah, actually, we have the plan to do cued fear conditioning. We're working on making the apparatus because we don't have commercial apparatus here. But when I worked with rats, we did cued fear conditioning, and that's when we found that females had effect in reinstatement. And when we did the FOS mapping, we saw that females only showed effects in the amygdala, while males showed it in the prefrontal cortex, and that makes sense. So why they had different effects. Yeah, but we're going to test the cued fear conditioning in mice as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is José Fernández León Falens. Ahí está, pero no te estaba buscando y no te veía. And he is from Tandil, no sé la sigla del instituto, CIFICEN, from Tandil, provincia de Buenos Aires.
Hola, hola. First of all, thanks a lot for having me in this fantastic IBRO Day and the IBRO representatives. Thanks also. So, this work looks for candidates, markers of spatial navigation dysfunction associated with early Alzheimer's disease. But we want to focus not only in Alzheimer's disease, but in a very particular part of Alzheimer's. Let's start saying that dementia affects memory, our early life, and the way that we think. And in particular, we're going to focus on the capacity of navigation on space. Alzheimer's disease is the largest contributor in dementia. And Argentina faces a very hard burden, substantial burden, for which the Argentinian government established an action plan to detect early indicators of Alzheimer's in the population. That happened in 2026. It's very new. There are many ways of detecting Alzheimer's. One common these days is the plasma p-tau blood test. That costs around $200 and $1,500. Also, there are smartphone-based detection at home where you can play a game and they're gonna test if you have some sort of memory problems. And another popular tool is the ultra-short portable or remote home-based electrophysiology or electroencephalography kits that is kind of emerging in Europe and the United States. But here, this is something that none of these nowadays catch. It's like is how you directly measure functional neural signatures. Because if you apply a blood test with plasma, they say, okay, you have or not Alzheimer's, you are developing or not Alzheimer's. But what is the effect on the neural circuits? So we're going to focus a little bit on this part. The functional EEG will reveal real-time synaptic and network communication failures. So we're going to try to talk in this particular talk about the neural communication failure or what happened at neuronal level. And we're going to relate that with navigation impairment that is also associated with early Alzheimer's disease. When we talk about this particular problem, we need to relate this with the hippocampus, that will contain some memory or episodic memory of where a person or an animal is or was, and in what time that happened. So there are some investigations that measure using intracranial EEG. Let me point here. What is this? Here. Yeah, and they detected that there are two particular theta power, like a high theta or low theta effect when the stimulus onset happen. Let's say when the person decides to move toward a target. Yeah, this happened right before, and this was measured directly from the hippocampus. So the question is, can we, with EEG, scalp EEG, detect something comparable, not necessarily the same? I'm not saying that it's hippocampal related modulation of theta, but let's see if this happened or not at scalp PVG, and also in which part, in which region that happened. Again, linked to spatial navigation performance. For that reason, we created from scratch a system based on virtual reality, Oculus 3, virtual reality goggles, and people are navigating toward a target. We propose look for, in this case, an egg. Look and try to find that egg. Also, we recorded during that time neuronal data from different 8 channels in this case, but we can also record from 16 channels with the equipment that we have. This is based on OpenBCI that we need to import with all problems of importing things from United States. Yeah? So, how about the task? One is the encoding phase. Let's say, okay, this is a cube presentation. We have cylinders, pyramids, and so on, different objects. In this case, an egg. Look for an egg. This is the encoding trials, 20 in total. Black period. And then right after is this retrieval phase. Okay, where was the egg placed on the environment? No queue like before, no queue like this. And the person, the volunteer, needs to remember where was that. Yeah? And then make an estimate. And we give a feedback, say, okay, very close. With this red indicator, we say, okay, what's over there? You were close or very far from where you detected that. And then we found 2 different behaviors. People during the encoding phase were very similar. We noticed different strategies of using local and distal cues. But when the estimation happened, a group of people committed very low errors where they need to predict where the object was very close of what they reported. And the other group was very far. Let's say if the object is here, they say, no, it's very over there. Then we divided that into 2 groups and say, what happened in the brain, scalp, EEG, in the 2 groups? There is a difference? And we focus on theta. And we found that the people committing low error, they have these 2 components on high and low theta, and maintain somehow the low theta right after. This is an average across people. This is not an example. Yeah? And people having high error, that is not present. Yeah? Okay, we have to record more volunteers. Yeah, this is my main critics. Yeah, now we have just 14 volunteers. But overall, this is the topographic map. We can see that there's a difference between the 2 groups. Yeah, for high theta and the low theta. Yeah. We did a lot of analysis, and we tried to find, okay, which electrode was telling me, giving me the most informative discriminator between the 2 groups. Just looking the EEG activity, yeah, based on the behavior. And we found, sorry, I cannot see the screen, the channel 6 at parietal 4 was a very representative of low theta. And the channel 8, temporal 6, or parietal 8, depending on the nomenclature that you use, is very representative of high theta. Yeah? Basically, these 2 areas were representative. And this is in line with what is reported in the literature. Yeah? So, what next? More analysis, and we were trying to characterize if somehow this effect has some relationship with memory. It's people that commit more mistakes or more error in the prediction is associated with a bad memory that cannot retain some sort of working memory, or this is something else. Yeah? So the more representative was delta log theta slash beta, that relationship between beta and theta is reported in the literature like related with memory. Yeah? So the rationale is for theta and beta linked is because they act as a coordinated communication system between brain areas. And the theta conveys memory encoding and signal control, while the beta is more related to reinforce some correct actions. Yeah? So I'm not saying that this effect is robust, but if we perform an ROC analysis, it's a good indicator that this could be the point. Yeah. The conclusion first. This is a pilot study. Yes. Pretty sure that my PhD students are now recording more data. I hope so. But as soon as I come back, I will analyze that bunch of more data. Conclusion. Parietal 4 dynamical this is a parietal 4 dynamical reconfiguration mainly in the people that commit more error in the prediction. Yeah? So the conclusion, P4 shows a multi-domain candidate task reconfiguration signature associated with spatial estimation error. We are not saying that they have some memory mild cognitive impairments. No, because that people are healthy volunteers. The theta dynamic, it might reflect navigation difficulty. What we notice, there are many strategies, and for example, some people, very young people, male people, were counting the bricks on the wall that divided the environment, and they use that counting bricks as a strategy of how and where to move. But, for example, as soon as you get older, you don't have that kind of a strategy, and you are more lost. And you cannot differentiate. For example, we have a distal cues like a mountains, or closer cues, local cues like a bricks, grass. Yeah. So it's more difficult for people that are older rely on those, or looking for the rules of how to navigate in that environment. Yeah. Also, the theta dynamic may reflect navigation difficulty. This is the conclusion that we have now. And this involves somehow close to 1/4 were females and the rest were males. We didn't notice big difference between the navigation strategy between the two groups, but females, at least in this task, are not getting good score when performing the estimations. Why? We are working on that too. So, next stage, to put more volunteers and validate this marker with clinically characterized mild cognitive impairment people, but we need to work a little bit more on the protocols to go to the hospital and get that data. Yeah. First of all, thanks to IBRO for providing the IBRO Rising Star Award to get all the equipment required to do this project. And our collaborators, in particular Daniel Bush from the UCL in the UK, many anonymous people, volunteers, and our lab, our current member of the lab. Thank you. Questions?
We have time for one question. We have time for one question because we're past the time. One?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the talk. Is your work, are you trying to find similar networks as the one proposed by Nora Newcomb in terms of spatial navigation and episodic memory?
We want to relate somehow with Daniel Bush in the UCL in UK, exactly the same. What happened in the hippocampus relate, because we don't have simultaneous recording. We don't have scalp recording and intracranial recordings in the hippocampus. So gonna be fantastic if we have that data, but we don't have it. But somehow to see if Daniel Bush prediction of this is an effect of movement rather than orientation, maybe that is informative. We're gonna start with that part. Perhaps after we're gonna move to a different hypothesis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sebastián Miranda Morales, and he is also from the Instituto Mercedes y Martín Ferreira de la ciudad de Córdoba.
Okay, I will try to go fast. Hello everyone. Today I will show you the main results I have in my investigation, in my research, that is focused on how different social structures during early development can affect parental behavior and later adolescent outcomes, right? So, if you go to the past, these three researchers make a very important contribution to this specific field. René Spitz and Harry Harlow. René Spitz during observation of children after the Second World War, and later Harlow in monkeys. They highlight the importance that the lack of emotional and social stimulation have profound, deep effects in later development, right? And later, this psychologist, Mary Ainsworth, she developed the social strength situation that allow researchers to study the social interaction between children and their caregivers, okay, in situations when they go out and return, okay? So if we took this, the finding of these three researchers together, they highlight that the social context during very early development is very important to later outcome in life, okay? And when we try to analyze or study the social context, we see that in human there is a lot of diversity in the social context. So in order to try to isolate the social context and try to maintain more or less control other variables, okay, we work with mice in the lab, and we have developed many different social structures during pregnancy and lactation, okay? So these different social structures allow us to analyze the specific social context while maintain other variables more or less constant, okay? The main results I will show you today are studies from single mother condition and biparental condition with the male and the female. I have more results from this, but maybe for another meeting, okay? So I didn't bring you any statistical graphical, but just schematics math to see the whole phenomenon, okay? When we analyze parental behavior of these animals and then these different social context, okay, we see that the performance and the behavior of the mom is very similar in the single mother condition or biparental condition, okay? But when we take into account the specific contribution of the male, we start to see different results, okay? For example, in nest building behavior, when both parents are taken into account, both parents execute more time this behavior. In relation to nest occupancy, when any parent is observed in the nest, okay,
The nest is occupying more time in the biparental condition than single mother condition, and in the opposite way, okay? The nest alone is observed less time in the biparental condition in relation to single mother, okay? When we consider the behavior of lactation, the behavior of the mother is very similar between both conditions. But if we take into account the behavior of the father, that is named huddling, very similar to lactation, okay? This behavior is observed more time in biparental condition than single mother, okay? So when we take these behaviors into account and another more, PAP receive more behavior when they have more than one caregiver, okay? A question that one may ask is, does it have any significant effect later in life? And the answer is yes. So when we analyze adolescents that are raised under this condition, we observe a very specific phenotype, okay? Animals from single mother condition present a higher anxiety-prone profile, okay? They produce or interact less with peers during adolescence, okay? They are more sensitive to the effect of anxiolytic effect of alcohol. Also, in a voluntary alcohol consumption test, they drink more alcohol than adolescents from biparental conditions. And when we start to analyze and the neurobiological mechanisms that could be underlying the phenotype that we observe, we see that after infancy, the animals from single mother condition has greater activation of amygdala and less expression of oxytocin in the hypothalamus. This will try to help us to understand this phenotype, okay? The effect of more anxiolytic sensitive to alcohol, okay? And higher oxytocin in biparental animals will help us to understand the higher social interaction in these animals. So, just as a summary, okay, we are seeing that parenting is a very powerful development context. By manipulating the social context, what we are doing is to manipulate the amount of parental care that the subject that is in development is receiving, okay? And that we are seeing that has profound effect later in adolescence. And another important point, that these animal models are very helpful us to understand what is underlying this phenomenon, and also because these different social structures are being used in different animal facilities, okay? So, sorry. Where do we go next? Okay, we continue to understand the mechanisms underlying the behavioral difference that we are observing. We're trying to make a collaboration with you when we have some money. And also, and more importantly, to see if this early context, okay, have any significant effect on resilience to different adversity led early in life and later in life, okay? And, okay, finally, thank you. This is us, the person behind the experiments. This is the main church of Córdoba, very beautiful, if you want to know. And just a few seconds, when I saw your slide, Esteban, I remember that, and also IBRO has very profound effect in me, because when I was doing my PhD, I could go to a IBRO School of Neurology. That blew my mind. And I received also a fund from IBRO to IBRO LARC travel grant, and also another IBRO travel grant that was very useful for me, so thanks.
Questions?
Thank you for the talk. It was great. I wanted to ask you if how can you maybe you already said this, it's late. I'm sorry if that's the case. How do you isolate the parenting effect from the social interaction effect? Because a biparental situation has like more animals to interact with, right? So you had other like possibilities there that you had no time to show. I don't know if that contemplates. Okay.
So no, you can't isolate one from another, but you can control them, because the only thing that we are changing in any of these conditions is the amount of adults that are giving parenting, okay? So because of that, we are seeing that when you add one additional caregiver, animals are receiving more contacts. That is the only difference. For example, the size of the litter is the same between groups. The only difference is that they have a different adult or different type of adult, because I didn't show you, but we have biparental with male and female, and biparental with two females. One is, it's not a mom, just a nurse. Sorry? These two? Yeah. This is better, a little bit better. Yes. I don't know, sorry, I don't know if better. It's different, the dynamic between the adults, okay?
So I'm more interested in the second and the fourth. So I don't know if you have, because in animal facilities, whether you have a biparental or triparental, usually it's based on how many animals I want. And
Yeah.
not.
Normally,
So I'm interested in knowing if there's anything else, and you think people should start putting in the methods, how would the...
it should change, yeah. Because normally in an animal facility, this is the kind of structure that has the producers, but the users normally take only the mother. The male is during just a few days, and after that, the female is alone. So depend what animal facility. Okay. Okay. So normally what you're saying is the male is present here a few days, and after that the two females stay together. No? Okay. In our institution, that is the normal, but many users use this way, that the male is only present a few days just to control the day of pregnancy, and after that, the male is returned. The problem should be the number of adults during lactation. So, and at the moment, we didn't separate pregnancy from lactation. For example, in this group, the male and the female are all the time together.
A fascinating talk.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not an expert in this at all, but potential confounding factor. If the male is present after the female gives birth, she is hyper fertile and gets pregnant again right away. So you're dealing with the biparental male-female, you're dealing with likely a pregnant female, and biparental female-female, probably neither is pregnant. And likewise, a single mother is not a pregnant one. So it's not the same state of... Right?
You're right.
So
It's not the same stage. A similar question, one revisor tell us in a paper we published, and no, even we know it is not the same stage. The behavioral performance of the mother that is pregnant, and we will compare with another one that is not pregnant, did not change.
Doesn't change.
But yes, it's a very similar, very different stage of the female.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and this is from mice. We have a collaboration with the groups in Spain
that is replicating our results and try to see this early adversity, okay? And in rats, it's different performance, but we are trying to replicate all the same result that we have.
All right. So, okay, we are approaching the close. So before anything, just please complete the feedback survey before you leave, please. Okay. Maybe. Oh, para. Okay, so first I would like to thank all of you just for coming, for participating, for being so amazing in your participation during the workshops and during all the exchanges. Also, of course, to the speakers. So we have wonderful talks today. And of course, I want to thank especially to Shuba and David for their generosity, to taking the time to interact with us, to be here and to interact with us and to know more about what we do, the problems that we have, and all the situation of the neuroscience in Argentina. So I think that it is important, or from the scientific discussion that we had today, and also from the development or the career development activities that we have today, maybe we can say that they underscore a fundamental truth, right? Like science in general and neuroscience relies on, of course, on sustained funding, but also on fostering collaborative environments within the lab, within the institutions where we work, and also within our community. And also the advancement of neuroscience or science in general also need us to constantly challenge ourselves, right? So I hope that for all of us, and especially students and early career researchers, so the activities that we had today have provided you with information, inspiration, and clarity that will probably aid you in your future career. All right, so time for acknowledgement. So I want to thank the people behind the scenes that made this possible. I would like to thank all the members of the executive board of the SAN, the Comisión Directiva of SAN, because all of them have worked very hard for making this possible. So let's give them an applause. Also, I would like to thank Fernando, who has been here with the sound, and also Naila, and a very special and essential person in the SAN, that is our secretary, Silvina Seriani. She's probably the most essential person for the SAN. Once again, probably all of you that belong to our community know how important she is for us, for making this possible, the meetings, the annual meetings possible. So I don't know if she's here, maybe she's not, but maybe she deserves also a very big round of applause. I would like to thank also the IFIBINE, right? This is this institution for allowing us to make this event here too. And finally, I think I'm not forgetting of anything. But okay, let's continue just working for the neuroscience in Argentina and also in the region. And just to finish, I don't know if you, Chuba or David, you want to say something just to close, or we are okay with that? Okay. So with that, okay, good evening, and let's see you soon in the sun in 1 month, I think. Yep.